Hey, everybody.
Hey, Vinny.
Hey, guys. Guess what?
You just put out your candle?
Good, because I thought my beard caught on fire.
Internet's
Internet's
gone.
dead.
It's gone.
So that's why the candles are out here, because it's like, it's metaphorical.
No power.
It's,
I almost just want to spend a whole bunch of time talking about how much energy was put into making it look dim on this set.
It's hard. Do you ever notice in movies, like bad movies, when they light a torch, then the lights come up?
Yeah, the entire room lights up.
But sometimes it's like a little after. So it's like light the torch and whoop. It's hard.
Light sourcing.
Hard to do.
Yeah,
hard to do.
low light stuff.
We did an okay job.
We should have just done day for night. We should have just done full light and then blue tint it all.
We can. All right, let's start this over. Do we
Filter
take
it.
the stream down? We're gonna. So basically, what we decided is
we had a couple quick looks.
We've got some content and we can't show it.
Yeah.
But hell, man, that ain't gonna stop us.
That's right.
We'll jump on
show
somebody
it
else's
anyway.
back to show it.
Yeah.
So if you're watching this on Justin TV, get ready for the world premiere. Ryan, you had a fun day yesterday.
I did. Yesterday was amazing.
Why don't you set this clip up?
Which clip are we talking about?
I think we should start with our guests.
Okay,
and,
so yesterday we had a couple of folks from Double Fine Productions in the office to work on some future content plans.
That's
But we also managed to convince them that it would be a really good idea if they sat in on a quick look of the $1 million pyramid for the Nintendo Wii.
How do you think that idea went?
I think it was perfect execution on a great idea.
Okay.
It's a
sound.
Yeah. It's myself. It's Jeff. It's Mr. Patrick Klepek and Brad Muir from Double Fine Productions.
So
four people on a game that I realized at the last possible moment was a two-player game.
Two-player game. As I was putting batteries in in two of the Wii remotes,
we totally ended
up needing.
So
this is great. So this is good setup. This is behind the scenes. Some of our favorite moments from Giant Bomb.
Some of our favorite moments over the last 24 hours.
So let's take a look back to the heady days when the internet still worked. Even this, we should mention.
Yeah.
We had another thing that we wanted to do, but we literally had to wait. We had to burn time.
Internet's been dying
because the partner net for Xbox 360, basically the developer version of Xbox Live, died.
But hey, Microsoft not alone. The PlayStation Network currently down, right?
Yeah, and they take that other thing down for maintenance fairly often, so it's not like a
just bad timing.
Yeah.
So
it was an ill omen, man. It was
the illest. So let's watch one of the illest quick looks we've seen.
That was a sweet transition
in Giant Bomb history.
Word.
Hey folks, it's Ryan Davis joining me, Jeff Gerstmann.
Hello.
And Patrick Klepek.
7.
And a very special guest, Brad Muir from Double Fine Productions. Incorporated Limited.
Yeah. I don't know which one of those we are.
Are you guys just Double Fine?
We're one of them. No, we're Double Fine Productions.
Double Fine Productions?
Something.
We're getting the producers
producer
nodding.
off camera nodding.
So obviously
we're
we have you here in the house, lead entrenched, to take a look at the $1 million pyramid.
Absolutely.
For the Wii.
And this is because this is one of my favorite game shows ever.
Sure, we can run with that.
That is so much money.
$1 million?
Yeah.
That's, I mean, it's not the pyramid that any of us remember.
$25K.
No, it's $25,000 pyramid.
They
It's the
should have
pyramid
gone
I'm
old
talking
school.
about. That's like Bert Convy.
Yeah.
Betty
White.
Convy and Bert Convy. and someone from Knots Landing.
Did they get any celebrity endorsements for this?
We don't know. Other Ubisoft games that have, like, Hollywood Squares had, air quote, celebrities in it.
Was it Kathy Griffin?
Did they have that one guy?
Brad Garrett? Yeah, they did.
Yes, that's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Brad Garrett. Brad Garrett's the bait of my existence.
Was Whoopi Goldberg anywhere near that?
No.
No, they didn't.
She used to be a square.
I think it was. It was really good.
Jeffrey Tambor.
Yes, Jeffrey Tambor, which was really depressing because I like Jeffrey Tambor, but it was not his finest hour. So Ubisoft has released a whole bunch of these. Let's say.
What is this music?
Casual, budget-minded.
I want to
What is the pyramid made out of? Did you see that?
$1 million.
It's $1 million worth of pyramid. They actually went to Egypt. All right, so yeah, this is all.
Are these basic looks, really?
These are your basic looks. You know,
look at this headband.
Some basic looks middleware.
That's not a.
Yeah,
That's my
the
basic
company
look.
just makes.
just basic looks.
Market post.
Cosby Show hair.
We thought about using the basic look middleware for trenched.
Just Tim Fisher
But-
aesthetic.
Yeah.
You know, leather jackets and dreadlocks.
They've actually just adapted Speed Tree to make people.
Finally.
Yeah, that's no big deal. Are you going with that?
people.
Are you going with the afro?
You know, I like the Marky Post. That's probably my go-to.
I like the
Nice.
Market Post.
So,
Something's wrong with
Oh,
that
boy.
chick's chest.
do.
That's like a
little
Madonna
too
bra,
pointy.
right?
That is a little too pointy.
Nice.
So we have 4 people in here, but this is a 2-player game.
Again, great planning.
This whole
All involved.
This whole
Party mode. Who's the fast? Wait, but
let's-
classic mode, right?
I just want to take a quick look at if there's any sort of options here. It looks like it's just either. Okay, go through a bunch of the show.
Oh, your celebrity partner, Emily Long. Who?
What? Who's that?
this lady.
Have they run out of real celebrities to use even, and now it's like...
Well, so the thing is, like most of these shows that they've been doing these games off of, there has been a recent incarnation
Right,
of that show
yeah.
for them to go from.
Yeah.
When did this end?
Wait, what was her name?
No,
You've never seen any of the
Emily
shows
Long
that she was
is,
on? Emily
is,
Long?
is not a real
She was on the
person.
Cosby Show.
Okay.
She's worked as an actor in TV sitcoms for the past 15 years.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Okay.
She was Rudy's friend.
Are you just making
Are you
shit
just
up?
making-
You mean
Did you think I was serious?
A little bit. I wanted to believe you.
Yeah, there was
That just sounded
No.
good.
you gotta turn your mic back.
Always a
Yeah.
classic
Yeah.
moment in these quick looks when we
I do.
re-remember
It's good.
Are you
that
sure?
these games always turn off the second
One
controller.
of those other ones over there.
Grab
Very
another
deliberately.
remote. Grab another remote.
The thing is it doesn't happen in every game.
Oh wait, no.
I think one of them.
But just
black one
in
always
these
synced up.
ones, in Ubisoft's game show
If we have the
games,
same controllers,
Right,
this
they'll
game
like
will be
disable.
like, but we're always like right at the moment when you
that's
want
gonna
to
help a
turn
lot.
on the second
Neither
controller.
of them are turning on.
Nope.
Senseless.
Well, this is going well.
This is so good.
Yeah,
Did
this
the
is-
game turn off the other remote when it launched? And
Oh,
then it's like,
yep. Hold on. Oh, but it's saying like turn on. Okay,
Now turn it on.
Turn on now?
I'm holding 3 Wii
all right,
notes
press
at the
all
same
those
time.
buttons. Just.
This is how it works,
Yeah.
right?
Dumb as
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we're
Yes,
good. We're
okay.
good. I hate it. It's the worst thing when Wii games just decide no, that remote does not get to work right now.
I'm gonna be Liu Kang.
All right, I'm gonna stick with Marky.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, you know, MK is out this week. It's topical, relevant.
Yeah, it feels like it. I have not played that yet. I saw you guys enjoyed it
Yeah, it's pretty good.
immensely.
It's
I watched their like launch trailer. Those that like 3D
Frame rate.
bone cracking.
yeah.
Wow.
Those are like the super
That's-
moves.
that
I love
seems pretty hard to
I love
watch.
the frame rate on the Wii cursors here.
Yeah.
This is really
I
nice.
wish there was a
Everything.
frame counter in the corner.
8, 7, 8, 3, 8.
I remember the pyramid being larger.
Things a game reviewer
But
would
hold
say.
on,
The frame rate is shit.
Your goal is to discover those 6 words before the timer runs out. You get 1 point for every correct guess.
A fun fact here, you guys.
Yes, fun
Billy
fact.
Crystal holds the record for fastest winner's circle
Reading
win.
the rules.
26 seconds.
26 seconds.
26 seconds.
To win the.
Billy Crystal is a giver.
One in the circle, the thing that, yeah,
Right, where you get to
Yes.
after all this nonsense,
You
or
get to win
the real nonsense.
$25,000.
get to eat the pyramid.
Not a millionaire.
No, because there's never been a
There's
show
never been a
called-
show called The $1 Million Pyramid.
Here's another fun fact.
Okay.
This game was not in our database when I went to go publish it. I had to make this page.
Staying alive and looking good. You know nothing, know it all. Keep it real.
Word.
Let's not.
Now,
insinuate-
Jeff, you mentioned Bert Convy
I did.
in this quick look. Although, and I believe I said Betty White.
I thought those were all related and we
The internet also suggests that Nipsey Russell, Bill Cullen, and Jeff Edwards
together.
were also
Category is words that go
key recurring.
Pyramid heads.
Yes, celebrity partners.
Okay.
I have no
Not
idea.
Emily Wong.
Richard Klein
Richard Klein, I believe it.
originally appeared as a
Things
contestant
Tim Dog would say.
Wow.
and then became
God, you
famous
have to actually
and
type
came
it
back
down.
as a celebrity partner.
Wonderful.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
People really do win.
gonna go with
Dreams
gold.
come true on the pyramid.
What?
Wait, did I get it right?
You did.
All right.
No, it's just happy
Get
you
the intern
answered.
over here, man,
yeah,
the chat
well, it
room.
didn't-
Player one, what do you think?
I guess we
question
could manage
for
the
that.
Justin TV chat.
This is not how I remember
Yeah.
the pyramid at all.
Yeah,
Grab
so
intern.
they've taken out
Corey?
they've taken out
I
everything.
keep wanting to call him Casey.
Oh, Corey.
Corey!
It's a book.
Hey, grab a laptop and have a seat
Bookkeeper.
in that seat.
Player one, you have an answer for us?
I'm gonna go with Jeff's answer
Nice.
of book.
You have a
They try to
laptop?
throw you off by throwing bookkeeper
Get
in
one.
Yeah,
there.
you're gonna need that.
Gonna need one. Unless you can interpret chat with your brain.
Keepsake.
That would be.
Keepsake.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna whisper over here.
That's it?
That box.
Yeah, I think so.
Brad,
Sake.
Brad, I feel like we should just hand these controllers over
I
to
know,
Patrick
I
and
know,
Jeff.
I
They're
know.
way
No.
better at this than we are.
Player two, give us your
Away.
answer.
And this is a point that we make repeatedly here,
keeper?
but this is not the pyramid.
Keep away.
This is not the way you play pyramid.
What is that?
Like
That's-
I'm playing keep away with these points.
This is like off-brand pyramid.
The clues don't even match with the style of.
Zane,
Yeah.
questionable?
And the
like-
clues are also awful,
Really?
which,
Wait a
you
minute.
know, to be fair,
The words.
Yeah, you can't see any of
That's
this.
sort of
stuff.
always
Keep on
depended on,
trucking.
you know.
yeah, who your celebrity partner was.
Yeah.
$1 million
Like, keep on
isosceles
trucking.
triangle.
Keep on.
I'd say Rube Clanahan was a regular too.
Yeah.
This does not feel like the
Seems
pyramid.
like a
At no point
Yes.
do they go
Feasible, right?
How did we do?
We're tied up.
Whoa.
We're tied up.
Is there an unlockable mode for the $20 sack pyramid that you can unlock that's just like Dr. Dre avatar on screen?
How did you do?
Yeah.
Player two.
Oh, did I
There
just
is.
skip all
Yeah,
that?
there is.
Great.
Okay. I'm gonna
We should probably. We
I
should
feel kind
play
of bad.
that.
It's like
I
zero
don't know
commitment on
anything.
our
All right, Brad,
behalf
you're
I'm gonna
to
go
the
with Willy
game.
Wonka.
To what?
Because
though?
that's true. Willy Wonka is
And
my
still did okay.
Like it wasn't
How does
difficult.
Yeah,
to
like
factor into
kind of
the
half
trench?
paying attention.
Double Fine's upcoming release.
And
There's a lot
now,
of candy.
half paying attention to half paying attention.
Yeah, kind of listening to ourselves. Could only barely hear ourselves
No, I don't
here.
even
Just
know.
kind
Oh, I'm
of,
gonna cancel
you know.
Looking at our
Messing around with my
phones.
phone.
I was trying to.
It's all this
think about
activity over
trains.
here.
Coco.
Well, I don't think I could actually look at it like straight. It's like the corona of the sun. You'll go blind if you look directly at it. So
You guys
you
periphery.
look at it through your fingers, like moving fingers to.
Guys, do not look at the corona of the sun doing that. That's not scientifically proven to save your retina.
Just ask John Cena.
It's-
I'm not even gonna say. I'm just not even gonna say what it is.
I don't know what that means.
oh, what? That was a good joke. That's a shame.
Oh yeah, okay.
No,
I wasn't putting it together.
yeah.
Player one, give us your answer.
Oh, you're just gonna drop.
So Corey, go to justin.tv/giantbomb.
I am.
Don't tell me that internet's down. I'll be real bummed.
Nope, nothing there. That stream's dead.
I wonder if the real million is there. There must be a real.
So yeah, we were running our stream this morning
Yes, on Ustream.
on Ustream.
Started on Justin TV, but the Justin TV app has
so-
gone bad.
Yes,
Oh,
the milk's gone bad.
What do you think it is?
Pool's closed.
Pool's closed.
Pool's closed.
Whip it?
Whip it.
Whip it.
Yep.
Whip
See,
it
look
off.
at this. Deliberately choosing wrong answers.
Is it?
I think I still win.
Whip it's a dog, right?
Is that right?
You have an answer for us?
I believe that's with 2 T's on the end.
Sunday?
So what are they talking about?
They're talking about inhaling nitrous oxide
No
out of
way.
whipped cream canisters.
No way are they talking about
Talking about
that.
misusing
No
whipped
way.
cream.
I don't like this anything at all.
Other
Inhalant
entries-
abuse.
Your answer.
Yeah.
Topical.
Easter.
I think-
Walking on sunshine.
Puffin.
I think that part of the internet still works, and I can find out what sort
Correct
of,
spelling of
what sort
whip
of
it.
definitions there are for whip it.
One answer was
Oh man, one ahead.
Acne was the other one.
Yeah.
Gross.
I did not.
How did that have to do with chocolate?
Chocolate gives you acne.
No, you were right.
you're
A whip it
9.
is that dog.
It's
spelled that
gotta
way.
be, yeah.
It is.
Are you in
What
the
is a
league? No,
K-hole?
I don't know.
We just saw the numbers. Like it wasn't
We're
hard math to
Googling
do.
it. K-hole.
Oh, good. Round 2 starting.
There is totally a Wikipedia page for the term K-hole.
Really?
Yep.
Can I hear a dramatic reading of the first paragraph, the intro paragraph?
At sufficiently high doses of the drug ketamine, often 0.25 grams to 0.5 grams or more, it is common to experience a K-hole.
Yeah, we
I'm not
I
seeing
didn't
that.
know that.
This is a slang term for a subjective state of disassociation from the body which
I
may
know,
mimic
it's
the...
fucking, no, you're right. Do it. It's the answer.
phenomenology.
Did you see that? It was
Phenomenology.
Yeah, phenomenology.
Yeah.
Yep.
I studied phenomenology.
Phrenology.
I thought it was phrenology, but no, it's phenomenology.
Phrenology?
Phenomenology.
Study of the contours of your head?
Yeah.
That
No,
works?
it's not that.
Is that what that is?
Yeah,
though?
you're in a K-hole now.
Phenomenology of schizophrenia, out-of-body experiences, or near-death experience, and is often accompanied by feelings of extreme derealization, depersonalization, and disorientation, as well as temporary memory loss and vivid hallucinations.
This is the part where it just broke. Let's show this.
Okay.
The virtual keyboard.
No, I think something bad is happening.
Because I thought that was really funny. Wait,
So we have to be quiet. No one will be admitted during the Wii Remote breaking scene.
It's still vibrating though.
Oh, awesome.
And it's pointing at things. Did you press the A button really hard when you tried to turn it on?
Did you just glitch the game?
I
Did
think I
Travolta
did.
just glitch?
This is actually
Too
the
many
problem.
thetans.
This is
in
actually
this
the problem
Wii game.
with most.
Here we are talking about
developers
John
trying to
Travolta
play
again.
games.
Comes back around.
They just tend not to work.
Throw one of those other
icy?
battery sets in here.
How's your icy
Yeah.
going?
I can't imagine it being. A
The ice is now melted. It is just flat, cold Coke now.
The idea of Brad
This is gonna be
breaking
best
the virtual
book you guys have ever
keyboard
had, right?
Oh yeah.
somehow.
So, like in the moment that he was pressing the button, the battery died.
And it's just- Did it die? Because that's
No,
it
it
yeah.
didn't die. It just
Like
it
bugged
went
out.
weird because it was vibrating.
Right? Yeah.
Nice. We're back.
And what was the dollar?
So yeah,
value
that was the exciting battery changing sequence.
That's time.
there?
Harrowing.
We had to do that like 7
Who do
times.
you guys consider to be like
There was a bunch of takes on that.
Yeah, a lot of takes.
Brad kept forgetting his
go-to
line.
host? Like Dick Clark, right?
Dick Clark.
I'm not sure there's another.
So we have a man in the chat now.
Yep.
That's not a bad. That would be probably my
Over at
second.
justin.tv/Giant Bomb.
The only place that you can be watching this right now.
I think. I don't know if that works. Are people in there?
Yep.
Any questions?
Questions from the chat.
What is with the audio? I hear a lot of doubles.
No idea. Douchebag.
Goes with
Douchebag.
That's us. We're
That's
talking
us.
over
That's
ourselves.
We're talking over ourselves.
Ourselves.
And I didn't ring in. I just told you that.
Genghis John 187 wants to know,
neckerchief,
Jeff,
but
what is your problem with
necklace
lettuce?
makes
It always makes a sandwich
Oh,
better.
that's wrong.
No, it doesn't.
No, Dickie was one of the clues.
You know, I like
talk
lettuce
to the
on a
voice
sandwich,
in
and
your
I won't
head.
say that it
No one else can
always
hear
makes a
that.
sandwich better.
That was seriously.
There are plenty of
just in my
sandwiches
head.
you don't
seriously
want
just in your head.
lettuce
Wow.
on.
That's.
Oh wait, I just buzzed
Meatball
in.
sub.
We're not paying.
You don't want lettuce on that.
I was not.
Is it just
No,
dance?
don't want lettuce on that.
Just Dance, another Ubisoft classic. Like hot lettuce is usually.
Oh, like wilty hot lettuce.
Yep, that's what it's really. It's
Any kind
Sorry,
of hot
everyone at
sandwich.
Ubisoft.
generally speaking, but like a BLT, you want some. You know, obviously you want lettuce on that.
No.
Give us your answer.
Yeah.
I take it no L, no T.
I hate this.
Just a B.
You just eat a pile of bacon.
This format.
On bread.
Well, I mean,
On
you're not
bread.
wrong. It's a bad product.
BB.
You're not wrong, but also like how.
Bread and bacon.
Yeah.
If you sat down and thought about it, like
Bacon
how
buddy.
would you make $1 Million or how would you make Pyramid?
Corey, any other
into
questions?
A video game?
Now that the internet is over, what's next?
voice route the same way.
CB radios.
Yeah.
I
Did.
feel like
Shortwave?
doing it,
Yep.
That's right, good buddy.
Where one person would
10-4.
have,
Gonna
was it
wreck
one
my
person had to look
whip
away from the
antenna.
clues?
Hey everybody, we're looking at Section 8 here. Real fun.
Looks real good. This guy looks like a robot, but he's a man.
Yeah, that would be a good way to do multiplayer.
And
In this game, you play as a Kojak with a Kodak, and you got solved some crimes. Come on back.
One person see that there, and then
This game is a crime.
So $1 Million Pyramid coming to the game or to the Dreamcast soon.
What am I even talking about?
Remember when you were talking about?
No, what was I even talking about?
That's the illusion.
Corey, what was I even talking about?
I don't know.
Not,
Nobody knows.
not a suitable answer.
Let's not and say we did.
This game's gonna be so good in HD.
Were you talking about Liu Kang lady over there?
Were you ever a Boy Scout?
You think that's supposed to be a lady?
No, but we have like
I think
9
that's a man.
Eagle
On the
Scouts.
right?
Yeah,
I
that's
was
a
a Boy Scout
guy.
for about 3 weeks, like long enough to buy all the camping
That's
gear
a guy.
and realize I hated camping. That I didn't like going outside.
I'm not ready to.
Pass the render judgment.
You're saying you're post-gender.
Yeah,
I got that one.
Only guy would do finger guns like that.
Also, it was real bad.
MJ Healy wants to know if this is the death of the internet was Prince right?
Got my fire bag.
Well, I don't know what
definitely
Prince
times
say.
where like
Prince said the internet was over.
The answer is yeah, no, not fire.
Yeah, the internet's like
So
war.
wait, is it like
What color is the rain outside?
making?
Flame.
Flame is
I
up there.
I got
can't
my
tell.
s'mores badge.
Could be blue.
Could be blue.
Right.
Could be blue.
Is that teal?
4,
I don't
Larson.
I would have said fire as well.
I don't deal in names of shades of colors.
That's not my thing.
Teal doesn't mean anything to me.
It's either.
What do they say about
It's either blue or yellow or not.
In the room, and they would be going fucking insane watching this.
Yeah, this is like the
Max-
A lot of people asking if TNT will still happen tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, stay tuned to this channel.
We're gonna play MK today. That's gonna happen.
Whether you can see it or not.
That's
Yeah.
right.
cooking bag.
I feel like some of
You know, it's possible that PS3 might not be able to happen because apparently PSN is completely down.
There's not a cooking
Hey, that's a good question.
Potentially for days.
Corey, is our site back up?
cooking bag.
That makes sense.
A lot of people still saying it's not, but I will.
Because we're gonna stay in here regardless.
I imagine
sitting
the
in
chat
a
room
chair.
would let us know if the site came back up.
They realize
That's
still down.
Wait, no one wants to be a
That's
boy
Pool's
scout.
closed.
Gotta figure something out.
That's down.
To your achievement list.
David.
This is what you get for pissing off Anonymous, Vinny.
I didn't do that.
You finally did it. You've been goading them.
You're all.
What?
Why don't you do it for the lol?
Oh no, I'm not seeing this. I can't see this.
So there's
Not
a match for
happening.
everything was what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, how do we do that one?
Harper Kern.
Up on that one.
Bonfire.
It's interesting that in the talk of the data center stuff, I wonder what's happening.
It's like
in the
Burning Man,
imaginary
right?
data center.
Fire.
I just said fire.
Swapping hard drives.
Yeah, people swapping hard drives and there's smoke pouring out of something. They're like, oh, that's bad, that's bad.
This
turn that off, turn that off, turn that off.
Good.
Turn it off.
Like, is there gonna be like I want to play through this?
And
Or did they fire somebody who knew how to break everything, so he broke everything on his way out? You know?
No, that's the game.
I imagine
Imagine just fucking halon pouring out of the ceiling and just
masks
Out,
coming down.
out, everybody out.
One guy is like, I fucking told you all this. is bad.
God damn it.
God damn it. Tape backup.
Standing outside smoking Winston's.
Yeah.
Chair that they would put you in.
I said the cloud
But
is
no,
stupid.
doing it that really angry smoking Winston style where you
Oh,
fucking
like
hold it
and choke up real tight on it.
Yep, just like
Yeah.
Use your hand.
God damn you. What did I say?
So these are all the trenched hats, right?
Talk to Bill. Hey, you asked Bill. He knew.
Yeah, that blowout, that backward
You
blowout.
like this
thing.
one? That's
Yeah.
your favorite there.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we should donate some of our hard drives to
Some
Amazon.
glasses on my lady.
So we've got some backups.
We'll just
I should
upload them to
mention,
him.
yeah, this is
Oh,
all
we can.
Identical.
That's it. Let's wire them all up. Start a data
All
center.
the other cheap,
Join my hosting plan.
So
What is down? Because actually S3 is up.
You gotta do 100
EC2 is down.
fatalities.
I think that's the, yeah.
Master all the characters.
the thing that.
Do you want us to do
Yeah,
a
and then so
party
a
mode?
ton of different sites that use
think we have
Amazon's
to.
hosting services are just falling right now.
How did it?
Wonder if
Form Spring.
is the cloud media player down? Your Amazon MP3 player?
I don't know. I bet that still works.
Start uploading our videos. to
Right,
there.
Right.
Amazon.com works.
He does.
Start throwing stuff into my Dropbox.
I'm going.
Redhead
Check it out.
That's awesome.
Mediafire.com/
That's right.
So we'll just invite,
lowercase u, uppercase j.
on my
invite
rapid
everyone
share.
to our campfire group.
You know, this is clearly not a AAA game that we're playing right now.
It's quadruple
But the
All
fact
right,
that
little
it's-
spoiler
the
here.
fact that it's in a
This is the
box
other mode, the other
means
multiplayer
there's some
mode,
really smart
and it's
people
exactly the
that
same.
understand.
I don't believe they actually made two modes. I think they just put two buttons
I
on
wonder
the
if this
front
one
end.
ends differently or something like that. Like the party, like the party's harder at the end.
That they were able to put together and ship it.
Who would make it to that point?
No
And
one.
why does everybody have headbands?
That's my guy.
Yeah,
Modern fashion.
the fascination with the headbands in these games.
They probably were given.
I think that style of headband should come back.
The little roll-up kinds.
Yeah,
You have 6 weeks.
time is now.
Friendship bracelets.
Joanna Newsom style.
Box it. Just time box it. Have you ever heard of this term? Yeah, it's great. Just time
Get
box
some good insider shit here.
Don't worry,
six.
we'll scrum it out,
You got
guys.
6.
It's gonna be
See what
fine.
you can get done in 6.
Time box. I'd never heard time
Time
box
box.
it.
Yeah.
I still don't even know what you guys are talking about.
You're like, that's
Time box it.
Okay. So this is a
It's my understanding from the description is basically figure out how to do it in less time.
honestly.
You need 12 hours. We're giving you 6. Time box it.
Yeah, see, there's the little difference.
What's the box? Like, fight it?
No, it's you are kind of putting a lot of boxes and saying I'm going to spend this much time working on this,
Oh, okay.
and this much time working on this, and if you finish that thing early, I think you keep working on it to make it
How is this a party?
better.
Like, that's your allotted time
Yeah,
box?
that's your allotted time,
Okay.
regardless, and you spend that much time and go.
Okay.
If it's broken at the end, I think you just go, well, maybe
I
we
time
should-
boxed it.
Maybe we should have used a different.
A bigger box?
Maybe we should have scrummed this instead.
a lot of tackling in rugby, right?
I think that's how it works.
That sounds good to me.
Someone told me.
Corey, how does time boxing work?
He knows how to tackle
Effing
somebody.
time box. How does that
Jean-Claude
work?
Van Damme
Time boxer.
just comes back. Yeah, has to box himself.
You knew exactly what that was.
Hey, Norm Chan.
I got done with time boxing a while
I
ago.
actually
Now
have
I'm
an
into
answer.
Time UFC.
I think it's
Yes, I actually want to know.
Time boxing is a planning technique common in planning projects, typical for software development, where the schedule is divided into a number of separate time periods, or time boxes, with each part having its own deliverables, deadline, and budget.
In terms of just like
That sounded about right.
clues
Yeah,
Well,
nailed
I
it.
guess that's
Yeah, you got it.
a way to handle it.
Yeah, I'm glad that.
Dave, have you ever time boxed it?
Spell the whole thing out.
Do you guys remember anticipation for the next?
Yeah, you're a big time boxer?
That game did make you do that. It did make you enter
You're
into
constant.
the whole thing.
Are you in a time box right now?
That's how I get paid. That's how
On the streets? You're a rogue time boxer?
You've seen that picture, Dave.
Just set that MK controller on fire. Someone come sit down and take this other microphone. Norman Chan. Norman Chan, ladies and gentlemen.
Time?
Dave, what's up with the internet? We got inside man here.
You are our top man. What's up with Amazon's top men?
The time box failed.
Can they rewind the time box to when it worked?
They can't rewind.
But it never runs out. That time box rewinding potion.
Meeting with the internet.
That come out of
Yeah.
your butt.
Yeah.
Not budging at all.
No headway has been made.
Actually failed to pay.
Right, everybody wonders how we make money. We don't.
You don't? Whoops. Probably should have planned ahead for
Secret's
this.
out. So stay tuned to Justin TV. for more.
We only had so much time boxing for the, business plan.
I just came back. I was looking at Amazon's their service reps had basically said, "Hey, this is not a result of Skynet." Like an official Amazon rep came. This is not a result of Skynet.
So does that mean somebody actually had to go research and make sure it wasn't a result of
I
Skynet?
have no idea. Somebody
How would you know?
asked the question.
Skynet does a pretty good job hiding itself. It's on the internet.
And then, of course, somebody asked me if then Skynet made a link to that. The answer is yes.
I don't know. Is Skynet making you say all this right now?
I am.
Oh, I need to get my time box and stop this.
That's right.
Horrible twist.
Take all my
Use the
clothes.
time box, go back. You'll come back naked, but
Yeah, I'm gonna start taking my clothes off.
yeah.
So what do you guys? What's the engineering group doing without internet?
Well, we've got internet. So the
Okay,
funny-
without the
the
internet.
funny thing is
The part that matters.
we basically can't really even connect to stuff. So a lot of people are totally dumb.
exactly, right?
We still do local development.
Yeah.
So we work on all of our upcoming.
Oh yes.
Still happen.
Fantastic.
But just the actual website.
So we'll be back better than ever.
We can't even put that. You can't, like you try to connect and it's like, oh.
Can we
So like we couldn't
redirect?
even get to the page to change it to make it say.
Agreed.
You can't do anything.
Agreed.
We're completely reliant upon our Amazon.
I agree.
And they knew it.
Yeah. Generally speaking, it's like outages happen on the internet. Like it's not.
There was an explanation of exactly what happened, though.
Oh yeah. What is it? What's going on?
Something on fire.
Chan.
I think the report was that all their hard drives decided to mirror themselves at
Oh
once.
God.
Sounds like something Skynet would do. Back itself up
Right.
indefinitely.
That sounds like something an angry employee would set up and then quit.
Wow. So wait, who mirror themselves like off of one? So who got mirrored?
I think every drive tried to create a backup of itself on every other drive.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
It's one of those logical paradoxes. That's how you break a robot.
That's okay. We reverse the polarity of the dilithium crystals.
Yeah. All right, that's cool then. Seal off main engineering.
Has anyone told them just to zap the PRAM?
Just recycle.
Yeah, just power cycle.
We're changing IRQ settings.
Okay.
Need the internet to get up on IRQ 10.
Yeah.
7 is where my sound card is.
Go hit your dip switches.
Basically, somebody's trying to run Day of the Tentacle on the cloud. Just all those drives.
We were talking about data centers earlier with Andy, and when you think of Google's data center, Amazon's data center, you think organized, like clean rooms. And
We saw that
racks
video
and-
that was going around a few weeks back of the or that
No,
we
I
were
saw
watching a
that.
few weeks back. like showed their like one of these data centers, and it's crazy.
Well, it's a mess. It's like
not this one.
Oh, okay.
This one was like it was all modular. It was all
which is how you imagine. Like it's the fucking future.
Except the crazy part was how much overhead was used for cooling. Like most of the building was about transporting the water and.
Daniel's got package from Amazon. They delivered our website.
Oh, great.
Oh, it's here.
A lot of people are wondering.
Could you plug that in?
Good thing we have Prime.
A lot of people wondering if we're going to be getting a bunch of credits because of this.
Well, we're certainly not paying for bandwidth that we're not using right now.
So it's like our setup is kind of a la carte, right? It's however much you use.
I think so.
I have no idea.
So that's $1 Million Pyramid.
We should rerun this.
So we are
How much does that cost?
rerun Pyramid.
$1,000.
Why?
And then shut up.
Oh.
Well, we've got more.
Yeah, we've got another.
Not too much.
Let's show our other piece of original content before we get into reruns here.
You know.
When's Trench coming out?
I'll be back. All right, he'll be back.
We're just gonna run Game of Thrones back to back.
We're gonna start showing MLB games.
We've been enjoying saying that everything's coming out in summer, so could we
without written or implied consent.
Oh no! Shut us down! I dare you! Oh, it's shut down already.
Yeah, you did it.
You didn't say that. No. Did you say that?
There a UFC pay-per-view going on right now, Jeff?
No, doesn't look like it.
Jeff, thank you for the fact checking and for the
Any other
original
questions?
song singing.
I'm getting like 50-50. Some people want the quick look shut off, and some people want it to keep going.
Thank you guys for having me.
Well, it's gonna
This was a
happen.
lot of fun.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. This will be up on the site when the site is up. And that
$1 Million Pyramid, folks.
And that was the $1 Million Pyramid. Next, we have a quick look for the $10,000 Pyramid.
I wish.
For the Commodore 64.
Yeah.
Next, we're just gonna watch an episode of Pyramid.
That sounds all right.
Throw it on.
YouTube still up?
I'm trying to think if we could just play Pyramid.
Probably. You and me are just gonna sit here and
close your ears, Corey. Give me a word.
Cavi. Buddha.
Cobra.
Okay.
Cobra.
Yeah, you got it.
All right.
Yeah, you
Nailed
won.
it.
Corey, you're bad at this.
2, 4, 6. All right, $1,200. We'll be back after these messages.
Words that are on our walls.
Cobra.
You got it again. You're very good at this.
Thank you.
Jeff, you did a quick look. Was it yesterday?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Back.
Remember,
still had our innocence yesterday.
That quick look yesterday?
Man, I remember it like it was just yesterday.
This is with a wavy line.
Yesterday.
Just wait for it.
Yesterday.
Wistfully thinking.
You looked at Section 8?
Section 8, Prejudice.
That's racist.
Now, is this a sequel? Is this a follow-up?
It's a follow-up.
This came out on as the original Section 8 came out as a disc-based game.
In some territories it was on disc, in some territories it was a download.
Okay.
What is Section 8?
It's a first-person shooter, primarily multiplayer-focused, primarily team-based, sort of a. Some people kind of compared it to Tribes, which yes, they're sort of kinda. It's kind of got some of that Battlefield sort of stuff where it's an open area with control points that must be captured. But then, sort of like Killzone, some other missions will jump off in the middle, like, oh, now it's an elimination, and now it's this, and they'll kind of jump back and forth between modes as you're kind of capturing these control points and doing this other stuff. And you can, you earn money as you play that you can then use to call in deployables like anti-aircraft turrets, tanks.
That costs money.
They cost
per round.
Yeah, per round. Yeah, so you start out with $0 every time and build it up from killing dudes.
So this is now Xbox Live Arcade.
Yeah.
That's this week's business.
Yeah, that and Fancy Pants Adventure were this week's business.
Well, let's take a look at it. You joined Jeff?
Yeah, it was me and Jeff looking at Section 8 Prejudice.
Yeah. All right. Any funny stories from the studio on this one?
I sat. I normally sit on the couch in the back, but I just wasn't feeling the couch was really what I wanted to be for this one. So I sat on a stool in kind of the middle of the room, which puts me closer to the wall, so you might hear a little more bounce off my voice.
It's funny because I was earlier joking about sitting in another chair and just staring at Jeff for the duration of the quick look.
And then I made that possible.
And then ended up looking at the back of Jeff's head for the duration of the quick look.
You guys are such pranksters on the set. We'll have more from behind the scenes when we come back.
Are we going somewhere?
No. I'll put my leg up there.
A lot of people asking if they need to have friended GBT&T to participate in the in TNT because of the lobby system.
I don't know.
All right.
If you shouldn't need to, but the lobby system has been a little sketchy since the game came out. So if the lobbies are down, we will have to invite people.
Yeah. I cleared out the friends list earlier this week, so it's probably just sitting with a whole bunch of invites on it.
Cool.
We'll give priority to some folks if we need to.
Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, talking about MK, talking about the GBT&T account, talking about the internet being broken.
Now, what's up with the Whiskey Media Giant Bomb SummerSlam Jam?
The Whiskey Media Mortal Kombat Scrub League Invitational.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. It's going to be awesome. I'm really excited about it. We've got a lot of comers.
I played some Mortal Kombat last night.
Yeah.
I think I should join your Scrub League.
You going to join the Scrub League?
I think I
How far did you get?
I think I placed in the Scrub League last night. I died on the first fight with Johnny Cage.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I lost that fight.
I came kind of close, but I made it through that.
I made it past the Jade and...
so that was the first fight that I was really eating it hard on, was the 2-on-1.
I did okay there.
Yeah.
I am now up to playing as... I played as Sonya, played as Scorpion.
Is Cyrax after that?
Yeah, I'm playing as Cyrax.
Yeah.
That's where I am.
Playing
I'll take
as
a break.
conscious backpack hip-hop Cyrax.
I like Cyrax.
Got nets.
Yeah, it's got that time box. He's
well, fantastic. I think that makes it everyone. Like Jeff is the only person not in the Whiskey Media Mortal Kombat Scrub League Invitational. So he can provide commentary.
Yeah, I will say things like they're fighting. Use more skill.
That guy's not doing very good.
You should hit him harder.
Jump. Oh no, you can't because jumping's disabled.
No, we're not going to do test your luck
that's
matches
my
for the
favorite.
Scrub League.
Not
Not
yet.
this time.
Not yet.
We'll do secondary tournament.
We have some folks like you and I have played a little bit of the story mode. You've got some folks who played less but have more old school MK experience. And we have some people literally never played an MK game. Will be picking up the stick for the first time at the Invitational.
Is it elimination style?
Oh yeah, double elimination.
How do we have to? Do we need a hat or something to put a piece of paper in to match people up
for the brackets?
Yeah,
we probably should randomize the brackets at the beginning at least.
I was gonna place them for maximum dramatic effect.
That works too.
That's good.
I figure it's just the first one.
Well, what if we just do the illusion that you're pulling out paper and never show it, and it looks random, but then it has maximum.
Okay, yeah, sure. No, we're gonna totally pull names out of a hat.
Yeah, and then
Good call.
oh, look at that, Sean Coons versus Shelby Bonnie.
Yeah, we're gonna broadcast that like it's the draft.
Do we have jerseys that people can hold up?
Do we have cameras in bars so we can watch people freak out?
I love that. It's so dumb. We're like, here's the local reaction from drunks.
And just it's always people just like staring.
And then
yeah.
Hands up.
Well, Bill, as you can see,
they're not happy about that at all.
They are extremely happy about that. What else is there? Well, Bill, kind of no reaction. I didn't even know they were watching Friends on the TV the entire time.
It's the one with Ross and Rachel. It's a good one.
People love it, Bill. Back to you in the studio.
David Schwimmer. What's he up to these days?
I don't know. I'm wasted. I've been at this bar for 5 hours waiting on this goddamn shot.
It's one shot.
But it always looks.
Yeah.
That shot always looks unattended. Like someone just like put a camera up like in the corner.
Yeah.
And like, all right, that's good enough.
Just roll it.
Just run the cable.
I imagine
out.
they must just like get a contractor in those cities, like a camera guy, and just say, "Go set up a shot at this bar."
It's really high. It's high though. What? Maybe they just go down there. They go to the local bars and they're like, 3, 2, 1, everybody cheer. Ah! All right, 3, 2, 1, everybody growl.
Or maybe they just have a set that looks like a few different bars.
They get all the PAs and everybody in.
Round everybody up.
That'd be my
all right,
favorite.
everybody put on your Blue Jays hats.
Okay.
All right, now you're in Toronto, so give us a hey!
All right, everybody in this room, you're all fired. Oh! All right, great. Now we got. Just kidding, everybody's. Oh!
I think I threw a charge pack on him.
We have a bar. We could do that shot.
We'd have to tape green over the TV so you could map the shot from out here is.
Well, they never show the TV. They always just show.
It's always like
it's always the reverse
like in the
shot,
same like up angle that the TV is in the bar,
right?
But not directly at it. Like you see, everyone's kind of looking in another direction.
Yeah.
Bated breath.
Always like blown out and gritty because it's too dark and they don't really light it.
Gain it all up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. This looks a lot like Halo.
Yeah, I think I said that at some point in this.
I mean, it looks like a little Space Marine-y, but I don't think it really looks like Halo much.
I think the
like the guns look like they're space guns, but
I mean like the environment, like the
Is that the tribes part?
Yeah, it's kind of well. There's some vehicle shit too.
And if you run, you eventually run real fast.
And like the kind of the mountains around the
I
hard
guess,
square military.
I guess.
Installment
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. I still maintain the dude looks like a Robo Sapien.
The bullets are Halo-ish too, aren't they? Like where it just goes down the clip.
Yeah. You ever play any of the Section 8 games, Norm?
Yes.
This one or the one before it?
Yes.
No shit.
Actually, I like this game.
Hey.
You're talking about it being like a Space Marine guy. I like that you feel like you're in a robot suit and there's a good clanking when you're walking forward. The jetpack has adequate momentum, so like.
I do like when you run when you kick into overdrive and then hit the jetpack.
Yeah.
Which we'll see a little later on here.
Tease that one out a little bit.
Yeah, that's right.
Stay tuned, everyone.
Stay tuned for
you won't want to
running.
miss.
You will not want to miss running jetpack moment.
Ask me anything, Prejudice.
And so like that guy,
folks.
enemies also use
Why are
jetpacks,
you so prejudiced?
right? And so there's an
Section
ability
8,
that you can auto lock.
Yeah.
Which normally auto lock is lame.
It
But
seems like they govern it enough. Like
that's the thing.
You can't use it very
exactly.
often.
It's timed.
That was
like
a bad grenade toss there.
So like for those guys who are flying around jetpacks, if you don't want to use your controller or mouse and keyboard,
Being to be totally honest, I
aim,
really
you
don't
could
like that they're
auto-lock.
talking about the game here.
This is weird.
Now this is the part where I hit A to hack the security network.
What's really weird is I'm pretty sure you also commented on that bad grenade throw when you made that bad grenade throw.
Still a bad grenade throw.
Yeah. There's a couple of those in this. There's a bad rocket launcher shot as well.
Do you remember what these guys are talking about? What's the problem over there?
Talking about how Salvador
Yeah.
is Salvador, but then they all go into I don't know who that guy is mode, but with the subtitles on, it clearly says his name is Salvador.
Clearly to us, people can't see it because we're blocking it.
You're blocking it.
And Norm's kind of blocking it.
Core is Gravy.
Yeah.
It's like a
That's Graves.
Mad magazines.
Oh, Graves. That's right. I forgot about Graves.
Norm, you and
I
Will.
wonder if you ever get to see Graves.
I don't want to spoil anything for tomorrow, but Will made some purchases for the live show tomorrow. Right?
Let's not talk about this.
I'm setting it up.
Will almost blew it earlier.
Yeah, we're gonna wear blindfolds and eat a lot of potato chips.
That sounds pretty good.
You know,
I'm
science.
I'm trying to get people to watch the show, Norm.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
technology.
Hey guys, blindfolds and potato chips coming up.
We're gonna build a time box.
Great.
Ooh.
What are you gonna send through time in your time box?
We can send ourselves and other time boxes.
Wait.
And then have recursive.
Yeah.
So
And then you can go
it's
back
like primer.
and you can take it back further.
Right.
No, you can only go as far back as when you activate the first time box.
So then when did your handwriting start messing up?
So I activated the time box last week.
Yeah.
That is the earliest.
You didn't leave it in the fridge, right? Because Melissa cleaned out all the time boxes from the fridge.
Check out this great running part. That's great. That's a great running part.
That was pretty good.
Health beams. Ammo beams, I mean.
Yeah, ammo beams.
That's my impression of almost all DVD commentary.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. You see he's getting shot.
Look at this part. Amazing.
Funny thing about this part.
Funny thing about this part, majestic. Look at it.
It was funny.
Just
Bill didn't want to leave this
I just want to say,
our fifth take was the best one.
Cinematographer.
Excellent.
Did such an amazing job.
Really capturing the mood.
And this part, Jeff's shooting that barrel instead of the dude.
Set design.
Because the barrel kind of looked like the dude.
Earlier that morning, this is all an empty warehouse.
It was so cold. All I remember about this is it was so cold.
Yeah, Emily was bundled up. She was wearing a parka the entire time.
Yeah, gotta give props to the crafts. The services department.
Yeah.
They really took care of us.
Really,
Unsung
really.
heroes, really.
I remember that sweater was so ratty by the end.
Yeah, and she just wouldn't take it off.
We had to go and buy her. I had to get one of the PAs to go and buy her a new sweater and just like steal the old sweater and replace it when the one moment she wasn't wearing it.
You know, she still has.
We're gonna get across
All
that.
right, here it is.
Oh,
Here it is.
Here it is. We talked about it earlier, and now the time has come.
Time box is here.
Time box is here for the running jetpack part.
You gotta back up.
Let's shh.
Oh, I hope it breaks into. There we go.
Don't talk.
Oh yeah.
Amazing.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah. So that's
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
7
Also,
weeks
I
in
don't
planning.
think you needed the run there. Like you really cleared that jump
It's a good jetpack.
pretty generously.
Pretty functional.
Well, I made it.
No, I know. I'm saying is that it's a little showy. That's all.
And even though it looks like it's pretty open, I mean, obviously there are cliffs. If you look on the mini map,
Yeah.
if you go outside that line,
We were
area-
actually just talking about that in the quick look.
oh, man,
Yeah, at that moment.
prescient.
There's the bad rocket
That's
shot.
the bad rocket shot you were talking about.
All coming together. And you just said that was a bad rocket shot.
How's the internet doing?
This is really compelling shit.
Someone actually wants to know if anyone has played SOCOM 4 and what their impressions of it are.
I started playing it last night, right before PSN stopped working. And I don't know. It's okay. I'm not loving it. It feels kind of old.
Say it felt kind of a little antique, little.
Yeah. It's like they're taking the SOCOM formula and trying to kind of modern it up a little bit, but that stuff only serves to remind you that the rest of it just seems dated. I don't know. The camera angles get pretty bad in tight quarters. That third-person camera, just if you're backing into corners to shoot guys and do stuff like, you end up with some pretty bad camera stuff at times, and that's pretty disappointing. But there's some campaign stuff. There's some spots where you get separated from the rest of your team, so you're just kind of going solo. They've got like a stealth meter and stealth missions and stuff like that, and I didn't really have too much fun with that either. But the campaign has never really been the draw for SOCOM anyway. So yeah, I don't know. I need to play a lot more of it before we say anything definitive. But early impression, it seems okay, but it's not a world beater. It's not taking on all comers or anything like that.
Will's got safety glasses on.
Love it. So yeah, I won't say anything more specific, but tested tomorrow on the live show. Some fucking science is gonna happen.
I don't want to see.
And testing.
We're gonna do some damn science. It's gonna be
Take on
awesome.
Mythbusters.
I am stoked about that.
How's it going over there, Will?
We're like cursier Mythbusters.
Man.
Cursier, beardier Mythbusters.
No hats.
Safety goggles.
Yeah.
I'm wearing safety goggles.
We were
Man,
talking
Will's
about that.
hipster goggles.
I can't find
Hey,
the real ones.
Bono.
I'm wearing the HD Visions.
Will just got back from snowboarding.
Man, it was awesome shredding. I don't know what snowboarders say.
He has the outline where his face is red except for his eyes
That's
from
right.
the goggles.
Little reverse raccoon.
Windburned
Yeah.
and sunburned. So our site's still down? Is that what's happening?
A few hours.
A few hours.
Wait, a few hours it'll be back up?
We hope so.
They're working on an ETA.
All right, so
They have an ETA for the ETA?
The ETA for the ETA is a few hours.
A few hours.
So
There was very specific language, the high-level estimate.
high level.
yeah, let's hear the official word from Amazon on what the F is going on.
So we're gonna do. I think we're gonna do the podcast if it's still down. Norm, you can tell. You have a microphone.
We're going to do the podcast possibly live.
Yeah,
Possibly.
stay
It's a bit of
tuned.
a surprise.
Gary's on his way.
Yeah, Gary Widow's on his way, but Amazon, they have a board where they're posting updates, and the last update was, well, before they wouldn't give any updates about, they wouldn't want to make
Well, they
any
don't
estimates.
guess.
Yeah.
They don't guess.
But now the very high-level approximation is that they will know in a few hours when
There was very
they can
explicit
tell us.
language, and my phone is not loading the language.
The internet.
Pool's closed, dude.
We took that page down
Bad
for the
idea to leave
lulz.
print.
Go see if you can get your print job back.
I'm going to Craigslist.
Go make a newsletter. Post it around the neighborhood.
I love Print Job. Favorite piece of software.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make some banners.
Yeah.
Whose
Happy birthday.
Whose birthday is it?
I make a calendar.
It's work day. I got this picture of a guy on a computer.
Man, a lot of red dots on that screen.
Low res picture of a piece of
Yeah, I
cake.
decided that I was kind of bored of shooting these guys, so I decided to just kind of run
past them.
ahead to the objective and
Which you
get
can
in behind
totally
them. You
do.
can totally do.
You can jetpack above them all. I don't want to fight.
They don't seem to hip to that.
I'm a button presser, not a fighter.
So Amazon doesn't have a hard ETA for the fix, but their high-level ballpark, that's a quote, is a few hours. That is also a quote.
I can't tell if high level means like
the outside or the inside.
soonest.
Now, high level
or the
means they
latest.
can't be specific. High level means the up. That's what the upper
That's
management.
what you
was
say
told.
instead of wild-ass guess.
Why don't you? Well, I mean, they already cover that with ballpark. But they're high level ballpark. So even within the standards
Of
of
ballparks, this is
I'm
like
at full shrug
This is-
right
this
now.
is Green
This
Monster.
As shruggy as I get.
it's pretty
I don't
shruggy.
get any shruggier.
I just,
Upper
part of
deck.
me just feels really bad for them
wait,
right now.
someone
'cause
put
it-
an upper decker in the Amazon servers and
the high level ball air
It's a high level ballpark, right?
Don't go in there. I just high level ballpark that.
this party sucks.
So yeah, the things must be really terrible right there.
how much effort do you think was put into deciding on the language of high level ballpark?
Either
Do you think that was a single person's call, or do you think they had to run it by someone else? They said like
at the high level, you need a lot of
originally it
approvals.
just said
Right.
ballpark, and it's like no, high level ballpark.
I imagine, like in my mind, nobody is calm over there right now, and that even finding somebody to pin down to run something through is hard. Nobody wants to talk to anybody. Just running around, things are on fire, and somebody's just like, just send them out a message. I don't care what you say. Just ballpark it, high level stuff.
Time box it.
I don't know.
They
high level
flip through the
ballpark-
manual, and then you like the glossary of terms you're
Right.
supposed to use at the right
Yeah.
times, right?
Crisis
This is-
management
how,
guide.
How detailed is it? It's a ballpark. Okay, now go to the next page. Now, what level ballpark is it?
It's low level.
Is it
It's like Shea Stadium.
Yeah.
Like what are we talking here? So Amazon.com is up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the biggest tragedy.
I could go order some.
Don't
I could probably go order some EC2 service on my phone through Amazon.
don't try from your own supply. Is that
Yeah.
don't get high.
Don't get high on your own supply.
I like the other one. I like don't try from your own supply. That's it moves a little faster.
Is that it?
Now we got multiplayer.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just the campaign stuff. I think we chose a really good moment to quit out of the campaign there.
Some stuff blew up.
Yeah, we got to see
And,
stuff blew up, and the dudes flew down that cliff, and that was kind of awesome.
Yeah.
It's downloadable only.
It is, yeah, $15.
Wow.
They're billing it as the best $15 shooter of the year.
Okay.
Which, you know, it's pretty qualified, and that's an increasingly competitive space. There are other games that have been downloadable first-person shooters, but this one is definitely the deepest downloadable shooter for $15 out this year so far.
Tango
For
Down,
now.
was that a...
Blacklight Tango Down.
Was that this year?
I don't know if that was this year.
No, it was last year.
It was last year.
Alpha Black.
Yeah.
Well, hey, look, the Amazon Gold Box EC2 service.
Is it really?
No. Fire sale on that shit.
Want some hard drives? They're all mirrored.
Gently mirrored.
Yeah.
Siphon knife.
I'm going assist well with science.
All right.
Go have fun with science. Norman Chan, ladies and gentlemen.
I would like to read somebody's like at Amazon, one of the texts there. The slow realization of just how bad that whole thing was. Like, I think something's going on.
Like, hey, you guys seeing this?
You guys, what? What's going on?
You guys seeing this?
Just a bunch of stuff is going down. I just probably like hiccup on those.
Just tap the screen. It's like the guy seeing the fighter jets come in, and he just kind of goes, and they go away. But no, they're really there.
And then it blips back, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh god.
Oh god, it's full of red dots now.
The full invasion. That's impossible. Just like, I think they're trying to, all the drives are trying to mirror each other. What? I know.
That's
no.
not possible. That's not possible.
I think, And just somebody runs and pulls the plug out of the wall. Just
like mid-sentence.
Someone
like,
walks around the corner and there's a puppy chewing through a cable, looking up, going, "Oh,
oh shit!"
No.
Tell them the mirroring
No,
thing.
it's three guys looking at a monitor, two guys looking over one guy's shoulder at just some sort of status page and going, so why? Oh, and then someone just full sprint to somewhere.
Flipping breaker switches.
Yeah, just like breaker.
He's like Geordie LaForging under a door that's closing automatically and shit. Just,
Like
gas is pouring in.
Like no.
They're ejecting those.
There's a lot of great. Actually, I'm looking at this email that Will was quoting earlier.
Yeah.
There's some great language in here.
All the time. Elimination is deathmatch. Yeah. Basically.
Such as and you know good crisis language like all hands are on deck.
Maximum armor.
Offline, I imagine, is just bots.
We deeply understand why this is important. It's not just a cursory, not a surface understanding.
Right, I can't express this, and I can't get this to you enough. We know.
Like, dude, we so know how important this is. We're taking this super seriously.
If you don't think I know how important it is, email me. Call me.
I'll tell you.
I'll tell you. No, I know.
No, actually, I won't answer the phone because I'm too busy
trying to fix your problem because I know.
all handsing this high-level time box.
Level ballpark.
I figure this is, best trial by fire day one. See if he can get his sandwiches. If not,
Any other questions that people have? This is the time to ask it.
Someone just asked, is Giant Bomb down for anyone else?
nope.
Works for me here. We're here. You're seeing us.
I'm down.
Fully D.
A lot of people are actually asking for impressions on Section 8. A lot of folks just
Well,
watching
they
it aren't
should be
liking
listening
it,
to this thing.
I can't.
It's okay.
Look at this.
Seems all right.
Look at this part.
Yes, this is how you spawn. You pick where you want to drop, and then you drop.
That's pretty cool.
we want to get in faster than that, so we'll hit it right there. It's cool. Oh, and I think everybody's hearing this because we have the Kinect hooked up. Hello,
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
video game world.
What? The spawn.
Yeah, the spawn. Oh, hold on. I mean, that's as much as you get.
I was paying attention.
You could just use that other microphone.
Capture these control points. Okay. Oh yeah, I see.
Now I'm laying down.
What is your shoots at 12, right, Joey?
Get him.
You guys rescheduling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Time boxing.
Yeah. Expanding the time box. We should just, whatever, spin this camera around. Just show you, what you doing, news? Yeah, and you doing a screen feature? Two screen features.
Wow. Back to back.
So yeah.
Yeah. Just turn one of these cameras over there to show the shoot live and go. And at some point, when the site's back up,
This will
You'll
come up.
see this.
you'll see this, and there'll be like cuts, and we'll do like still and like video overlays from other sources.
Editing.
Yeah, we'll just there'll be editing, maybe a music bed.
Let's go get some more ices, guys.
I still got a little bit of icy left here.
A lot of folks are asking about the Mortal Kombat mains. Anyone decided on that?
On the what's?
Oh, like who's your
The
main
mains,
character?
like on
No.
Mortal Kombat?
Nope.
I have only played 3 guys so far.
I've been jumping around. It's kind of always been the beautiful thing about Mortal Kombat is I never really would stick to one character. Like, right now I'm best with Scorpion, but whatever. I could random select in that game and have a good time. It's all about having a good time.
It's all about the love. I think Scorpion's probably the easiest to get into.
Yeah, that's who I did. I made it through his section the fastest. The thing I have a question about, though, Jeff, as a personal new recruit in the Scrub League, D-pad or analog stick?
D-pad.
D-pad.
D-pad. Even on the regular Xbox 360 controller.
Oh yeah.
Because I kept going back and forth because I felt like I was missing moves on both of them. And sometimes it would work better on the analog stick. So even though they're down back, you could still roll them, right?
You can still roll.
I just need to get used to the timing better. I forget too. Like, I don't know any of the characters' moves, so it's like I don't like the ones like Johnny Cage's crotch punch, which is you have to hit forward and down. I don't like things where you have to move towards your opponent ever.
Right. Yeah.
In any kind of way.
Yeah, stuff that's forward, down, and back down, like those kind of reverse fireball rolls, always feel weird.
It messed me up.
Yeah.
I don't like doing it. I hear Gary Whitta.
Yeah, you always want to start with down, whether it's like away or toward.
Well, because you start with down, you can pretty much block. Well, I guess you could always block in Mortal Kombat. I'm thinking Street Fighter style, but like, maybe that's my problem. I may have time to like hold the block before I hit forward or something like that. Because you can hold it while you're doing moves,
you
right?
could do that. Yeah, that's. But if you're kind of mid combo, it's not really.
Well, I always feel like I'm walking into a guy if I'm hitting forward in something.
But also that block button used in concert with some of the special moves can give you the super versions of those special moves.
Right. Yeah,
oh, that's
if
right.
If you're doing the enhanced.
Is that what they call them? Enhanced?
Yes. Should have just called them EX moves. Yeah, it's like Street Fighter.
You understand that.
Jeff has the 3D.
It's all right. It's fine. I think that's more, you know, the frame rate's still fine, but I think the 3D being manageable probably has more to do with it being a fighting game and not a first-person shooter. You know, most of the other games with the 3D support have that kind of I'm going into the screen look to it, and you know you need to find very precise points on the screen to shoot people in the head, and it's hard to do that in 3D. Or at least I'm still having a lot of trouble doing that in 3D. But you know, MK actually the fighters themselves are still presented pretty much in 2D. It's the backgrounds that are,
it's where they give it the depth.
Yeah, so you can kind of look at that game even if it's in 3D mode without
bugging
glasses, and it's not going to freak you out too much. I blew up that missile turret. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah. Oh, have we met Captain Ron yet? Or,
no, was it Sergeant Rock?
Sergeant Rick.
Sergeant Rick. Commander Rick. No.
Captain Rick?
Captain Rick.
I think it was Colonel.
Colonel Rick.
Colonel Rick?
Colonel Rick?
No.
Is he another player?
We think it's a bot. I don't think we ever. Oh yeah. Also, this is fun. We had the Kinect hooked up. To
no.
Jeff blew up, but also we had the Kinect hooked up to the Xbox, and
so
the mic
voice,
was not muted.
Yeah.
So you see every once in a while
the
little voice thing will pop up in the left-hand side.
People listening to us talk about the game.
Yeah. But only a little bit. Like only.
Well, that's not annoying.
I bet we were really degrading the player experience for the 31 other people in this game.
Well, I think some of them are bots. So.
Really ruined their time.
The bots had a horrible time. They hated it.
But there we never figured out any way of discerning other than that name is
that
too,
a person or not? Yeah, that name is
awesome.
has too many X's around it to be a bot.
It's actually a
Oh
mechanical.
right, DJ Games.
DJ Games.
Oh, it's such a good. I need a new
bot.
gamer tag.
I know.
I need a new gamer
We
tag.
talked about that yesterday.
I know.
Yeah.
That's bringing it back up. I need a new gamer tag.
Did you try again yesterday after couldn't do it from the iPad? Did you go back home and?
No, I went to that musical show
right.
with Alex Navarro. Went and saw the Go Team. Had a wonderful time.
Oh, that's fun.
It was a really nice night.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Melissa, how was Janet Jackson? Is it fun? You enjoyed that show? Yeah.
It was great.
Awesome. Awesome. Two thumbs up from Melissa Durkin on last night's Janet Jackson show at the Civic Center. Alex, you want to come over here and talk about Go Team?
Sure.
Alex Navarro, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Go Team was pretty freaking awesome.
It was fun. We got to watch from backstage.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Like side stage?
Yeah, it was like, so they had like kind of a little, it was upstairs, so you're looking down on the band from the side. There's a little like railing area.
Very drum-heavy audio mix from standing there, but it was pretty awesome. That band is
actually,
just...
you know, I like not having that much, like, Go Team sound is already kind of like, let's push those vocals back. Like, you don't need that much clarity on the vocals. So.
It's more chanting than vocals at a point. But yeah, that band is just like a ball of unchecked energy. And
dude, just like everyone, just like every other song, like, all right, everyone rotate. Like, you're a drummer now you're singing this song.
No, it's every song. Someone switched an instrument with someone
Don't call
else.
yourself the Go Team without being ready to go.
And they did, man. They
and the crowd was in it.
They rocked that house. The crowd was pretty good too. Full house.
Good.
It was nice. It was a nice, fun show.
Cool. Where was that? It was Mezzanine.
The Mezzanine, yeah.
I've seen some pretty good shows at the Mezzanine. That was yeah, it was a lot of fun. So
Where were we just-
thanks to Jay
We're just at the
and
Mezzanine.
and to Kai for.
We were at the Mezzanine for that
For the
EA
hookup.
thing.
Yes.
Yeah, Jay and Kai for hooking us up.
That's where we shot that.
Thanks, Jay and Kai. Jay
Kai being the one of the drummers. She actually took a photo of us up on the railing
Oh, really?
at the end of the show and then
Wait,
posted
so,
it.
so she's a drummer, but she'll rotate out and play other stuff?
Yeah, she
She mostly drummed, but she also she ran out. She sang a song, and then I think she was also playing keyboards on a couple of things.
Yeah, that's right.
Sounds like a fun time.
There's like
Yeah.
6 people in that band?
There's 6 people, and so they most of the songs have 2 drummers. And the crazy thing is that it's not just 2 drummers; it's 2 drummers all playing to a click.
Like they all have headphones
But
on.
like 4 different people in that band play drums at various points in the show, so they all have to be like in tune with that stuff, and that is super hard.
Did you bring him a T-shirt?
We didn't actually meet anyone from the band.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They looked very tired
I
and
bet.
wanted to go
This
backstage.
was the end of the tour.
Yeah, it was the last show of the entire U.S. tour.
Oh, so they're done. Oh,
Yeah.
good for them.
Yeah.
Good. You know,
And they brought it. Like
Yeah.
even it being their last show of the tour, they had a good performance.
high energy.
Oh yeah, no, they were like just falling all over each other by the end of that show.
It was good stuff. It was really, really good.
We shot that Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning interview at the Mezzanine.
Yep, and the Alice Madness Returns. It's American.
Most American of McGee's.
I can't remember the last time that I was at the Mezzanine for business.
Does that Will Wright Gilligan's Island thing?
That was probably the last time I was there. Yeah.
No, there was something
The Capcom thing.
past that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the Capcom Christmas party.
Is it the Christmas party?
It was like their Christmas party, but they were showing games.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that guy's name Colonel Rick? He must be bots.
Colonel Rick.
There we go.
No one
Colonel
have a
Rick.
name as cool as Colonel Rick. What up, Colonel Rick?
You can tell me.
Grenades.
It's good for the podcast.
Whenever, I mean, we have the dude here that we need to start the.
Dude is here.
Competing streams. Is that
No,
what
I
it's
think
just-
we'll just keep going on.
You guys off.
So what
Yeah,
do you
cool.
what do you need? You need a laptop.
We need like a laptop.
So you
and,
want to just bring the iMac out here and we'll just set up the podcast stuff here.
we could do that. I mean, basically, the same stuff's on my laptop.
So are you comfortable recording on your laptop?
I'd rather do it on the. I'll go grab the iMac and bring it out here and set it up.
Yeah,
on the stool
let's
or
just do that. Yeah, and the mixer as well.
yeah. Okay. Certainly. It seems pretty robust.
Yeah.
Do you want to bring the real mic?
It's up to you. It might be hard to hold on the chairs and laps and stuff. We can put lavs on you.
Put so many points into reducing recoil, but it's just like the whole thing feels like it.
Tested podcast coming up.
Yeah. Stay tuned.
Next
for that.
year on the
Yeah.
giant bomb. feed.
Sure.
Might as well just leave it going.
Yeah.
Didn't we do something like this in September?
Kind of like this. Yeah.
Yeah. So stay tuned for the after party outside, block party. That's not
I'm just going up
happening.
there now.
will be
Ben
on.
Affleck.
Don't come by. No, there's no
That's right.
block
Ben
party.
Affleck, Ernest Hemingway, Gary Whitta.
Mike Rowe.
That's right. Mike Rowe will be here.
All the friends of Giant Bomb.
Adam Boys will be here.
Atta
Wearing a dumb
boys.
hat.
Yep.
Or don't. That's cool. Take off. Whatever works.
So that's.
I'm going to be
Section
honest. This is now far more Section 8 prejudice than I ever thought I would look at.
Yeah. Same here.
This is a long quick look.
Was it?
Are they always this long?
Yeah, they're kind of always this long.
Really?
So, yeah.
I don't think
Hey.
we
I don't,
usually
I don't
talk
think
as
you
much
real, I
about
don't think you,
Amazon.
I don't think you realize how long they are until you watch them twice. Looking at it a second time like this, you're like, oh man.
This kind of goes, huh?
But maybe that's just because we did this already.
We edit them. We just go like triple speed through them and just check everything out.
Right.
Or
You just make sure there's
Yeah.
no visible
make
corruption.
sure the audio doesn't freak out, and then mostly the audio doesn't freak out. So.
There's a supply depot down here.
I like this little turret village that we have here.
Yeah. When those servers do go back up, I've got a podcast ready to go live.
What kind of podcast, Jeff?
It's about the latest Nintendo downloads for Nintendo downloadable enabled platforms. Did you know that today they announced the first proper game for the eShop?
Ooh. No shit.
Yeah.
What is it?
It is a Mega Man Legends. Like,
Oh, that's a
like prototype edition. Like they're doing some.
They're calling it Mega Man Legends 3.
Yeah, Mega Man Legends 3 : prototype edition.
Yeah.
So it's, I don't know, it's some version of Mega Man Legends 3.
I think we've
of here's where we are so far, or whatever it is, some separate game.
And that'll be
that's
for the eShop exclusive.
Yeah, I think that's an eShop exclusive. So
did you get a description of that game?
I'd have a trailer for it.
But I mean, text. Did they send you a blast or anything? Could you start your eShop section yet?
Yeah, next week we'll probably talk about that. So
that goes live end of May.
End of May. That's the idea. Yeah.
And if you're interested in actual podcast content, we have a spoiler cast with the writers of Portal 2 going up on Friday.
That's exciting to me, but also frightening because I need to finish that game. I have.
Yeah.
And now with Mortal Kombat.
I'm excited to listen because I did finish Portal 2.
We repeat this point throughout the spoiler cast, but don't listen to the spoiler cast if you haven't finished Portal 2. So you will ruin Portal 2 for yourself.
So who's on it?
It's Jay Pinkerton, Eric Wolpaw, and Chet Falasek.
Okay, wow.
The writing staff of Portal 2.
So they would know how that game ends.
They definitely know how that game ends.
And
we
why
talk
it
about
ends.
the ending. We talk about how they got to that ending. We talk about bigger fiction stuff. So some of the theory and speculation about
awesome.
Aperture Science and about GLaDOS and about everything that's going on. Some of that stuff gets put to bed. It's very exciting.
How long do you guys chat?
About a half hour.
Oh, awesome. Great.
Hang out for about a half hour and just kind of talk the stuff.
When can people
Spoilers for non-Portal or Valve-related things are also put out there. So if you are...
if you haven't finished everything in your library, just be careful.
Specifically, if you were going to watch Shutter Island... do not listen to the Portal 2 spoiler cast.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm not making a judgment call either way, but if you were going to watch that...
You might want to...
I want to watch that first.
When will that be up?
Friday, tomorrow.
But like in the morning? Sometime?
Stay
tuned?
I don't know. Look on the site.
When the site goes back up on Friday. Guys,
I guess once the site's back up.
Tomorrow.
On WiiWare this week is My Little Baby from DTP Young Entertainment. It's one player.
I think it's time for the test.
It's rated E for everyone. 600. Have you always dreamed of having a cute little baby to lovingly care for? Now's your chance. Your little bundle of joy smiles at you gleefully, and you have to do everything you can to make sure it develops and grows in a healthy manner.
Drop my mic. I'm gonna help them set up.
I'm still here.
Oh. Changing, bathing, and feeding are as much part of your duties as shopping, preparing meals, rocking your baby to sleep, playtime, dressing, and teaching it to crawl and walk. But above all, what your little angel needs is your love and attention. All this, plus an enormous selection of toys, clothes, and other objects, will make your little one the happiest baby in the whole wide world.
So is that like Nintendogs and cats and baby?
You'd have to ask DTP Young Entertainment about that. I don't know. Tested podcast coming up. They're setting up mixers and stuff like that over here. Will's here with us. He waved into the camera that was not on. So
Camera's not on.
What am I going to do? Just one man. I ain't Amazon. I don't know what would be in the dude's head. What are you talking about? What do you got on tap for the Tested podcast, Will? I don't think those microphones are on. Well, I can turn them on probably.
On this week's episode of the Tested podcast, we're going to talk about the Amazon EC2 failure and like why it happened, how it's affecting us, why we're down, but like Reddit is kind of back and Netflix and Amazon are still working. Andy from The Top Men is going to be here. We're also going to talk about the BlackBerry Playbook, other things and stuff, whatever the tech news of the day is. And as always, fake outtakes. Probably talking about quantum teleportation and maybe the fact that you and I may not have the same kind of intestinal flora and fauna as each other. So, all that and a whole lot more on this week's episode of This Is Only a Test.
Haunting. All the pictures went dark. I don't know.
Probably for the best.
Unplugging TVs and stuff. And it's
still going.
Well, any final questions for us from the chat?
Someone actually wanted to know about the MK Fight Stick. How is it necessary? Is it good?
It's not necessary. It's okay. It's well made. You shouldn't play Mortal Kombat with a Street Fighter stick because the buttons don't make any sense.
Can you not remap them?
You can remap them, but no in no way are the 3x3 or 4x4 button configurations of a Street Fighter stick appropriate for playing a Mortal Kombat game. So it's kind of weird. And they're connecting computers together. I guess I'm gonna take off. All right, let's keep talking. This will be your this is your amazing lead-in. For the Tested podcast.
The chat is requesting Jeff for the Tested podcast.
I think we have a.
I think you got a full couch, man.
Full couch with Andy.
I'm gonna go play some more of the SOCOM single player. Try and get some work done on that, and bone up for MK. So, yeah. Right. Yeah. I think it's even darker than it was earlier. I think it's moodier somehow. So.
Should I stick around or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if there are questions in the chat, we'll
So,
definitely take them.
Vinny, how are we gonna do the audio? So, are we gonna pipe out from here into your thing?
Yeah, it'll be the same as you normally do for the podcast, except they'll be using logs instead of the.
So then, do I need to get a mic from Corey, Casey? I'm sorry, I can't remember.
It's actually Corey.
His name is Corey. Like on The Simpsons.
For questions, yeah, we'll plug.
Yes, actually.
Giantbomb.com is down, you guys. I just tried. It doesn't work. Doesn't go.
You know, this makes me feel like we're back in Vegas.
I know. You're wearing a tie and everything.
CES.
Dressing it up.
We got Joey watching from the kitchen suite area.
Next year we need a band.
Having bands at podcast/panels, let me tell you.
I know. It's
Pretty
bad,
awesome.
Right?
Get the Roots?
You could probably get the Roots.
Right?
They're totally available. Jimmy Fallon's not on every day.
Yeah.
I'm going to pass this over to you, Norm.
Well, this is gonna.
I'm already lobbed up, but
Tell Drew to
I'll.
cut that mic for a sec, Norm.
Hey, Drew, can you cut the mic that I'm holding for a second?
Farts.
Yeah, that's the proper response.
Are we on the we're on the Giant Bomb channel, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Hey guys, we're going to start the show in just a half a moment. If you've watched this before, it's not been this dark. So.
Whoa, with Andy here, this is technically a Wangcast.
Whoa, you're the A. Will, Andy, Norm, Gary.
We needed the Wangcast. You're the A now, Wang.
It's important to have a vowel to have a full Wang.
I feel special.
So I think levels are good. Corey, can you mic check one more time for me?
10, 9.
Perfect. Let's. What do you say we should start the show, guys?
Wait, that's not. You're not supposed
I'm
to say
sorry.
that.
Yeah, somebody else says that.
Oh, you got your line right? Hold on.
But hey, wait, this is live and
oh wait, I don't have notes open. I don't have show notes open.
Oh
man. Yeah, we're taking things out a whole new door.
Yeah. I got the conch. We're through the looking glass.
You've got the conch? What's a conch?
The shell.
The conch, you mean?
The conch shell? I don't know.
Is this one of your gaps?
Racist. Uh-oh.
Oh,
what?
boy. All the memes colliding. Okay. Everybody ready? Drew, looking good? As good as we look?
Yep.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Thank you, sir.
Wait.
Hold on, what did I say? I say it's...
Do you want to write it down?
No, I don't need to. I got it. But I do say it's whatever the day is. Welcome to This Is Only a Test. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I got it. I'm good. New lines are hard.
Are you ready?
I've got my finger on the music button.
Okay.
Hold on.
Wait,
I'm just checking to make sure levels are good.
Is this going out?
Yeah, this is
right now.
This is the least. The internet's broken. So
everybody's seeing how the sausage is made, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what we do here. Okay, so say your thing, Norm.
Hey, let's start the show.
It's April 21st, 2011. Welcome to This Is Only a Test, the official podcast of Tested.com. I'm Will Smith. We have something weird has happened today. You might be watching us live on the internet. You might be listening to this recorded tomorrow or the next day or like in October of 2020. We don't know. Basically, EC2, Amazon service that hosts all of our websites, is totally jacked up today. So all bets are off, and we're doing all sorts of crazy stuff. Norm's open to Coke. Norm, how you doing? You're wearing a tie today.
Man, normally people would not be able to see this.
Yeah.
And I did it thinking that it would be a good way to start the show, like last week. Did you notice?
Yeah, a good non sequitur. Yeah, you're wearing a pattern that you can't wear on camera.
Gingham.
Yeah.
Tiny gingham.
Wow, it's the smallest gingham I've ever seen.
I got the shirt just because it would be the tiniest gingham.
Isn't that the kind of gingham that gives TV cameras seizures? Though?
Yes.
Yes.
Norm has a history of wearing shirts that we're not allowed to wear.
I was both prepared and unfucking prepared for this.
Okay, so also on the couch, let's do the introductions. As always, Gary Whitta, you're wearing quite the dashing red shirt today, sir.
Again, I had no idea I was going to be on camera, but, you know, I'm glad I wore a proper shirt. I was going to wear my 3 Moon keyboard cat shirt, and now I'm glad I didn't.
Well, that's a clashing of memes.
That would have been well, yeah, but
we talked about this before. That shirt, the lifespan of that shirt, you were so happy the day you got it.
It's like a 5-minute shirt, though.
But that's it.
It's like my Red Rhines and Mr. Pibb shirt. But then I was able to wear that twice.
But then it becomes retro.
Well, that's true. I'm going to pull back the old memes.
Things on the internet don't become retro.
The shelf life on meme T-shirts is very, very short. Yeah. It has to be said.
So you really don't even care about the quality.
Well, hold on. And we have an A. We have an A in the cast. It's not Anna. She's in LA playing Portal or something. I don't know what's going on. But Andy McCurdy, who you guys may know is one of the fabled Whiskey Media top men. Andy's like our back end. I mean, is that you're the back end guy?
Yeah, I bring up the rear.
Okay. So Andy's here today to talk about why the internet is busted. What he did. Basically.
Yeah, you know, it was totally our fault.
Okay.
We took down Reddit.
Okay.
We took down Quora.
Yeah.
And Foursquare.
Yeah. I salute you then.
No, that was part of the plan.
I like Reddit. I like Quora.
Right. No,
okay,
it was all part of the plan. And then unintentionally, also our sites.
Yeah. It
your finger slipped.
Yeah.
Okay, so
not a good thing when you're bring up the rear.
I mean, clearly, for us at least, and for a lot of the internet, this is big news because Amazon site, it seems like it goes down about once a year now. I mean, the EC2, and we're all hosted there now. I mean, I think This is a place to go a little bit behind the curtain more than we normally do. But so we host all of our servers in Amazon's cloud service, which is called Amazon Web Services, which is like a big umbrella for a bunch of different services.
Right.
Right. And so like there's EC2, which is essentially computers.
Yes.
And then there's S3, which is like a big storage cloud.
Yes.
And then there's this other thing that I've never heard of before that connects the two with the internet, which is what's broken, right?
Well, no, what's broken is EBS, which is Elastic Block Store. Think of it as a huge bank of hard drives that connect into the EC2 servers over a network.
So S3 is long-term storage. This thing is like RAM.
No, they're both long-term storage. The difference is that with EBS volumes, you can actually mount them to your operating system, and they become like directories inside of your file system. Whereas S3 is this completely separate beast that you really only access via HTTP.
Okay.
Right, so S3 is perfect for storing things like images or video.
Or videos.
Oh, so that's where all of our
all that stuff are JavaScript and CSS files. Like all that stuff is on S3 and delivered via cloud.
Like anything that people pull from media.tested.com
exactly.
or media.jibom or
that
whatever.
domain directly points to
S3.
S3.
Okay. So, and then some sites are up basically because they have, like we have one database server. It lives in Northern Virginia in the Amazon cloud.
In the effed up space.
Yeah, and what's broken.
Yeah.
Like basically everything about Amazon is working except for this one particular data center.
Yes.
And that's why like Amazon is still up because they use this too.
They use this too. But they're spread across.
They eat their own dog food.
Exactly, and they're spread across, like they recommend that you should. They're spread across all of their data centers. So Northern Virginia, they have one in San Francisco. They have one in. I believe Ireland.
Yeah, they're all over.
And
they're
one
probably going to put them in Oregon
Hong Kong and Singapore and everywhere.
So why aren't we spread across?
Did someone trip over a cord or something?
Well, so the details are kind of vague right now. What they have released is that at about 1 a.m. Pacific time this morning, there was a loud beep like that.
Okay.
And that caused all of these hard drives, which they have hundreds, thousands of them probably in these banks, and they said about half of them were in use.
Okay.
And what eventually ended up happening is a beep like that happened, and all of the ones that were in use said, "Oh shit, I'm in panic mode. I need to make sure that my data is safe."
So they started copying.
They started trying to mirror themselves to the other hard drives in the data center that were, free.
Okay.
And so this kind of thing happens all the time.
Right.
Anytime that there's a little hiccup or whatever, generally it only happens with a few drives.
Out of thousands.
Out of thousands, if not tens of thousands, perhaps even more.
So we kind of joked about this on the podcast a few weeks ago and said that there's somewhere at Amazon there's a dude whose whole job it is to open up hard drives, take them out of the package, and then just jam them into new machines.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In each of these data centers, probably.
Yes.
And they just do this all day long, around the clock, because there's just more data coming all the time.
Sure.
And when things go sideways, so basically it tried to, what was already existing tried to make copies of every single thing on the service.
Exactly.
And they ran out of space, and then things went sideways.
Well, it's unclear whether they ran out of space or not. They definitely filled capacity up so that new requests for new storage space to be allocated couldn't be fulfilled.
Okay.
The other thing that happened was that because all this data was being copied around, it completely saturated their network.
Oh, okay.
And so...
And they should have really fast network there, right? Like 10 gigabit fiber channel and
I'm
all
sure
sorts of
that they
crazy stuff
have
like
the awesome of the awesome.
Okay.
Is
quantum tunneling,
yes,
basically.
Yes. They have the Roadrunner speed, internet.
Okay. FiOS.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. But, so what ended up happening is, so how we use that service, for instance, is all of our important stuff is stored on EBS.
Okay.
So we don't necessarily care about the physical box that is our database server, because we can spin a copy of that up anywhere in their cloud.
So if something goes sideways, the machine breaks, the server hangs, you just say, okay, forget that one, we're just going to make a new copy of that and connect it to the old server's storage.
Well, connect the old server storage to that new server.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then it just picks up where it left off.
Exactly. And so that's one of the huge advantages of EBS and network attached storage in general, is that you can do these kind of cool things.
Until the whole data center goes kaput.
Exactly.
Okay. So at some point, like theoretically, Netflix and giant companies have these servers running in multiple places, and they use different kinds of databases to make, like, Ireland database talk to San Francisco database, talk to Northern Virginia databases.
Exactly.
We don't do that because it would take a lot of work to make happen, and we're kind of not big enough to need to worry about that.
It's a time and money kind of issue where, you know, could we do that? Could we be more reliable in that sense? Yes. Is it worth the time investment?
Where's my wiki?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Would you rather be down for 12 hours a year?
Where's my wiki,
Or
Andy?
would you rather have a wiki?
I want a wiki. It's well established. I want a wiki. So, also, I forgot to mention this at the beginning, but Corey, intern Corey, also known as Internet Casey, and the dude with the long mic, is here. He's taking questions from the Justin TV chat. So if you have questions, we're not going to do a ton of questions like through the show. We'll do like a normal question and answer. But if you have questions about this stuff for Andy while he's sitting here, now is the time to get them in. And I don't know how you send them to Casey, Corey, Bobby.
They just at me.
Yeah, you can just add him on the Giant Bomb chat.
Oh, yeah, I'm on
Justin TV
Deadpool
channel.
with 2 zeros for O's because apparently the other one was already taken.
So he's on Deadpool. Okay.
This is kind of embarrassing for Amazon, isn't it? Do they have to give you a refund or something for your downtime?
Get some extra Netflix credits.
They should give you a 2-minute shopping spree on Amazon. I could make good use of that.
Yeah, no kidding.
What would you do, Norm, if you had 2 minutes? Where would you go first?
Well, see, when I go to Amazon, I usually hit like movies, music, but you gotta go to the big stuff. Amazon's not very easy to navigate if you like
buy
want to
yourself
get
like a $50,000 gold watch on Amazon if you want.
I'd search all and sort by price and just go highest
Search
to lowest.
all.
Just buy what do you think the most expensive single item on Amazon is?
like uranium.
I'm sure it's
uranium.
a high-end watch.
Plutonium, probably.
I'm pretty sure you can't get that.
Okay, I want something that they could actually deliver on, and it wouldn't be like from an Amazon affiliate because I don't trust those guys.
No.
It has to be in their warehouse.
Prime.
Yeah, something you don't need Prime because it's unlimited. The 2-minute shopping spree. It takes probably 30 seconds. You can probably get 4 items.
Why don't you just go for quantity though? Just go for like the coolest
In order
plasma
to
TV
then increase
or LED.
no,
You can only
to,
buy
like-
one of each item.
One of each item. Okay.
Oh, then
that's
what I want
different
to do is I want to get the item that had the best, like people who bought this item also got this related thing.
Oh
'Cause
yeah.
That's the way you.
So
stream.
then you can open all links.
Then you can just buy 4 at once. Get the pack.
That's a good idea.
So like people who buy a speedboat also bought, a yacht or real estate, and buy 3. Buy
That's
the
good
package.
thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess any questions from the chat, Corey?
Some people are concerned. They're wondering if like the Wikimedia videos are okay. Like basically if the data is still okay and intact, like all the content.
Yeah, so all of the video, all the images, all that stuff, that's all hosted on S3, and that outage actually, or there is no outage there. So all of that content is well preserved.
Like if you're trying to download podcasts on iTunes, they're going to still be there.
Correct.
Yeah.
And they should still work right now.
Yeah.
The things that are affected, most importantly, are the databases, the wikis, the forums, the comments,
The
like
stuff
all
that we do.
Yeah, the stuff that you guys do, and probably care
everybody
a little
on the
bit
site
about.
does. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's only been a year. I've only worked here for a year, but
Exactly.
I care.
Exactly. But if the Giant Bomb wiki went down, then you two would be starting even.
That's true. Standing start.
Yeah.
I don't want. We don't want that to happen, though. I mean, the worst case, you could just go to Internet Archive and start parsing pages, right? You can write something that will do that.
Yeah,
it's only a few million pages per site. It's easy.
We've experimented with these kind of failover scenarios or failure scenarios before. In general, we use Postgres as our relational database to power most of that stuff. It's pretty reliable.
It's getting nerdy up in here.
Yeah. We may end up losing a few, forum posts.
From 1 o'clock in the morning last night.
Exactly.
So you do have a contingency, is what you're saying. The top men have a book that you guys refer to in case of internet dying.
Project Orion.
Well, we have a brain that we refer to, yes.
Okay.
That's kind of a bummer because you know that the guys are posting on the forums at 1 o'clock in the morning, the guys that are really into the forums.
Yeah, they're the hardcore
Or they're
guys.
Australians.
that too.
Okay, so Andy, I know you have stuff to do. I appreciate you coming out.
I do. I have to try to get the internet
Deprive
back
us of
up.
our wing.
Is there really anything you could? I mean, the problem's on their end. What can you really do but sit and wait?
Yeah, unfortunately, not much. Once all of our EBS volumes do become remirrored and come back up, I'm sure there'll be some amount of kind of recovery work that we have to do. Hopefully, that's minimal. 15, 20 minutes.
Free Prime for everyone. I think that would be reasonable. Free Amazon
Prime
Prime.
is-
Prime for a month?
Or Kindles all around.
Kindles all around.
Yeah.
Prime
Prime for a
supported
year.
Kindles seems like
Prime
the way
is only
to go.
$100 for them. Yeah, sure.
Well,
why
yeah, it's
not?
nothing to them.
Yeah,
So just buying more shit from Amazon.
Well, thanks,
Yeah.
Andy, for coming.
Yeah,
I appreciate
absolutely.
it, man.
Thanks for having me.
I'm gonna see if I can remember which mic is you and turn you down
5,
now.
I believe.
5, is that what I said?
That is correct.
Oh yeah, I don't hear you anymore. There's a nice hum on Gary's mic though.
Is there? Let me try moving my mic around.
Yeah.
Gary,
yeah.
you got to put the headphone behind
Yeah,
your
that's
head.
the problem.
Is that why?
Run the headphone cable behind your head.
You got to low bot it.
Okay, I'm gonna turning Gary's mic
There
down
we
too.
go.
Okay, so while Gary gets his headphones situated, it looks like that's happening
Is
now.
that better?
There's been a kind of a lot of news this week. I mean, in addition to the EC2 outage, which is obviously a bigger deal for us than it is for the rest of the internet, there's been some iPhone security stuff that's kind of unusual. Yesterday, I guess, was it just yesterday? It seems like so long ago. A couple of security researchers released a report that said, hey, the iPhone and iPad 3G, anything that's iOS with 3G data on it, has a file that tracks every cell tower you've talked to, your device has talked to.
And not just every cell tower, the location, but also when.
Yeah, time, date, second.
You can track your movements.
Yeah, which is kind of bad. I mean, that's not something that I like. I don't know where that hum's coming from. I don't know if it's going through the stream, but Corey, if people are complaining about the sound, let me know.
So what, people are worried about some kind of Orwellian thing where Apple knows exactly where you are all the time?
Well, it's not. The thing is, it's not Apple. It's that it's really easily accessible to, say, angry spouses, private investigators, civil, like.
Yeah, this data isn't being sent anywhere.
I wrote a story about this. It's on tested.
File. Yeah, it
no.
was on tested yesterday at midnight until 1:41 a.m. PST. But it's not being sent anywhere. It's a file that's on your phone, and it's very easy to access once you jailbreak
so someone
the
can
phone.
just look at the file.
Well, it's harder if you just look at the file, but you can also, if you sync your iPhone, every time you back up your iPhone to your computer, it's just saved in an unencrypted file on the hard drive of the computer, which is where the real problem comes.
From that,
yeah,
you can pull everything from that.
I mean, with iOS 4, Apple added the ability to encrypt that backup, which I think probably no one has done. I've looked at that and I'm like, I don't need to encrypt my backup. It's fine. Now I'm looking and thinking, maybe might be worth doing.
Why, are you making some furtive movements around the country?
You're
worried about people discovering?
It was funny because Will was on his Mac. You have to use a Mac.
Yeah,
for
you have to use a Mac
software.
for the software right now.
And he pulled up the map of where he's been, and he looked at the map. And he's like, I don't remember going here at all.
Right.
Oh wait, I was there.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is it's from when iOS 4 came out. It's a relational database that has, like I said, relative GPS coordinates. It has a degree of accuracy. It has the time, date, seconds of when it pinged the towers, and it seems like it's about the tower pings more than your actual location. But so the problem is, people connect to your MacBook. I don't know where people are having a big conversation around us, but that kind of sucks. You connect to the MacBook. You run this utility, and it literally shows like a Google map of all the places that you've been for the last year. And then you can see on a week-by-week basis where you traveled. So, for example, we were able to see the drive from San Francisco to Las Vegas in January to go to CES.
Yeah.
I went to a wedding last July in LA. I flew through Chicago on my way home at the holidays. I was in Tennessee, a couple of different places.
You could even see where we got lost on the way down to CES. Like, the detour route.
So this is no surprise because the telecom companies have been able to do this for a long time. I mean,
as soon as we started putting GPS and cell tower information into phones, then we know this information's got to exist somewhere, right?
Well, it's not even that. It's that the cell phone companies have to know where your phone is in order to talk to route calls to you.
Right.
So whenever you go into a new area, then the phone goes out, reaches out to the tower, says, "Hey, I'm Gary's phone and I'm here." Right. And then AT&T has a record of that. The thing is, there's no real good data on this. I did a lot of looking yesterday. There's no real good data on whether people are actually able to subpoena that, like for civil suits and stuff like that. I know like the FBI and the police and all that can access that information with court orders or terror threat levels and all that stuff. But it's unclear whether, like in a divorce case, your angry soon-to-be ex-wife could go out and get a subpoena for your phone records from AT&T.
Right.
Might be not worth the hassle. However, they can easily subpoena your PC. So, and the unfortunate thing is Apple probably uses this for good purposes. I mean, there's probably good reasons to do this, because it gives them relative quality of service and tells them which tower to connect to, which is more reliable and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
But there's no way to opt out, and the only way to delete this information is to wipe your phone and start from scratch. So I went through and tested a bunch of different stuff to see if wiping your phone actually gets rid of it. It does. That was good. The remote wipe that you do if you put a passcode on, you fuck that up 10 times and then it wipes your phone. That also gets rid of it, as does the MobileMe remote wipe. So if you encrypt your backup on your Mac or your PC, and then also enable a passcode and set the phone to allow remote wiping or delay, you're kind of covered. I'm sure people with iPhone forensic tools can still get in and have
So the
access
concern
to
is
stuff.
really more about nosy
spouses
and friends,
So that's
rather
why
than because I saw this MSNBC covered this story this morning, and people their angle on it was more of a Big Brother thing, but I don't know if that's really.
I don't think it's a Big Brother thing.
Well, that's kind
of by the courts.
So I mean, it's more. Yeah, the thing is, the mainstream. I saw the Today Show segment on this morning. It's typical mainstream media fear mongering, where they got half of the story, and a lot of people are kind of messing up even that half of the story.
So if you're going to go to Victoria's Secret to buy lingerie for your wife, and you don't want her to know from your phone, turn airplane mode on.
Yeah.
So it doesn't connect to a cell phone tower.
Is the location that accurate?
It's like in private browsing, but for real life.
It's
right. It's incognito mode for your phone.
It's the location's pretty accurate. You also have to turn off Wi-Fi, because it does pick up Wi-Fi access points too.
Well, airplane mode.
Airplane mode, you can turn Wi-Fi back on though.
Okay, Wi-Fi off, airplane mode on. Then you can buy your wife presents.
Yes, your wife presents. Yeah. So I mean, that was a huge story yesterday. I don't think it's as big a deal as people are made it out to be. They've already found the similar files on Android. It's just kind of a part and parcel. Isn't that an English saying?
Yes.
Yeah, the part and parcel of having a cell phone.
Do you think that the reactionary, the Big Brother stuff, the media response to this is heightened when it's Apple? It always seems like it's a little bit, the reaction's a little bit stronger.
I think it's anytime it's new technology. I mean, we saw this with video games for a long time, where basically anytime somebody came out with a violent video game or something new or different, everybody flipped out. The whole thing went upside down, and people were pissed off.
I definitely think it's because of Apple, because some people have iPhones and they hold Apple to such a high standard. I mean, especially the day after they announce their quarterly earnings.
The day that they announce their quarterly earnings, yeah. But I mean, it's people are afraid of new technology. I mean, that's the other side of it. People are always afraid of, this is I've got this thing in my phone pocket that's watching me all the time. It's a kind of mind tracking device.
Yeah, well, I mean, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean people aren't out to get you. I mean, I think that's a legitimate thing. When you're carrying a device around that even when turned off can be used to locate you.
That's true. Well, it can't be used to locate when it's turned off.
Well, no, but isn't like don't like these Bourne Identity movies? They say like you got to take the battery out of your phone, otherwise they can always.
I saw that in Pineapple Express.
Destroy the SIM card and destroy the battery and throw the phone in a puddle somewhere.
I mean, my feeling is that if you really paranoid take the battery out, you can't do that on an iPhone. I think turning it off.
And now we know why.
Right, Steve Jobs is watching you. Playbook is out.
I'm holding one
right here. Norm has it in his hand.
I think that's probably the biggest tech news of this week.
The Playbook kind of sucks.
It wouldn't be a tested podcast if Norm wasn't engaged with a tablet at the same time as podcasting.
And it's a different tablet every week. I've disposed of the Zoom. I'm
just as
the iPad 1 is still my primary tablet, but for the next couple weeks, it will be this little thing.
Now, I got to say,
the BlackBerry Playbook.
I've been making a lot of jokes about the Playbook.
Without having seen it or touched it.
I've been knocking it a lot, but I'm man enough to admit when something confounds my expectations. And just in the 5 minutes that I spent with it before the show, very impressed.
Well, so the unfortunate thing is, had they released this and it had email and calendar and contacts, it would be pretty good. I mean, like people would have given it good reviews. The performance is really good. The browser's nice. The multitasking works really well. It doesn't have very many apps or any.
Before we even get into all the things, I mean, we can't give them a pass on this email thing, can we?
No, I absolutely not.
RAM BlackBerry built their name on mobile email. The fact that their tablet shipped without email, I think, is just it's
insane.
Beyond a joke.
It's absolutely crazy.
It's beyond a joke. Now, so the thing was, they said that because of the way that they're not used to people having more than one BlackBerry device.
Well,
right?
so there's a couple problems. One is that enterprise clients, I think BlackBerry Enterprise Server can't have multiple connections from the same user on multiple devices.
Right.
So you can't have two BlackBerries connected to BlackBerry Enterprise Server. And most of the people using BlackBerries in a corporate environment are using BlackBerry Enterprise Server
and typically just have one BlackBerry.
Yeah.
But now they want people to have a phone and a tablet.
Yes.
And that's messing them up.
So they want to service their business, their BlackBerry customers first, and the only way they can reconcile having the two BlackBerry devices connected to the server is so that you can only have email when you're tethered with the BlackBerry bridge with a BlackBerry phone. Now, that doesn't mean that they couldn't have developed an email client so I can run Gmail or Popmail or IMAP, whatever.
Right, but again, what BlackBerry made their name on is that push instant email, right?
Sure. Well, their whole business has been built on email and giving people easy access to email.
I can't hear myself anymore, but that's all right.
Yeah.
So we did a first look of the BlackBerry Playbook. I think it was 2 days ago?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. It's on the site, not now, obviously. But if you haven't seen that, we'll give you a quick rundown. So this is a 7-inch tablet, and people watching the stream can see right now. Gary, one thing that you pointed out to me, and we all kind of noticed this and talked about this, is that the bezel seems relatively large. Thick.
Yes.
Well, it's because the screen's small.
Well, it seems about the same width as the iPad bezel, but on a smaller device. That
instead of a 7-inch screen, instead of a 9.7-inch screen. And I think we kind of agreed that you're not going to get away around that. Just because it's a 7-inch screen, it doesn't mean that the bezel is also going to be 20% thinner.
Now, the fact that it's an active bezel mitigates that somewhat. I think that's a very cool feature.
Well, there's two things. One is I think the bezel is the width of a thumb. There's a reason for that. It's because you hold this with your thumb on the bezel so you don't hit the touch screen.
And people that complain, when they first showed the iPad, people complained that the screen didn't go all the way to the edge.
Yeah.
Then it came out, people understood why that was.
Yeah, you immediately
Well, we saw that the Motorola Zoom had a thinner bezel than the iPad, and even a bigger screen, 10.1 inch, and it was hard to hold because it was curved, and you couldn't hold it with one hand. The thumb width bezel makes this possible to hold with the one hand.
But what's great, and I'd love to see Apple rip this off for the next iPad, is how the bezel can actually be used as a control surface. That's fantastic.
I mean, Apple has some patents about that stuff. We've talked about them in the past. I mean, the swipe up from the bottom, swipe left from the edges, we're kind of just scraping the surface of this. They don't expose it too well for the users when they're trying to figure out how to use this thing.
Are you kidding me? That's the first tutorial they teach you.
Dude, if you're using a tutorial to explain that,
how else are they going to expose that to you?
I probably wouldn't have figured it out mine, but Norm told me what to do, and I had it down in like 30 seconds.
I mean, that's the thing. Is
I think they do a fine job.
It could have been a pop-up on the home screen, just like the iOS one that says, hey, here's how you make folders.
Okay,
hold it down and drag.
There's a difference between exposing it to the user if you pick it up and it's already set up, and a first-time owner. If you open it out of the box, when you do all the setup, and you got to do setup with, you don't have to connect it to iTunes or anything, set it up like an iPad.
It just works.
It just works, but you do have to go, input your email address, so you're tied to your account.
And you have to create a BlackBerry account.
You have to create a BlackBerry account, and then they only give you 2 tutorials. One is how to use the main menu, and then one is touch bezel. And you can't bypass them. You got to run through them quickly. But then, like you said, anyone could tell you, hey, look, you swipe up from the bottom and you get the main menu. You swipe down from the top, you get the context menus. And it's not like 2-finger or 3-finger gestures. It's just anytime you swipe up, you get back to the home screen.
So it's very natural.
Very natural.
You've used this more than any of the rest of us so far, Norm.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the typing? Because the first thing I noticed was the type ahead prediction it doesn't do type ahead prediction.
So I haven't seen the keyboard yet.
Yeah. So let me open up the keyboard so I can show you, Gary. So 7-inch tablet, I like with the Galaxy Tab.
It seems like it's thumb friendlier.
It's very thumb friendly in the portrait orientation.
Yeah.
So right now, when the keyboard's on the bottom, this is like a big phone, and I can cross my thumbs, and so the T I can hit with either my left thumb or my right thumb or
and that's a problem that the bigger tablets like the iPad have in even in portrait. configuration, it's kind of a stretch to get your thumbs into the
I mean, it's impossible. I mean,
keyboard.
for the iPad, you can kind of do it if you have like big hands, but in landscape mode, which is how this is supposed to be used, it's more like the iPad.
It's kind of it's like a
in
chording
portrait.
almost. You just use one hand.
I mean, you can't.
You hold it with one and type
you
with
still
the other,
can't
it
type
seems
with two hands, and I've done that, and that's what I want to force myself to do.
Right.
You need
but the
longer
keyboard,
thumbs.
yeah, you do need longer thumbs. The no type ahead prediction is annoying. I did have to get used to like the enter button and the go button aren't where I think they are. It's kind of used to iOS devices. But I like the keyboard. There is no haptic response. It doesn't vibrate at all when you type, but you do get a nice little plucking sound when you type the virtual keyboard.
The other thing that I was
don't like
impressed
that's
about,
the first thing I turn off on iOS.
I like that actually.
The other thing I liked when I first saw it compared to the other non-iPad tablets that I've seen is the build quality feels very good.
You mean the Zoom and the Galaxy Tab?
Yes.
Okay.
Those feel plasticky and kind of cheap.
I think the Zoom feels okay. This definitely feels better than the
this
Tab
feels heavy,
and
but
the
like in a way that it feels like it's a quality device.
Yeah.
The rubberized backing feels good as well. Like I would feel confident just chucking that down on a table and not worrying about it getting beat up the way that people are very precious with their iPads because they don't want scratches on them. This doesn't feel like it would scratch up.
It's kind of got a
easily.
nice grippy surface too.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still plastic, but it feels sturdy. And part of that's because it's a little heavier than the Galaxy Tab.
It doesn't flex.
No, it definitely does not flex.
Very good quality screen.
Oh, yeah. The screen, I think, is probably the second best screen.
I think it's close behind Apple. I mean,
very close.
We'll have to do some real side-by-side comparisons.
IPS?
I mean, it's rivaling.
I don't think it's IPS. The viewing angles are not as good as on the iPad, but the color quality.
But the first thing when I first saw it, my initial response was I was struck by the quality of the screen, vibrancy, the colors, very bright, very good.
Good contrast.
The other thing, the screen's bright enough, it works really well outside. I took it outside the other day and shot some videos, shot some pictures. The cameras are also quite good.
I mean, 1080p front and back, that's amazing.
Right, and
For video,
it's not a bad 1080p. It does well in low light. I mean, again, it's great that it has the front and back cameras. It's real thin on apps to use that stuff. There's no video conferencing app, so right now, there's no Skype, there's no, I can't remember what the Bump It or Blip It or whatever the Android kind of version is.
Right.
It's real thin on the ground on that front.
Well, I mean, the camera app, built-in camera app is fine. Yeah, there's no video conferencing. That is a problem.
Front-facing camera, the only thing you're going to use that for is video conferencing.
Or like Gary, the first thing you did was take a picture of yourself.
Okay.
It's the first thing I do with any device.
Like you said, Will, I think we talked about this earlier, like your wife, she downloaded 5 different mirror apps. People with tablets and phones.
Thank you for outing my wife.
They buy apps or use apps to use their tablets as mirrors.
Why not?
That's true.
Why not? If it's a 3-megapixel camera in the front, it's fine as a mirror.
So this definitely beats the iPad 2 cameras.
Oh, easily.
Yeah, the iPad 2 cameras are really shitty.
Junk.
Very poor.
So the big shortcoming on this, and I mean, this is really the reason I wouldn't recommend anybody buy this right now. Norm's going to test it out, do the full review. But the initial reaction is don't wait to buy this. Not don't wait to buy this, but you should wait before you buy this.
Yes. What are we waiting for?
Because there's no apps. There's very little apps.
That's the Achilles heel right now. Is obviously iOS and Android have got very good app ecosystems.
Well,
Android
at least they
tablet
have app ecosystems.
is starting from scratch a little bit, but this is behind even. I mean, how many apps are there right now for the Playbook?
BlackBerry says 3,000, but they're all, I would say 70% of those, 80% of those are shit.
Right.
Now, and the other 20%
a lot of them are like
rip-offs of like a half-assed Twitter client, something that kind of taps in your Dropbox but doesn't do syncing, no real Messenger stuff. So it's
when we talk about like the cornerstone apps that you want, like
the Pandora, Kindle, Twitter,
Netflix,
Facebook, Netflix, none of that stuff.
No, it has nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, that's a problem.
There's when you go to the App Store and search for Twitter, it takes you to a shortcut for Twitter on the website.
But we can expect that stuff to come online.
It'll
right?
come. I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't know. It's a new platform, so whether people decide to support it or not, it's kind of up to them. I mean, BlackBerry really knows that this is a problem. They're giving away free playbooks to people who develop apps for the platform. So there's a pretty strong motivator. If you're a small dude who wants to see if he can make money on the side, there's a big opportunity to come in because they're selling a fair number of these.
If you're a developer, let's say you're the guy that made Doodle Jump.
Yes.
Is it a relatively what's the and you say, okay, well, I'll do a Playbook version.
Right.
Is it a big deal to port it over? Is it an easy process?
It depends on how you wrote what you wrote the app in the first place.
I don't think it'll be that hard. And plus, like if Doodle Jump popped up on the Playbook today, so it's been out for a day and they've sold 50,000 of them. The guy would make $50,000 basically if it came out on the Playbook today. There's nothing there. The first killer app game that comes out here will have like a 99% adoption.
And the first Twitter client is going to cost $5.
Yeah.
I mean, just to be clear,
somebody's going to release. There's a lot of incentive for people to get good apps on the Playbook.
So how do you break out of that chicken and egg situation where people won't buy the product until there are apps and people won't develop apps until a lot of people have the product?
Well, this is like the Zoom. This feels almost like a developer release. I mean, this is more polished in a lot of ways, but missing email client, missing contacts and stuff like that is not something I'm going to use day to day for what I use my tablet for.
Here's how BlackBerry is getting around the chicken egg thing: the Android app launcher.
Right.
So
this is the ace up their sleeve if it works.
It's not out now. Again, not out at launch.
A lot of not out now. We're hearing a lot of that.
But they say by the summer there will be an emulator that will run Android apps natively on the Playbook. You have to run a launcher, and then you can download the Android version of the game over BlackBerry App World, and then run it. We don't know if they'll be the same performance, but this is a dual core, 1 gigahertz, and everything has been smooth so far.
Do you think that it was the right decision to put this out now with some missing features, and it's kind of an inauspicious launch, people are complaining about various things, or should they have waited and released the all singing or dancing version?
You know what I would have done? I think the smarter thing to do is to roll it out to corporate customers who are interested and do a developer launch.
Well, have you seen ads for this anywhere?
Like the Pre-2 did.
I mean, have you seen ads anywhere
I haven't
for this?
seen any
I haven't seen any
I don't
ads.
think they're pushing this for consumers. I mean, it's in Best Buys, but I think it's for the corporate
You think this
people.
is a corporate
I think
development?
But why do corporate people need a tablet?
Well, here, are you kidding me?
A lot of corporate
Well, no,
people are
okay,
rolling
no,
out
I take that back. Clearly, the iPad's been very popular with corporate customers. But again, if it's not doing the corporate features like email and contact,
but it is
because those people
have the phone.
the BlackBerries.
Okay.
So I mean, Salesforce is saying that tablets are their default device for their internal people.
Right.
They're giving out. You start at Salesforce, depending on what your job is. You might not get a laptop. You might just get an iPad or a Playbook or whatever tablet they're deploying. So I mean, tablets. Corporate customers are really excited about tablets because it's really easy to swap in and out. Maintenance is low. You know, there's the total cost of ownership or whatever corporate customers care about these days.
Now, how is this Android thing going to work? Is it some kind of emulation? What is
So
that?
you don't actually launch. They're not being very specific
they're
about
being
it.
very coy.
But in the press release that they announced, they said you have to download a separate app, the Android app launcher.
Okay.
Run that app, and from within that app, you can launch your Android apps.
Yes.
So does it turn this into an emulated Android device? Basically?
Not Honeycomb, but it will run the SPK, the executable.
Right, and there's questions about whether it's going to run Dalvik, which is the Java optimization stuff that Google has done for Android. I mean, it's all very nebulous right now. So we're going to have to wait and see.
If that works as we would hope it would, that's a huge that really leapfrogs them forward in the app situation.
Kind of. I mean, on the other hand,
it makes you less remorseful about buying it. It needs 3 things. It needs the utilities, the email and the contacts and calendars, which BlackBerry promises will come. It needs first-party native apps, Twitter, Pandora, Netflix.
It needs
it needs
the
some
basics.
not the Android versions, but needs the basics, and then it needs the Android's app support.
Right.
Yeah. And with those 3 things,
and that
then
Android
I would
app
feel
support,
comfortable using this.
That Android app support has to be good. It has to be fast. It has to be reliable. It has to be not a pain in the ass to launch those apps. They need to behave just like native apps. And if that doesn't happen, it's not going to be any
It's
good.
frustrating, as we see with so many of these devices. This is hardware-wise, this seems like a really great device.
Yeah, it's
great
very
technology,
solid.
great build quality, but the ecosystem's not quite there.
And you can't even say the software is bad either. I mean, you were just using this, and the home screen, like the interface.
No, the operating system and the browser and everything is tremendous. I'm just saying that apps are what make or break one of these devices now.
I'm a little more optimistic about this particular tablet because the browser actually is quite good.
So let's talk about the browser.
And I think that's going to help some because like things that don't work on iOS or Android browsers work on this browser.
And even things that supposedly work on Android, like when the Zoom came out, the big thing on the box was, hey, this thing runs Flash for real. It has tabs and all that jazz. Well, those things, Flash wasn't actually out at launch. You had to download a patch to actually get to work on Zoom, and Flash did not run really well
on the Zoom, and even on like the LG Slate, which just came out this week. On here, Flash is awesome. Flash.
Well, it didn't work during when we were doing the live show.
Well, guess what?
Day.
I'm watching the live
you
stream
are watching
right
Justin
now.
TV right now.
Streaming Flash.
Wow.
And that's just on the website. That's
and that's
not
just on the website. Yeah. And even when the video is running, like.
So they've already
the fast response.
It worked with
fast
Hulu
response.
the other day. Of course, they've already killed that.
They just killed the Hulu thing this morning.
But I mean, it seems much more capable than your traditional tablet browser, which is something I'm very excited about.
And I would say even just in the few minutes I played with it, I found the navigation and the fluidity, whatever you want to call it, of the OS, just the general experience,
It's very comparable.
Superior to Android, I would say.
Oh yeah,
very comparable to iOS.
So and also felt a little bit like what we might expect tablet WebOS to look like. The swiping left and right between the different applications almost feels like the cards.
Very similar to the cards.
Real multitasking, like apps actually continuing to run the background, web pages continuing to load.
Well, and they give you the choice.
Yeah,
so
you
can have the kind of API mediated multitasking they have on iOS.
Now,
you get real multitasking if you want to kill your battery.
That terrified me when you showed me you could do that. We ran a video.
Yeah.
I swiped away, did something else, went back into the task launches, and the video is still running.
Oh yeah.
And I'm thinking, oh my god, is that killing my battery?
During the live quick look, we did it with a game. So I had Need for Speed, Shift, or Most Wanted, I can't remember which one, running on one tab. Norm multitasked away, and it was still controlling.
Oh, the game is still playing in the background.
The game is still playing, which was crazy.
So it's still reading the accelerometer and all that stuff.
So yeah.
This is I have brightness full right now, and I have it in the showcase mode where apps run no matter what, even if other apps are full screen.
Okay.
I started this morning about 2 hours ago at about 80% battery life. I am about 40%. It's 40% battery life.
So it's a battery monster when you turn all that stuff on. I mean, it's promising. I hate buying stuff based on promise of future features to come.
Is this Wi-Fi only right now?
It is Wi-Fi only right now.
Okay. Is there going to be a
Well, you can bridge if you have a BlackBerry.
Then
you can bridge and you get internet through that.
Right.
So, and it's unclear what the charges for that are. Whether you have to pay for a tethering plan.
And how much are they charging for this thing?
$500 for the 16 gig Wi-Fi version, same price as
the iPad.
The 9-inch iPad, 16 gig Wi-Fi.
I mean, the thing is, I think the screen size is. In a lot of ways, I'm much more interested in that as a screen size than I am in the 10-inch, just because it's light enough to hold one-handedly in bed and read stuff. On the other hand, you are in a phone type browser situation where you're using a 16:9 browser. You want to zoom in on the column of text you're interested in reading. I mean, there's pros and cons to both 10 inches and 7 inches. I think Steve Jobs is foolish to come out and say 7-inch tablets are dumb.
I think
he's wrong. He's absolutely wrong.
This more than any other device so far really makes the case for a 7-inch tablet.
And also, I mean, it's the perfect.
Well, if it had the apps.
For me, it's the perfect for my use cases. Watching TV and then sitting on the couch and then using IMDb and Twitter and email on here.
It's very easy to look at that and imagine an iPad mini.
Yeah.
Right, with iOS running on that screen size.
That fits in the back of my jeans pocket.
I don't think pocket.
Do you think
I did it?
Should Apple do that?
You got big jeans, Will.
I got a giant ass, Norm.
Why should they not do that?
Because Steve Jobs said, whether they should or shouldn't, they're not going to do it because Steve Jobs said
if they do it,
tablets are dumb.
He's going to say he did it right. He found the right way to do it.
That's what. Yeah, that would
magic.
be the
They put the magic in the 7-inch tablet.
But we're seeing this pattern emerging, right? These iPad competitors are coming out. They seem to be getting better and better. I think the Zoom was the Tab was terrible. The Zoom was better than the Tab. This, I would say,
it's a gradual
in many
process,
ways is better than the Zoom. But they're all missing something. There's a wait and see factor that comes with all of these tablets.
I would like to see this survive.
I like this, and I made a lot of jokes about this, and I've said I thought
you've been mean to it. You should apologize to those nice Canadian folks.
This is the device is tremendous.
It's dumb to release it with no mail.
They need to get the ecosystem in place.
Corey, any questions from the chat about the playbook?
Can you do audio recording on the playbook?
There is audio out, but there is no line in.
There's no microphone? There's got to be a microphone.
Well, for a video it has to be.
Yeah. Well, there is no video chat right now, but I think there is a mic.
Presumably, you're not recording silent 1080p videos. There's got to be.
Yeah, no, I guess. Yeah.
There's a hole right there on the top.
There it goes. That's a mic. So yes.
Anything else? Anybody else have queries?
But you would need an app to do it.
Yeah.
How hot does the playbook get?
So very good point, Gary. I've had it on nonstop. Put your hand right there on the bottom.
That's pleasingly warm.
It's warm.
I mean, I would actually. It's barely.
Give me a.
It's warm. It's not hot, but it's definitely warm.
It's tepid.
I have mad temperature judging skills. Damn it.
Okay. Do you have the laser gun?
No. Well, yeah, but it's outside of the reach of my double cabled self. This is about 100, 102 at the outside. Maybe 103 in the high spot. Fahrenheit, not Celsius.
That's not natural that you can actually put a number on it.
Oh, Drew kindly brought us the temperature gun. Hold on, let's see.
I'll tell you where. First point here. This is the top part.
Okay, I gotta get an inch away.
Okay.
Oh man.
You know as far away as you want.
It's an inch. It says it's accurate.
No, it's a laser. It's a fucking laser.
It's not a laser. It's infrared. The laser's just for aiming.
Use a laser to aim.
Joey.
Okay.
That says 99.
Now go down here.
That says 97.
What? It's hotter down here than up there.
Well, it's an infrared thermometer. It's not exactly super reliable.
So for people just listening on this podcast, Will has the Raytech temperature gun, and judging the back of the BlackBerry Playbook, it's about 99 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it's about a little bit warmer than body temperature.
Yeah, about human body.
Yeah. So so that's the Playbook. Of course, full review coming probably, 2 weeks, I would guess, on this?
I mean, there's no point in waiting for when the real apps come out.
We'll revisit it then, probably.
But yeah, we'll probably revisit.
What I hope is that BlackBerry doesn't use the Android. I don't know if emulation is the right word, but the Android launcher as an excuse to not try and develop their own.
No, they would never do that. They want first-party apps.
Again, though, how do you get a foothold? There's so many developers out there. Their priority right now is obviously going to be with iOS and Android, where they think they can sell apps in volume. How do you get a developer who's got a hot app? Like, let's say you want Angry Birds on this. You go to the Angry Birds guys. How do you convince them that it's worth putting that on your device that no one's buying?
You create an SDK that's easy to port.
But they still have to devote resources to it.
The thing I think that's going to happen is they're going to go end around from the corporate. So I think they're going to try to get these out into their corporate customers, and from there they'll get those guys to develop in-house apps and build market share. And once the market share is there, people will want to be on the platform with the entertainment and other apps.
And hey, it comes to the
it has a pouch. That's nice.
Well, I hope it succeeds because I think it's it looks like a great device.
That's a surprisingly even-keeled response from you, Gary Whitta.
From a dyed-in-the-wool Apple Kool-Aid
the
guy
official
like
Apple
me.
fanboy of Tested.com. Other thing we missed last week, Friday morning, Wii HD rumors. Or Wii 2.
These are flying around like nobody's business.
There's crazy stuff out there.
Have you seen some of these controller mock-ups?
Yeah,
I hate renders. Mock-ups are.
Those are people on forums with my coming up with.
That's why they're not real product
IGN
designers.
put one up that looked ridiculous. I mean, this is what they do.
Yeah.
It's always funny after the system actually comes out to go back and look at the mock-ups.
Yeah.
Well, they did it for the iPhone
They're always
also.
so wrong.
Do you remember when before the iPhone 1 came out?
Yeah.
And there were rumors of a video device or some type of iPod video player and with a video overlay. Those mock-ups were the craze, and none of them were right.
Well, there was the iPad stuff was the same way.
Oh yeah.
There's been all the crazy 2-screen iPhones and iPads, and I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
But I'm liking some of the big picture stuff that I'm hearing about. Obviously HD.
Right.
Which, yay, Nintendo finally catches up with 2006.
So here's the thing. It seems like Nintendo's living on a 5-year cycle, and Sony and Microsoft are kind of maybe
they're in for a couple more years.
Haul.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're looking at an HD version of the Wii, not a substantially, more powerful than the 360 or PS3, but that's not that hard these days.
But that's a big deal because right now the Wii is substantially less powerful than those systems.
Yeah, but it's just going to put them in the bottom generation of the next generation.
For graphics rendering.
Yeah.
But here's
I hate to be a snob about it, but it's hard to do when you're playing other games on the 360 and the Wii and you're watching movies in HD. It's hard to go to play a Wii game and not feel like there's something old.
Even if you get the component cables, U480p as opposed to 480i,
it doesn't
help at all. Yeah, so
I think the thing is the kinds of games I'm playing first-party Nintendo games. They're all flat shaded, so it doesn't matter what they look like.
Well,
as long as they're not
flat shaded is what. It's interesting because that means if they do a Wii HD and it's backward compatible, you can put in Super Mario Galaxy and it'll instantly look so much better.
Well, yeah,
wonderful.
I haven't done this, but I've heard on the internet that if you use that Dolphin emulator for Wii games, they look really awesome on PC.
I've seen some screenshots.
Yeah.
And that's actually part of the reason why I've been putting off playing Super Mario Galaxy 2. As much as Super Mario Galaxy is one of my favorite games of all time.
Yeah. You're saving it.
My enjoyment of it was always held back by the fact that, oh my god, how much better would this look in HD?
Hold on. So just to be clear, you bought that game. It's sitting probably still in shrink wrap in your entertainment center. And then when the Wii 2 comes out, you're going to go out and buy a Wii HD, and then buy the game again in the HD version.
Hopefully you won't have.
But the Wii HD won't just upscale it, will it? The existing game. I'm going to buy the HD remaster.
I'm sure. Yeah.
No, maybe a patch. I would be really pissed off if Nintendo re-released at full price their games.
If the Wii, I don't know if this is even technologically possible. If the if the new Wii, the Super Wii, whatever you want to call it, upscaled all your old Wii games,
that would be such a selling point.
Well, it's going to do that. It's going to do that.
Is it?
But there will be an HD version that looks better.
I don't know how automatic or easy that process is.
I think Nintendo would be stupid because.
New Super Mario Brothers Wii HD Extreme?
No.
Yeah. They've got to do something. I spent more time standing in line for the Wii than I did playing it. And and part of the reason is, I mean, I'm a bad HD snob. As I've said before, if there's some shitty program in HD
I've
on
seen
one
you
channel,
watching terrible
and actually
things
something
in HD
good in
before.
standard definition, I will watch the shitty HD stuff. And that's a problem that I've...
But you won't do that for 3D.
What's the worst thing you've watched for HD that was when there's something else good in standard def?
I think...
You've told me horrible things.
I think Mega Piranha, maybe.
Oh, God. Wow. So you went to sci-fi over real content?
So anything shot with like a red camera, you like, I have to see what it looks like on the TV.
Yes, basically.
Good. Lots of documentaries, History Channel stuff?
So Nintendo would be the first ones out of the gate with the next generation.
I don't know if this counts. I think this might be them just catching up to this generation.
Well, no, but if it's more, well, that's the thing. I think they've got to offer something.
I mean,
beyond.
The thing is, we're reaching a point where the 360 is starting to feel a little long in the tooth. I mean, I think. Most
people are happy though. I'm not.
No, people are totally happy with the 360.
This is what's really interesting. Usually, at the end, towards the end of a generation, about this far in, people are crying out for the next generation.
I don't think
when I go onto gaming communities and talk to people online or whatever, I'm not seeing that. People are like, "This is good enough for me."
Mortal Kombat looks awesome.
A lot of people are saying they don't want the next generation yet.
Fighting games always look awesome. Fighting games and racing games always look really good. The thing,
but just think how much better the next generation would look.
So,
but I don't need it right now. And it's so much fun with Mortal Kombat right now.
The other side is there's a lot of inertia on the current generation. I have bought more Rock Band songs than I care to admit, and if they're not going to carry over to the next generation Xbox, so that I can keep playing Rock Band 3, I'm going to have an Xbox plugged into my living room forever.
And and on the corporate side, there's not a lot of incentive.
Well, the Xbox is still selling better than everything else.
Absolutely. Microsoft has put years and billions of dollars into building a massive Xbox 360 installed base.
Right.
Xbox Live, the whole ecosystem, everything they've got going. And now, now they've got that huge installed base. They make a lot of money on the software.
On the other
You're
hand,
asking them to clear out that installed base, start again from scratch. They lose money selling the hardware initially. They're in a sweet position right now.
They don't have to.
Why start over?
Doesn't.
Who doesn't?
Because they have old hardware.
There's no hardware in
because
it.
It's cheap old hardware.
Here's the thing to think about, though. Dev cycle on a game is 18 months to 2 years now, right? Easy. So if they want to have a Xbox 720 or Xbox 3 or whatever out in Christmas of 2012, development on those games has to have started very soon now.
Yes.
And that would be, when did the Xbox come out? 2005?
Late 2005.
Right. So if that would be a 7-year cycle between the launch to launch on that console.
See, I think you're gonna be looking at more of a 10-year cycle.
Yeah. 720p is going to get real 480p-ish by 10 years by 2015.
But why though?
I don't think so. I think a lot of people are still playing Xboxes on not even HD, not even 720p.
I mean, I know for a fact that some of, I don't want to out anybody because I don't know if he's talked about it publicly, but some people that work in this building are feeling the age of the Xbox when they started playing PC games and seeing what Battlefield 3 and Portal 2 and those games look like. Even when they're the same render, same generation, just upscaled, higher resolution textures, higher resolution.
Well, yeah, but you've got to remember, you're never going to be able to get those high resolutions on a TV anyway.
You can run 1920 by 1080.
Yes.
You're not running at 1280. I mean, Xbox 360 is outputting almost everything at 720p these days.
There's internal scaler, so it's rendering at 720p, outputting at 1080i, 1080p.
But you're still. I mean, whether there's a scaler or not, it's 720p.
And also, you've got to remember, most people can. Maybe this is less true in games, but with movies, unless you've got a really huge TV, most people can't tell the difference between 720p and 1080p.
I wouldn't know about that.
No, well, no, you've got a smaller TV.
Right. I mean, I have a clearly inadequate TV. I know.
You probably can't tell the difference. I might be able to.
Ford Focus.
I think we live in the good enough generation, and 720p is good enough and better than the standard right now.
But the Wii is not good enough.
No,
that's what we're seeing.
The jump from 480 to 720 is significant. From 720 to 1080.
It's depressing.
The margins
We're talking about 4 times as many pixels from 720.
Right.
480 to 720.
480 to 720.
The other thing I'm liking that I'm hearing in these rumors is that I think, again, who knows, they're rumors, but what seems to, the picture that seems to be emerging is...
Those rumors started out relatively sane, you know, HD Wii, higher resolution waggle, all that stuff. And then they quickly got crazy fucking bananas.
Oh yeah, when you get into the controller business and all the crazy stuff about touch screens in the controllers and weird stuff, but the...
Soul recognition.
But going back to what sounded, when we were still in the sensible part of it, was talking about, I think this was from the original Game Informer reporting, Nintendo trying to break this cycle that you see with every Nintendo console, which is there's a handful of great Nintendo games every year, and then third parties don't know what to do with it. And we've seen that's been more of a problem with the Wii than without any other system.
Well, that's the big challenge for Nintendo on all of their platforms.
Right. So what we're hearing now is the rumor is that Nintendo is going to be more aggressively courting third parties and trying to get third parties behind their system as much as they are behind the 360.
Is that going to happen also with like the Kinect?
The thing is, there's some companies that are good at developer relations, and there's some companies that aren't. I mean, in the PC world, NVIDIA has always spent a lot of money and a lot of effort on developer relations, and as a result, that the way it's meant to be played thing, whether you think it's a good idea or a bad idea, has resulted in some really good games.
Dedicated teams were developers. John Carmack, he actually did an interview recently saying he likes NVIDIA not over ATI, not just because like the bench, he hasn't done like official benchmarking.
It's not because of hardware.
No, not at all. It's because he can get on the phone and ask the guy, you know, can I put these features in my game, in my engine, and will you guys develop hardware to support it?
Well, yeah, and which hardware will this work on? I mean, they can go back and tell you, and that's some place that ATI's fallen down, some place where Nintendo's fallen down, and some place where Sony's fallen down. Well, Microsoft has been good at it traditionally.
And the problem Nintendo, I think, particularly had with the Wii is because they introduced a unique control scheme.
Yeah.
They were asking developers, let's say like Madden. It's not like EA can just port 360 PS3 or Mortal Kombat, a game like that. It's basically the same version on both machines.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the Wii version, they have to rebuild the game around a whole different control scheme, and that's a big hassle.
And since the third parties probably have less time with the games than the in-house teams, you know, because Miyamoto knew what the Wii was going to be 2 years before EA did. So I mean, they have more time to work on it, and the third-party guys are left to kind of figure it out as they go along. You end up with stuff like Red Steel,
and they had to
terrible.
plus, you know, they've got to scale down all their assets. You know, they don't have hard drive storage and all the other things they can rely on with the other systems. That will go away with this new with the new Wii HD. Presumably, there'll be proper storage and HD graphics and all the things that we expect from the other systems. But if there is still going to be some kind of loony motion control or whatever, I think it's hard for third parties to get really excited about that, because on the one hand, you've got to get your head around this. I think a lot of developers never really got their head around Wii Motion. It was kind of like, it was a nice gimmick, but a lot of people didn't really want to build games around it.
And I don't think people really knew what it was going to be until they saw grandparents in the living room bowling.
Right.
You know, like that was a switch flip moment, I think, for a lot of the developers.
But that's the problem, is that for so many people, that's all the Wii ever was a Wii Sports machine.
Right, a single serving console.
Yeah.
So let's run the rumors. I think that all those visual controllers and the touchscreen controllers and all that's crazy talk.
Yep.
So you don't think there'll be a touchscreen element?
Let's start making declarations.
Here's the part where we make ridiculous predictions.
Yeah. Since this podcast isn't being archived, you're free to say whatever you want.
No, it's going to be up on the site.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this could be held against you in the future.
HD. Let's just do feature by feature.
Okay.
HD, absolutely,
That's
no
a
doubt.
lock.
Yeah. Probably 1080p support, I would guess, because they're going to want this to last for a significant period of time. I wouldn't be surprised if they support 3D, given their 3D proclivities on the handheld
Well,
side.
yes, but Nintendo only did 3D because they could do it in a unique way. On a big screen, you cannot do that.
That's true.
Without the glasses,
But over the life,
you don't want to go down that rabbit
over the
hole.
life of this console, it's very real possibility that there will be.
So it'll be a checkbox, but
3D.
not like a feature.
Not something they're going to push.
Okay. So
maybe on the touchscreen. Maybe they'll have a 3DS
on the Wii controller
screen on the Wii controller.
No, that's such a bad idea. You're going from down here to up there, 3D, 2D on your big screen TV. That's not good.
I want that.
No, you don't.
No, I don't.
You think E3 coming out?
I think that there'll be an announcement at E3 with release this year, and at least in Japan. Maybe
I don't think it'll be released this year. I think there'll be an announcement at E3. I don't think you'll see.
If you look at Wii sales, they've kind of not been doing so well in the last year. There's a reason. The Xbox 360 isn't outselling the Wii because the Xbox 360 is doing awesome. It's because the Wii isn't selling like it was last year.
No, the Wii is clearly coming towards the end of its life. I think its useful life. I think they'll drop it to $99 at some point soon, and then it'll live have a nice little long tail after that, same way the PS2 did.
Yeah.
Because again, we talk about that $99 barrier.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. At that point, you buy one to take to the lake house, and so the kids can play bowling when they're
you can do
at
Netflix,
nighttime,
and that's
like
all.
that. Yeah.
All that
I think
stuff's good.
the coup would be if the Wii and the Wii HD run the same game, same discs, so you can have the $99 Wii if you want it as a gift. That's like the 360 arcade, the dumbed down version. But then you can still buy Zelda and put on either system.
Backwards compatibility will definitely be a thing.
Yes, but
I think
upscaling thing is.
I think the
if that's
upscaling thing
if that
is the
could really
selling point.
happen, that would be very exciting.
Well, I mean, that can happen. There's no reason
I mean, that doesn't just make it compatible. That really breathes new life into all those old games. I just don't know if it's actually technically.
I would go. That would make us wait day one for the Wii HD.
Yes.
Because so you can go back and play the Nintendo games.
And then they would have it already, like an inventory of 12 awesome games.
I would go back and replay Super Mario Galaxy.
I would buy them finally.
Yeah.
Onboard storage. I think a large quantity of flash. I don't think Nintendo's going to put a hard drive in a console ever.
Well, I think aren't we done with moving hard drives in the next generation's going to be solid state drives, right?
I don't think they're going to be the cost will be low in two. But by the next generation is 5 years away, yes. If the next generation is 2 years away, no.
It's way cheap enough for a 200 gig, 500 gig hard drive.
I mean, you'll put a terabyte drive in a console 2 years from now.
Right.
Especially when games take up, like the DLC games, the arcade games take up so much space.
It's going to have a disc though. You're going to be able to put discs in this thing.
Well, that was one of the out there rumors, though, was no physical media.
Because you know who has done really well with their online distribution system? Which of the three? Let's see what the chat thinks about this. Corey, which of the three platforms do people in the chat feel have done the best with the content delivery system, online? Nintendo, Sony, or Microsoft? Has anybody said Nintendo yet?
That's a bit of a delay, so wait a second.
Everyone is saying Steam.
Steam, okay.
Oh, out of the box.
There we go.
So PS3.
And of course, interesting that we will be discussing this in the same week that the world's first non-physical media console is going to be going out of business.
The PSP Go.
PSP Go.
Oh, yeah.
No more PSP Go.
That didn't work.
Yeah.
Well, for Sony.
Yes,
right.
Correct.
So any wild out there? I mean, I think it's too early to get anything crazy.
No, there'll be
more rumors.
There will be a disc drive.
I mean, I think there has to be a disc drive so you can play DVDs.
Yeah.
I don't think there'll be a Blu-ray drive.
Again, Nintendo didn't care about that with the Wii. You still got to play.
Well, they did in Japan.
Okay.
In Japan, it played DVDs. Here, it did not.
Okay.
I think motion controllers are here to stay on the Wii. I think we'll see the weird hybrid.
Double down on the motion.
I mean, motion's been good. I think they'll probably do something to mix up motion.
If they're serious about calling third-party developers and they want people to be able to port their Call of Duties and Mortal Kombats, what have you, then there has to be a traditional element to the controller.
Yeah.
Maybe you can detach a part and wave it around, but there has to be a good old-fashioned thumbsticks configuration.
I have to say, I like the classic controller with the SNES pad and all that. That works really well for me.
But as long as that's an optional thing you have to buy separately.
Oh, you think it needs to be in the box?
I think it needs to be in the box.
You think it needs to be a Wiimote, a nunchuck, and the classic.
That's asking a lot. I think they need to position it as a competitor to the Roku, Boxy Box.
You think full streaming services and apps?
Full streaming services and apps.
That's crazy.
I think it needs to be the best. They want to be the best Netflix player.
That's so far from everything Nintendo's ever hinted that they're interested in.
No, but the 3DS. I mean, the 3DS. You're supposed to be able to get movie trailers and TV shows, 3D ones. Netflix in 3D
That's the first
on the 3DS.
hint. I was actually really surprised when I saw Netflix was on 3DS.
So why not on the Wii HD?
All right.
Will there be a unified friends list?
No.
Well, there'll be a thing with 16-digit code like the 3DS. Shared across all the games. But you're not going to have a gamer tag equivalent or achievements or anything like that.
Every console that Nintendo has done since the GameCube has offered one feature that is the flagship radically unique feature. DS had 2 screens.
Yes.
The Wii had Wii Motion. 3DS had 3D.
Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know if the patterns are going to continue, but what is that for this machine? Because simply bringing all the things that other systems already have is not going to do it. The question is, what does Nintendo offer this time around that's unique? I hope it's not that thing that you stick your finger in.
The biometric sensor.
That would have to be a joke, right?
Norm, every time you adjust your tie, it crinkles,
Awesome.
Yeah. That would be crazy talk. I have no idea what it would be. I mean, maybe they are going to do some sort of crazy, The thing is, they have an ecosystem of handheld devices with screens. They all are internet connected. They all have. I don't know if the 3DS has Bluetooth, but I would assume it probably does because those chips are cheap. I would think that probably that stuff's all going to be connected, and you're going to use your 3DS more. Like, it seems to me that having a 3DS work with the Wii HD in some sort of intelligent way as a controller would solve a lot of the problems that we've talked about with not having classic controllers and all that, except for the fact that you have to buy a $250 console
that's the thing.
to be the controller for your $250 console.
Yeah, well then you're getting back into those bad old days of people plugging Game Boys into their.
Man, I like Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Anybody who doesn't like that can go to hell. That was fun when you had 4 people.
Did you?
The one time I played it.
Do that?
The one time I played it.
One time.
I only ever had 4 people together. One time that it worked, but it was awesome.
That reminds me of the time we tried to play iPhone, iPad, Scrabble.
Oh, that was a disaster.
With our iPhones. That was a nightmare.
You know what I deleted last night from my iPhone? The Tray app. I was like, I'm never going to use this again. This is a terrible experience.
Yeah.
I don't need to have this anymore.
You need that slot in your folder for something better.
I expunged it from the computer. It's no longer on there. I have to re-download it.
That's the right call.
Any questions from the chat, Corey, about the Wii HD stuff? Are you mic? Is your mic up?
Am I good?
Yep.
Nothing much about the Wii HD. Yeah, actually, why in the world would Nintendo announce a new home console right after 3DS and when the Wii hasn't had a full price drop yet?
I think they don't. I mean, I don't think they feel like the Wii. I think what is the price on the Wii now? Is it $199?
Yeah.
So I think they're probably pretty happy with where the Wii is. I think they'll do the Wii price drop. Well, the Wii has had a price drop because it started.
I think
at
you
$250.
might see one this holiday.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll see a $99, $150 Wii this holiday.
I think they could go to $149 this holiday.
I almost think the smart thing that they would do is bundle in some accessories or games and keep it at $199. So they'll do like a Mario Kart, Super Mario Galaxy, or new stuff that the attach rate naturally will be low, but they can put a sweet bundle in there and kind of jack up the price a little bit.
The Costco
give you
style.
A couple controllers.
So the Costco bundle.
Costco type bundle, but maybe a little bit better games than you typically get in the Costco bundle.
I don't think they'll do that.
I think that they don't feel that the 3DS and the home console are really competitive.
Nintendo's been able to, we talk about HD and all the things that we want it to do. Nintendo's been able to sweep all those criticisms aside for a long time because the sales have just been gangbusters for the longest time.
Well, the way they've sold that is with the promise of, hey, your kids right now are spending all of their time sitting in their dark rooms shooting people in the face, and we're going to have a fun family activity with video games instead of playing Call of Duty all the time.
Even old people can play it.
Right, and
is that a reality though?
I mean, when I go home at Christmas time, we all gather around my sister's Wii and chuck the old bowling ball. It is a thing that happens every year.
Right.
I enjoy it. It's fun. Everybody gets a little cocktailed, and then we drive home through the snow and a mile and a half, and somebody has to be the designated driver, and yeah.
Those Wii Sports parties are a lot of fun, and it's
you had a Wii Sports party that was a hell of a lot of fun.
It was tremendous fun, and it's interesting, isn't it, how despite their best efforts, Microsoft and Sony have not really been able to replicate that fun family party atmosphere. They've tried. They've released party games and motion controllers. Something is not translating over.
Had Sony or Microsoft released the motion controls before Nintendo and before the novelty wore off of having a bowling party, then people would have done it. It would have worked then. But you can't say, oh man, it was awesome. The iPhone came out 2 years ago. We should release something that's just like the iPhone. It doesn't work that way.
That's not what happens.
So speaking of the iPhone, I forgot to put this on the list, but this is kind of a big story. Apple is suing Samsung for I can't remember what the legal term is.
Isn't it because the tab
ripping us
phone?
Yeah, well, no.
The Galaxy S.
The Galaxy S
looks almost exactly like the iPhone.
It's a fit and finish is what they're suing. There's trademarks and there's copyright, and those trademarks is your name. Galaxy S is a trademark. iPhone's a trademark. Copyright is actually copyright doesn't apply here. Patent is the physical hardware and software on the device. This fit and finish stuff has to do with the kind of small touches that go around
the packaging,
the phone, the packaging,
UI,
the
icons,
place you put the buttons, the way the icons look. I mean, if you recall, when I first got the Galaxy S phones, I looked at TouchWiz and was like, man, they have chiclets. The icons are chiclets. Yes. They pull the color from the icon. They're like, instead of going up and down like the app tray usually works on Android phones, it went side to side.
Yes.
And they had the springboard.
Now, of course, every smartphone that's come out since the iPhone has looked a bit like
they're all
iPhone
black.
Because
they're all 16 by 9.
The iPhone created a totally new language for what phones should look like, so everyone copied it a little bit. The the Galaxy S does, in the pictures that I've seen, does look uncannily like the iPhone.
It's a little more. I don't think people are confusing. I don't think people confuse the Galaxy S with the iPhone.
It's close enough.
No, I don't think they're tricking anyone into thinking they're getting an iPhone.
So what are they leeching off of? I mean, Samsung is Or
because
Apple is one of
Apple put a lot of
Samsung's
time and
biggest
effort into
customers.
creating a unique experience with the fit and finish and the UI. If someone just comes along and just steals it and puts it in their phone, yeah, you got to sue them.
Especially, but the funny thing here, the places this gets weird, and if you want to see, we did a write-up about this, but the guys at This Is My Next website, podcast, whatever, I don't know what the site's called, but Josh Topolsky's new thing, Nilay did a great write-up about like the lawyery analysis of it, because he used to be a lawyer. I can't, actually, I have no idea where I was going with this.
But the thing is, here's the thing, aren't all these companies suing each other all the time, like every which way?
Well, that's part of it, but the thing is, Samsung is a huge partner for Apple.
Yes.
They provide displays, they provide CPUs, they provide memory, they provide flash, all sorts of stuff Samsung sells.
But they're different departments.
Well, it is different departments. Samsung's a huge company, Apple's a huge company,
But
obviously.
that relationship, that vendor relationship, is so beneficial to both parties that they can also sue each other at the same time.
And everybody's cool with it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And Apple is suing Samsung Mobile, their mobile division, and that's where the miscommunication happened. And I think Tim Cook made some statements about it during the earnings report. And it's just, it's a lot of miscommunication. Apple is, protecting their design, their brand, and I think it'll be resolved. I don't think it will go to court. Samsung has launched a countersuit. But I think, Samsung's phones now clearly, if you look at the Nexus S, you can't confuse the Nexus S with the iPhone. If you look at the Captivate, if you look at even the Galaxy S2, I don't think you could argue that that's a huge ripoff on the iPhone. And Apple did receive the patent for the iPhone 4 design recently, and they're just doing their due diligence.
Right. That's the thing is they have to protect this stuff. I think it's a little lame. It's the kind of thing that's probably going to end up with Samsung countersuing Apple, and then both sides meeting somewhere in the middle with some sort of cross-licensing agreement, and everybody will be cool. And Samsung will say, "Oh, we're not going to use boxes that slide on like the iPhone 4 box does anymore."
Yeah. I don't think Apple sees any huge threat from Samsung because of this.
So that's pretty much there's a lot of other smaller news.
I want to talk about there's one more news.
I've got on the gaming front, Alienware announced new M series gaming laptops. That
everyone has always asked about this. Yeah. In every podcast, when's the next M11X coming out? Well, this week, it's out. You can buy it now, $1,000. The old M11X got lowered down like $799 or $699.
Don't
really
buy that.
Cheap. Don't get that one. New one, same form factor, 11.6 inch screen, 1366
Is
by
it the same
768.
design? Does it look exactly the same?
Looks pretty much exactly the same. The guts are better.
Is it Sandy Bridge?
It's HDMI 1.4. I don't know if it's Sandy Bridge. I want to say yes, it is. Intel Core i5 2537M. I'm not exactly sure if that's a Sandy Bridge.
Where does the M line up?
And then the graphics is a GeForce 540M.
Okay.
So how does that stack up in the PC
modern
gaming
world?
Yeah. Is that going to do the job on pretty much everything else?
So the balance on these games is that they usually put the GPU in that they need to run most stuff at native resolution for the panel that's attached to the laptop.
Yeah, but probably what a lot of people want to do is plug it into a bigger screen.
You're going to plug a second
right?
monitor in. So you'll be able to play at 1280 by 720 in everything.
With HDMI, I think you're going to do 720p easy.
Yeah.
It's 1366 by 768, so it's already high resolution. I think you'll be able to do 1080 with some things turned down. There are also two new Alienware models, the M14X, M18X. M18X looks ridiculous. It is massive, and
it's something you need a special backpack.
That's Samsonite type
bag.
That's the big workstation, the mobile workstation / gaming rig.
But the M14X looks kind of interesting. If you're carrying a 15-inch notebook right now, that's a 5-pound gaming laptop that looks like it's pretty good. So we're going to see if we can get one or both of those in to test out, and there'll be more later.
And M14X is only $1,200 to start.
Yeah. Let's see, a couple of small hits. You already said the PSP Go is dead. Seagate buys Samsung's hard drive division. Basically now, how many companies are making hard drives? Western Digital, Seagate, and is Toshiba sold last year? Is Hitachi still making hard drives?
Hitachi also sold.
Not. Worst hard drive crash I ever had was Hitachi. The Death
Star.
The Death Star.
Yeah.
Worst data loss I ever suffered.
I think it's pretty much just WD and Seagate.
I think there's one more company.
Well,
Samsung sold. Oh, sorry, I just said Samsung sold. Anyway, the question here is this the last of the horseless carriage manufacturers selling as the Ford and the automobiles come online? You know, is that what we're seeing? Is the movable storage industry consolidating before its eventual, poof?
I think you argue that. As long as prices are low, I mean, I think the margins are pretty low, but both those companies now are putting so many resources into
it's all
SSD.
Flash, yeah.
And SSD, but they're also not the leaders in Flash. It's all the companies that had good RAM contacts, actually.
That candle that Vinny lit really smells terrible.
I can't smell anything.
You're lucky.
And we have 3 candles left.
What is it?
You know, when those three candles on that one plate, that should represent one of each of us. And I'm going to make a bet that yours is going to go out first. Yours is the one on the far left. Gary, you're on the far right. Mine in the middle. Mine will stay on the longest.
That is some good gambling there, Norm. Other small hits. WinPhone 7 Mango update confirmed for fall. AT&T got updates yesterday or day before for LG and Samsung Focus. So the 2 Windows Phone 7 phones. The Focus actually got 2 updates in one day or within a short order. And that was kind of an interesting process. I updated the phone that we have here in the office, and you basically plug it into the Zune software, and it kind of just runs an update.
Yeah, you did it for Brad.
It takes like 40 minutes. Yeah, Brad's been using our Focus since his iPhone 3G kind of sucks. So that's good. Mango is coming in the fall. That, of course, is the big one with the IE9. But Focus owners can now get copy and paste if you hook up to Zune. HBO Go to HBO Go to Go.
Let's talk about HBO. Let's talk about Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Tangent.
Hold on, I haven't watched Game of Thrones.
You have not watched it yet.
No spoilers.
You've seen it.
I've seen it.
But you didn't watch it on first night.
No, I was a day behind everyone else. But I did see it.
Okay.
Time shifting. It's the future.
Yeah. Welcome to 1997, Norm.
How awesome is it, Gary?
It's great. I'm a big fan of the books. And I thought so far it looks like they're doing an excellent, very faithful job with the adaptation. Movie quality production values.
Yeah. Shot on film?
I can't tell. I think maybe shot digitally.
Okay. But high resolution digital.
Yeah,
obviously.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Without spoiling, it is totally worth watching. I don't know if I recommend it for my mom. Definitely not for kids.
I think the big
or
test.
Sexy.
Both.
Ooh. At the same time?
Almost in sync with each other.
Oh,
that's every time it got a little sexy, it got a little violent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every scene there. Yeah.
The big test that it seemed to pass is that people who aren't familiar with the books are getting into it. It's obviously people like us who know every beat in the story.
Well, I don't.
Oh, okay.
And
because
I like being on that side. It's amazing. I'm enjoying it as a TV series first, but I do hear people complaining. People who are hardcore fans.
Because it's its own, it's like any fantasy world. It has its own very detailed history and geography, and all these characters, so many different characters, a huge cast of characters. You haven't even met like 1/4 of the people in the story yet. Even though I was able to follow it and watch it very easily, my concern was are people who aren't into it.
Well, it's like Walking Dead had the same problem because there's a lot of characters in Walking Dead, and they get introduced really quickly in the show. And then, whether people are going to be able to keep up that haven't actually watched the show before.
It's so much better than Walking Dead.
Wow, really?
So much better.
I'm going to have to read the books. My plan is to read the books and then watch the Blu-ray when it comes out.
I'm going to read the books after.
Okay.
Already picked up for a second season.
13 episodes first season is just the first book. 13 weeks later, I can start reading the book. Get it on a Kindle. So HBO Go.
Yeah, let's talk about the tech
It's
side.
a service that exists already. You can go on their website right now and you can watch some of their shows on demand.
And it's if you're a subscriber, right?
It's
if you're a
free
subscriber.
if you're a subscriber.
But the way they do it is kind of weird. You have to pick your provider, and with Comcast, you actually have to go through Xfinity's website, which sucks.
Yeah.
But they actually showed this trailer for HBO Go, the new one, during Game of Thrones this past Sunday. And what it is basically they're going to release the Android and iPad, iPhone app, iOS apps.
That's good. That's coming next month.
Coming May 2nd, I think. And
that's great. As an HBO subscriber,
yeah.
I'm going to want. Now, if you're not an HBO subscriber, can you pay just for an online subscription?
No, you cannot.
That's
still through your provider. Yeah.
Now,
Comcast
that does kind of
twisting the
suck
knife.
because there are people that want to watch, say, Game of Thrones, but don't want to have to buy a whole HBO subscription to get it.
That's not how they pay for Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
They pay for it both
by
with
selling
subscriptions.
subscriptions.
Money.
Why not?
Comcast
Why not?
paying them
But this
a
is
ton.
another way they can sell subscriptions.
Because Comcast will cut their deal down if they start.
That's why it's not going to be on iTunes for a long time.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones isn't on iTunes?
No.
No, I think, no way.
No, the only stuff that's on iTunes from HBO is owned by outside production houses like Curb Your Enthusiasm. And
Entourage. And when it's out on
Entourage,
Blu-ray, then you can buy the digital version.
Right.
Yeah. Other small hits, Android released Sonos, a Sonos app for their
They had actually
music
announced this for a long
boxes.
time, but now there's
It's
a new
finally
one out for Android. The iOS version has AirPlay.
I tested the iOS version last year. This looks very similar. Seems like it's a little fancier.
Yeah. I don't know too many people who own it. Is for that's the thing.
Sonos. I mean, if you want central music in your house, Sonos is, I think, the best way to do it.
It's not for people who live in single story dwellings.
Right.
If you live in big houses.
Yeah. If you live in if like your computer is next to your bed, you don't need a Sonos.
If you can call the rooms in your house zones and not sound like a jackass, then
like my house,
you're going to sound like a jackass either way. But
my house is 1,000 square feet. It is too small for Sonos. Yeah. But what you can do with Sonos is have one zone in the patio, one zone in the kitchen, one zone in the living room, one zone in the bedroom, and you can control each one individually and put music in different ones.
I'm sick of your hip hop. I'm gonna go to the other zone.
Billy, stop listening to your Disney radio crap.
Hey, can you toss me some Johnny Cash in this zone?
God damn it. And then the last rumor, the oft-mentioned, long-looked-for, still missing white iPhone 4, rumored to appear April 26th.
We're hearing it's coming. That's only 5 days away.
5 days. If your math is correct, it is 5 days from today.
Which means that somewhere there are white iPhones sitting in a box waiting to be
Dude, there's
shipped
white
out.
iPhones all over the campus in Cupertino that people have been carrying them for a year.
Well, but obviously Cupertino.
Does anyone really care about white iPhone?
The thing is, if they release white iPhone on April 26th, either it is the biggest jack move ever, because then there's going to be a new iPhone in July.
How many iPhone 4? No, there's not.
Well, no, not until the fall is what we're hearing, right?
September is what we're hearing. But
still,
so
you'd
iPhone
be a
4,
sucker to buy one still.
Last July, Verizon iPhone.
Yeah.
White Verizon iPhone.
Yeah.
And then possibly this fall's white Verizon iPhone 5 with dual GSM CDMA running A5 and iOS 5.
I think a lot of people are going to be very. I think the white iPhone will be very successful. Although, having said that, you are probably foolish to buy one.
I love my white iPad. I got to say, I was a big doubter on the white iPad, and the white iPad's pretty rad.
Again, why not jump in and get it though? Unless you're not confident the next iPhone is going to be a big step up.
Yeah.
The next iPhone's probably going to be just a 4GS, right? A 4S.
I think the iOS 5
I'm making shruggy shoulders.
iOS 5 is probably going to be the big change.
I'm at maximum shrug.
iOS 5, we're hearing that it's the same form factor, which is surprising because they got so much shit for the
different back material, different materials.
Yeah, but it was the antenna on the outside. Remember Antenna Gate? People don't remember that.
No, we remember. I remember every time my phone drops a call, and that I have to have this doofy case on my phone in order to use it as a telephone.
So you'd think that would be a reason for them to,
in theory,
put the antenna back inside.
Is Apple still giving out free cases?
No,
that
stopped in September.
Okay.
If you weren't an early adopter, then you knew what you were getting into, and fuck off.
Yeah.
So that's it for news. I'm done with news.
Hey,
let's get to the tangent. I should mention this. We had a big discussion on the forums. I don't know if you guys read it, but some people expressed displeasure in the number of tangents.
So were people yelling in the forums at you? Was it Will versus Will versus the formers?
No.
Discussion?
No.
Well, on this last podcast?
No.
People loved the last podcast.
Oh my God.
People really enjoyed
Loved it. It was the best,
McGriddle.
Gary. Best podcast ever.
Oh God.
I called it right.
I am so against. I heard this.
I can mute both of you.
During this entire
This could just be the Will Smith show
that we've been recording this past hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And Will's been fiddling with the thing. I can tell with his screen on there, he's trying to keep us on track because he's so afraid of the backlash.
No.
No, so all I saw was good.
So okay,
positive.
in the forum, this is only a test section of the forum, not in the podcast thread. There was a respectful request from a reader.
I didn't even realize there was a whole
one
other
post
forum.
from someone who said, "Man, I don't like these tangents," and then everyone came to defend the podcast and say, "Hey, if you don't like it, listen to Leo Laporte."
However, when we got to the end,
bloody right.
I'm not talking shit about Leo because I like Leo. I think he's a nice guy. When we got to the end of the show, when we got to the end of the thread, basically what people were saying was, I like the tangents. However, the news section doesn't have to be so tangential. So what we've done...
Well, okay, no.
Let me
news
talk.
section last week
I'm going to laser
was
you.
especially tangential.
I'm lasering.
I'm 105 degrees. I'm livid right now.
You're 83.
That's right. The temperature is going up as his fever rises.
All I'm
it was
saying,
tangential last week because last week was a shit news
week. Yes,
and
definitely.
we gave that caveat out before
we
the
warned
podcast.
people.
It was,
and I'd be willing
enough
to
warning.
concede that we pushed the limits of the tangentiality.
that is the far scale.
It was the McGriddle. You can't have a McGriddle and not really inject.
Because I think we went like the first 30 or 40 minutes without anyone. No one would be able to tell that there was a tech.
I went back. I was so nervous about that show. I posted it. I downloaded it to the phone. Listened to it on the car ride
Your
home.
lack of faith is hysterical.
Yeah, and then you messaged me to say how great you thought it was.
Yeah, exactly. But literally the first. I didn't complete one sentence before we were off on a tangent. I had introduced Norm, I'd introduced Gary, then Tangent City USA.
You started talking about gingham. You invite it.
I know, it's I'm part of the problem. I'm the first to admit it. However, we're going to try a new format. We're going to try just switching things around a little bit. So we moved the tangenty sections to the end of the podcast.
And
we
not
moved
tangents.
But isn't that what we have anyway? Fake outtakes have always been the tangent.
No, not the very end. That's the way end. That's after the end. What we've done is now instead of leading with what we're testing, which is a super tangenty section of the show, we led with news, which is usually less tangenty. So I'm making up verbs left and right. Corey is over there laughing. Corey, your mic's up. You look like you have. Are you a regular listener of the podcast?
I'm actually not. I'm sorry to say.
Oh,
mute him.
Your volume's down.
Oh,
no. What is the chat saying? Are they up in arms?
Coming out big in favor of tangents.
There you go. People love tangents.
But here's the thing. You gotta wonder what somebody who listens to this podcast for the first time thinks when they're listening to this.
I would not recommend that be the first podcast.
No,
or maybe I would.
And refreshing.
But if that's the first thing they listen to and they're coming in expecting a straight tech podcast and they don't know us from any asshole on the street.
If someone listens to the podcast and can't get past half an hour, then they don't deserve to listen to our podcast
People
anyway. Give it
listen
a
to a
fair shake.
podcast to be informed and entertained.
I'm going to play the music.
And that balance is constantly in flux.
I'm going to play the music, which will transition us between the serious newsy part of the podcast and Tangent City USA, where we talk about what we're testing.
Wouldn't want to go off topic in Will's new fascist regime.
Let's listen to
I'm going to laser you.
Transition first.
That is not a technology-related subject.
Why do I have a German accent?
Because
I have the same heritage
you're a fascist.
as you.
I can give you an Italian accent.
I have the same heritage as you. That's totally placist.
But you're acting like a fascist.
No, I'm not.
You're now telling me when it's you're affecting my right to free speech.
Did I stop your tangent during the bit when we were talking about the other thing?
You're
HBO
saying that I'm only
Game of
allowed to
Thrones?
be tangential
Gary,
in your new, nice, neat,
I think
bordered, like cordoned off tangent area.
Gary, I'm gonna have to redeem like the tangent coin every time I want to go on a tangent.
Once we've done our homework, we can go to the fun zone.
You goobers can be as tangential as you want to be. This is like the fucking backseat in the car vacation. We'll tell the dad, Dad, can we have fun? Have you done your homework? Have you brushed your teeth? Okay, well now you can talk about something that's not technology.
This could be just Will's childhood upbringing, his harsh upbringing.
Oh yeah,
back.
we mustn't forget about his harsh, backwoods upbringing.
I'm shaking
locked down
my
in
head.
that root cellar for 18 hours a day.
I'm shaking my head.
We got to drag the news Christmas trees into the house and sell them.
God damn it! Where's my stabbing knife?
So many flashbacks.
Fascist Will Photoshop thread is apparently already.
Oh no! No Nazi shit on the forums. That's the only rule. No, there's more rules than that, but I'll think of them as I see the pictures.
Hey, let's talk about Portal. Is that acceptable?
Well, hold on. We've talked about Playbook, which is what we're testing. That's the big thing.
I'm done with news.
I feel that this was a
You're
very
testing my patience right now.
I feel that this was a very content-rich podcast.
We've been unusually content-rich.
The signal
we
to
have
noise
swung
ratio
to the opposite
went
side
way back
of
the other way. Yes.
Without it, I would like more tangents than we've had so far. Just as a personal note.
Too many last week. Not enough this week.
All I ask is for perfection, Gary. All I want is perfection.
The mama bear porridge.
Yeah,
maybe what you could do is fit us with like little
baby bear.
buzzer.
Bear is too
Maybe you
cold.
could fit us with little electric shock things and just buzz us when you feel like we're being too
You should see what we're going to do in the live show tomorrow.
Are you still wearing the heart rate sensor?
I forgot to charge it.
Oh man,
that thing, it's uncomfortable. I don't like it. It's not going to get a good review. So yeah, I am still wearing that thing. That's something to talk about later. Where the fuck does this hum come from? It's driving me slowly crazy. Oh,
so
it's Gary. Is it the vent?
I think it's your mic.
Man.
Corey is picking up.
I've turned him all the way down though.
So I want to talk about Portal without spoiling anything.
Okay. I'm at chapter 4.
Here's the thing. I want to talk about where we are. Okay, you're at chapter 4. I'm at chapter 4. We're taking it.
I'm enjoying. I'm savoring.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm seeing a lot of people saying they want to savor and ration the experience. Make it
if you listen to last week's podcast where we went on a
Portal Buddy
tangent about Portal, I think all three of us talked about trying to get through the single player as fast as possible, so we can get into the co-op.
You don't want to do that.
But
and then I started playing the single player.
Look at it this way: the quicker you finish that game, the longer your wait's going to be for Portal 3.
Well, here's the thing, though. I do want to get into co-op this weekend.
Okay.
But what I've been told by people who are more expert than me is that I don't have to. You don't have to play one after the other.
Right.
Oh well, then but
you don't want to go jump back
I was concerned about that because I haven't had a chance to play single player yet.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to jump into co-op if that spoiled the single player in some way. But if it doesn't matter which
There's
way.
no spoilers, but the thing that like Tycho said on Penny Arcade the other day seems true, and that if once you're used to having 4 portals, it's challenging to go back to just having 2 portals.
I want to go through the single player, finish it, because I'm already in the middle of it. I don't want to stop.
How many
that
are there?
experience.
8 chapters?
I think there are 10 chapters.
10 chapters.
And we're in chapter 4 right now, which where kind of starts ramping up.
It's getting
without
good,
spoiling
yeah.
too much. 'Cause
Spoilers.
Without spoiling anything.
Yeah.
We'll say that Gary has not played Portal yet.
Portal 2.
All. Portal 2 at all.
No.
Shocking. You want to give your explanation for that?
I have 2 reasons. Number 1, my computer is in the shop.
No.
Your computer is not in the shop. Your monitor is in the shop.
Well, okay.
And your monitor.
Your iMac's broken.
I have Portal 2 installed on my Mac and on my PC.
Yeah.
Right.
But because my iMac is also the monitor for my PC, and my iMac is currently on the disabled list.
So because
shit.
And I think your iMac.
The truth comes
I
out.
could. I have a
27-inch
secondary
iMac.
monitor I could use, but I don't want to do that.
No, you don't. You want to play on the 2560 by 40.
Oh, that's horrible. I'm so sorry.
Your PC is really an accessory for your iMac.
It really
your iMac.
is.
Oh man, you
and yet
you
your
can't
iMac
see this at home, but Gary has a very sheepish look on his face right now.
Why am I sheepish?
You just look sheepish.
Because for what purpose?
I don't know. Because you're using your iMac as your monitor, and the whole system broke down when that went to shit.
That's the problem with an all-in-one and having two machines that both use the same screen.
You took it to the
So
Apple
what was the
Store?
problem
I took it
with
to the
iMac?
Genius Bar, and they're currently repairing it.
Geniusing.
Yes.
Okay.
Thinking real hard.
You know what happened was really annoying? The problem that I was having with it, and this happens every fucking time.
Okay.
I mean, not that my computer breaks down all the time, but like this is the sort of thing that happens. Is as soon as I take it in, of course, I can't reproduce the problem.
Yeah, well, that's always the case.
Of course. Well, sometimes it's your power switch is off on your. Sometimes you didn't charge it.
Yeah, sometimes you just flip the light switch in the room.
Sometimes, yes, this was not a light switch issue or batteries in my mouse.
Well, sometimes things happen to good people, despite
They did discover. Not related to the problem I was having, that when they ran the diagnostic tool, the fan was the only component that didn't pass the test, so they're replacing the fan, and then I'm going to get it back.
And then it's still going to have the same problem it had before.
Well, no, they're doing all the other they couldn't find what the other problem was.
Was it shutting off randomly?
No, it was this weird thing where it just wouldn't left click anymore. No matter what, I tried a bunch of different mice.
Oh, that's crazy weird.
Left click wouldn't respond,
like
right click would.
thing.
When you moused over the dock, it wouldn't respond. There was no magnification or anything.
You're gonna need to reinstall. That sounds like a software problem more than the hardware.
Yeah,
problem.
it was.
You back up though. You used time.
Yeah, I got to
Time
back.
machine,
I may have to reinstall.
Okay. Well, if you get your monitor back and iOS isn't working or iOS 10 isn't working, you can still play Portal on your PC.
That's my plan.
That's your plan.
Yeah,
Good.
I highly encourage you
although
to
the
do
problem, if the problem could persist.
Hold on, wait. We're Portal buddies. Are you going to have this back by this weekend?
I hope so.
You better.
It turns out I made good.
Suddenly got very serious on.
Hold on. Well, Norm's Portal buddy is at a wedding in Mexico this week.
Potentially,
who is your
might not
portal
come
buddy?
back. Brad. Brad is my
Okay.
portal buddy. I thought it'd be Dan Stapleton, but turns out he'd played it for the review.
I think Brad is a good
Brad.
buddy.
I love Brad, but he had to be out of town this week for a wedding. He's in Mexico. He might drink the water down there.
His
or something
priorities are all
poison.
wrong.
This level of commitment is not looking good on either of our Portal buddies.
I
We
know.
might have chosen Portal.
I might have to be portal buddy with Will.
Well, I mean, my circumstances are out of my control.
That's
I'm
not
going
my
to give you a
problem.
little tentative fist bump
I'm
right now.
just going to graze. Just a grazing.
If the worst comes to the worst, I can plug my 24-inch monitor into my PC.
I'm not going to ask you to do that.
What an awful
I'm just going to
experience.
abandon you and get a better Portal buddy.
Just go find someone else.
I'm afraid Norm might yell at me though. So yeah, Portals. I'm really enjoying it. I didn't get to play last night. I was kind of
So
bummed.
it came out early, and I think everyone obviously knows that. It came out 9:30 p.m.
I sent some
Monday
potatoes
night.
to Amazon to try to get the servers back up today.
And
that ARG seemed to leave a bad taste in a few people's mouths.
Anytime you do anything on that scale, it's going to leave a bad taste in somebody's mouth.
Yeah,
I had fun.
They made no real promises. The game did actually come out early. You got to play it. I mean, I'd rather it come out 9:30 p.m. PST than midnight. And people played, got 3.5 hours of play. Or some people beat it that night.
we got to a point, chapter 3 or 4, where it's like, oh man, let's start thinking about the puzzles. It's a good time to take a break, and pacing it is fine. I want to tell a story about what happened with Anna.
Okay.
So, Anna's not on the podcast right now, obviously.
She's got the biggest commitment to a Portal buddy of ours. She's actually flying someplace else to play.
She's in LA today and tomorrow to do nothing but play Portal co-op with her friends down in LA.
Wow.
Because she's the biggest Portal fan any of us have ever known. She's did Portal fan art, everything when the first game came out.
Are they having like a LAN party?
I've never seen Anna swoon except when we were at the Portal booth.
I knew she was into Team Fortress. I didn't know she was so into Portal.
No, she loves Portal more than anything else in the world.
Wow. Portal was the gateway drug for Team Fortress for her.
Okay. So here's the thing, though. Anna got through more of Portal, the single player, than we did in that first night, but still didn't beat the game. But was so afraid, and here's where we can possibly turn, the story turns, dark turn. She was so afraid of being spoiled by the game. She got to a point, I think, in maybe the 7th or 8th chapter.
Right.
Where she thought she was nearing the end, but it wasn't the end.
By all reports, there's a
big moment or something.
Multi-stage thing.
I don't know, but I don't know what the story is because I'm not that far yet. But she got to a puzzle where she couldn't solve it.
I think we have a question from the chat. It better not be spoilery, Corey.
Yeah, it's not. Anna's actually in the chat.
I'm going to tell the story.
Oh, okay.
She got to a point where she was so afraid that she would be spoiled on Twitter or on the social networks because we all know Anna is a Web 2
she's on the Get Glue channel for Portal 2,
She can't get out of the Twitter for too long, that she watched the rest of Portal instead of playing it so she could get the story and so she wouldn't be spoiled. She watched on YouTube the playthrough.
Oh, that's horrible.
Of the rest of the game, the last hour, 2 hours, whatever it was, of the game.
I don't like to say people are bad people when they're not here to defend themselves.
And I asked, why would you do that? Isn't playing Portal part of the experience? No. The puzzles and the portaling, to her, not even secondary, tertiary.
She's into the story.
She's just into the writing of the story.
I can appreciate that.
I mean, you're a writer. I mean, that's a testament to your
I've said
craft.
before many times, I'm a content tourist in games now. I put the difficulty on easy because I don't really care about the challenge anymore. I just want to see the I just want to enjoy the content. Especially a game like a Valve game where you know there's a lot of great storytelling and artistry going on.
Well, and humor. Absolutely. I mean, it's a funny game.
But
it's not fun for me if I get stuck at a puzzle.
But like, if you walk into a Portal room and you yourself notice, hey, that panel is open. What happens if I walk behind it?
Yeah.
And you see the art on the wall. There is that sense of discovery. You found that. Someone didn't direct you there.
For me,
no, you're right. And I don't go to the YouTube clips and the guides until I get to a point where I'm like, I'm stuck. Like, I need help.
Oh, see, I
think it's inexcusable.
Never go to the guide.
That's inexcusable.
I never go to the guide.
You absolutely hit a brick
I go make
wall.
a cup of coffee and come back.
Yeah, you take a break
fresh
and then
eyes.
come back.
I hit a brick wall last night playing Mortal Kombat, trying to beat one of the bosses, and I was ready to fucking kick my foot through the TV screen and send the bill to Warner Brothers Games.
Okay.
Because I
you
was
think they'd pay or no?
No, I certainly would encourage them to.
I don't think they're going to give you a
look
check
at my
for that.
give my case of fair hearing.
Maybe.
I went online.
You have contacts there.
I got a couple of pointers online.
Okay.
And I was able to defeat the boss.
So
and I didn't feel any less satisfied. See, we all need. Sometimes we need a little help.
But that's a game where the knowledge isn't there's knowledge plus application.
Execution.
Right.
Yeah.
With Portal, the knowledge, like the execution, especially in this new one, since they kind of consoled it up a little bit.
Right.
There's not a whole lot of like difficulty in executing stuff once you figure out what the trick is.
Right.
So,
and I would
but
argue,
the thing I'm doing
as
is
great as the story is, I would argue the gameplay and the experience of playing
the mechanic is brilliant.
Is so integral to the story that you can't really. I mean, you can.
Well, for me,
split the two.
For me, the mechanic is the reason I'm there.
So have you never encountered a problem in a puzzle game or a platform or something where you hit a brick wall and you just cannot figure it out? And
it depends on how much I care about the game. So, for example, playing like Pokemon or something, I have the iPad with the game facts open, and I just scroll along as I go because I don't give a shit why Trainer A doesn't like Trainer C and why I have to fight these people. I just want to collect some monsters.
Yeah, right. But in a game like Portal, where you do care, what are you going to do theoretically if you get into a situation where you hit a brick wall and you can't solve?
I'm not
going to
get in a brick wall. I never.
Valve developed their game well enough that they train you to learn the puzzles and solve it based on.
The trick is to come at it sideways. There's always a way to come at it sideways. Yeah. Never accept defeat. Maybe Norm and I are better Portal buddies than we thought we were. You and your games.
I can't accept that someone who says that they are such a big fan, the biggest fan of Portal, would resort to watching the game as opposed to playing it.
Certainly with a game like Portal, one of the most fun elements, one of the most satisfying elements is that feeling.
Yeah, it's like
when the light bulb goes
and then you
off,
let it
and
go.
You go. Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
That's great.
Oh, we got a question from the chat.
I've got actually Anna in the chat. Anna in the chat, and she is defending her decision because she just absolutely had to know how it ended.
I'm just turning the volume down.
You absolutely had to know how.
I'm just, you're down, you're off.
You can give me $60 and I will show you a video of the Portal playthrough.
Okay, we're lingering on this too much.
That's an extreme. That's an extreme case.
This tangent has gone too far.
I am Team Anna on this one. I understand where she's coming from.
Well, that's because you're a writer. You think the story is the most important part.
It is.
I think the story is an incredibly important part, but I think the experience is diminished when you just watch it.
The thing about this game, from what I've seen so far, is that it's one of the few times where story and mechanic are both equally important. Yeah. In GTA games, clearly, like, story is precedent over mechanics because the mechanics are kind of shitty a lot of the times. In this game, the mechanic is brilliant. The story's really, really good so far. I mean, I think that's you can't have one without that. I think you're right, Norm. Other stuff we're testing. I did some coffee videos this week.
Yep.
I have the Cone, which is the Coava brewer, roaster and coffee house up in Portland. They make a stainless steel filter for the Chemex, which you have, Gary. And it has tons of little holes, so you don't have to use paper filters. You don't have to throw stuff in the landfill. I tested it out. It's okay.
Well, surely those filters are compostable.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, unless you get the bleach ones, they go away pretty fast, is my understanding. But I haven't talked to that's something I should talk to somebody about, because I'm kind of curious what the downside of those is.
But stainless, you're not dealing with like soggy filters or anything gross.
But the irony is it's harder to clean than the paper. Because with the paper, you just grab the edges and kind of pinch it up and then run over to the trash can and drop it in.
Toss it in the garbage, yeah.
Yeah, but with this, it's a boiling hot piece of metal.
Yes.
Because it conducts heat really well.
Right.
So you can't just lift it out. And it's also kind of sharp and pointy in places.
It's a disc.
So like it was, and then you have to you can't just throw the whole thing in the trash because it costs $50.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of knock it out and then rinse it out, and then there's always ground stuck in the bottom.
Yeah.
Not a huge fan of the Cone.
Okay.
But I also tested the Coava. They made a similar thing for the AeroPress, which is just a metal disc with the same size holes. That thing is badass. It has the same problems of being sharp and hard to clean, but it makes a really nice cup of coffee.
All right.
I'm strongly pro.
And haven't you also been experimenting with some kind of cold fusion brew?
Yeah, so yesterday I got the Hario.
Can
we talk about cold fusion for a minute? The Saint and
Saint.
Didn't Val Kilmer quit doing Batman because of that?
He thought that was going to be the next big franchise.
Yeah.
Well, he was better than Batman and Robin.
Yes,
That
absolutely
is true.
And you know what? The Saint is a perfect guilty pleasure.
I'm going to go ahead and say I think that sitting out here in this big room where everybody can listen to us makes me self-conscious enough that the tangents can't get that out of control.
Oh my goodness,
it's self-regulated.
It's bad.
Right. I'm uncomfortable. I feel like everybody's watching.
So you're okay
I like
putting
the Saint.
You're okay broadcasting it to thousands of podcast listeners, but you don't want your closest colleagues hearing it.
They don't listen to the podcast.
They don't listen to the podcast. Yeah. So anyway, the Hario cold brew method. I got it from Ritual, coffee house in town, my favorite local coffee roaster.
Yeah, they make good coffee.
They make badass coffee, dude. And they did they're selling the Hario stuff, which is Japanese. And the problem with the Hario stuff is it comes with no English instructions usually. So like when you get the V60, which is the pour over thing, or the kettle that looks like a honey a beehive, neither of those have English instructions. Pretty easy to figure out. With the cold brewer, you have to get the ratio of coffee to water right. It's a little trickier. I was really pleasantly surprised to see that there were English instructions on a little Ritual postcard in there. A++ on that, guys. I had the first sip of that this morning, and it was luscious. All velvety and smooth and coated your tongue nicely. Really, really good. I'm looking forward to some iced coffees this summer, courtesy of that thing.
So it only makes cold coffee?
Well, I mean, I'm sure you can heat it up, but I'm using it to make cold coffee. There's benefits to doing cold brew. I think it increases caffeine content a little bit, or maybe it decreases. It does something with caffeine content, whether it goes up or down, but it also is a little less acidic. So if you have like acid stomach problems or whatever, then the cold brew, it might be something you
I do enjoy a nice iced coffee.
Oh, yeah. Especially in the summertime. Like, my goal this summer is to drink iced coffee instead of Cokes. And
the only problem
like
I find is that if you obviously if you have ice in it,
more
so than most other iced drinks, the last quarter
is all
really suffers for the melting ice.
I like to put a little cream. Get it a
Why
little
can't we have
milky.
a fancy glass where the ice is separated from the content, but still
That's
chills
something
it?
you should invent.
Yeah, you should get on that.
Cut this part out.
Channing it up. It's too late. It's live. Somebody out there's got a Kickstarter going already.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm
you
visioning right now.
Yeah.
It's like a frosted mug, but you plug it in and it chills. You know, it has like a separate.
I think it's just a thing with a pole, and there's a piece of ice that goes up in the middle, and you freeze it solid. I don't know.
It's like my awesome ice cream trick.
Yeah.
The only way to eat cereal. I think I've talked about this on the podcast.
Ice cream is the cereal. You really eat cereal with ice cream every day?
I don't eat cereal every day.
You would weigh 400
When I eat cereal,
okay,
I always have vanilla ice cream, and I coat the edge of the bowl.
That's pretty gross, dude.
With vanilla ice cream, a thin layer of vanilla ice cream, just spread around with a spoon. Put the cereal in, and only corn flakes.
Okay.
Work the best. Pour the milk in. The ice cream is cold enough that keeps the milk cold and the cereal cold, but then it also melts slowly, and the vanilla flavor is a perfect match for corn flakes and milk.
I mean, I can see that, but you're like multiplying calories by about 1 million.
You're eating cereal. It's sugar.
Cornflakes isn't really sugar. It's just corn.
Well, most people eat like
okay.
That's a Norman Chen original.
You know,
Take
people
that to
don't
the
realize
bank.
just how calorifically crazy cereal is. You know, you look at the thing and go, oh, 200 calories, not too bad. Look at the serving size. That's for like that much.
One of those little square
by the
boxes?
time I've filled my bowl with granola, I've had like 4
Well, that's like 3
million
days worth of food.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You could go ahead and cut down some trees with that.
Granola is fucking bad news.
I like granola.
Yogurt and granola.
You assume it's going to be healthy.
Best breakfast in the world.
It's crazy.
But yogurt and granola, you control the granola amount so you get the portion right, so you don't get too many calories.
You want the crunch. Yogurt.
But you
got to have the crunch.
Yeah, the crunch is the best part. Except Greek yogurt.
Video capture stuff. I love Greek yogurt.
I love Greek yogurt too, but I don't really have Greek yogurt and granola.
Yeah,
Greek yogurt
that's what it's for. Yeah, have you ever gotten the Greek yogurt thing with the honey? Where you put the spoon in the honey and then you have the spoonful of the Greek yogurt?
No, the Greek yogurt I get has the syrup on the bottom.
Corey knows what I'm talking
mix
about.
That up.
Have you ever cut a cantaloupe in half, fill the hole in the middle with Greek yogurt?
Crazy. I've done that with cottage cheese, but I never done it with Greek yogurt.
It's amazing with Greek
yogurt. I know what I'm doing tonight.
Somebody I know was telling me the other day that what they like to do is they create their own proprietary cereal by mixing together several of their favorite cereals in a blend that they've figured out, like 25% Fruit Loops, 25% Raisin Bran,
Where can I
whatever.
get this recipe?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, the point is that you would create your own.
Yeah,
it's custom. It's a bespoke cereal.
Did we ever talk about the Fruity Pebbles treats? I made some of those after we talked about it.
We talked about Fruity Pebbles because Pebbles were not meant to be fruity.
Did we talk about it after I made it though?
Pebbles.
The Fruity Pebbles treats? The Fruity Pebbles treats, surprisingly good, although crazy, crazy sweet. Like uncomfortably sweet. Norm's tongue is out really far.
If you were washed up on a desert island with a cow, because I guess that you would need that.
I understand that. Yeah.
And an infinite supply of cereal.
Yeah.
Like it was a cereal tanker that went down.
Yes.
That you were traveling on.
I know my answer.
But it's all one cereal.
Yes.
Am I trying to get nutrition, or am I just going for what I want to eat?
You're going to die there anyway. Might as well die happy.
Yeah.
Honey Bunches of Oats, chocolate variant.
I would go with the full size, the big, what they now call the Big Bite in the retcon of the cereal world, the Big Bite Frosted Mini Wheats.
Oh, because they have even teeny tiny ones.
The ones you get now are teeny tiny.
Have we not talked about this before?
Shredded wheat originally, you can still get it, is pretty big. It's like the size of an iPhone, each biscuit.
Hold on, really? Have we not talked about this?
I don't think we've talked about this on the
podcast.
I didn't like it when they brought in the teeny tiny ones.
I don't like any of the full-size Frosted Mini Wheats. Bite-size sucks, teeny tiny ones suck.
But you understand the irony of what you just said. You don't like any of the smaller
I understand.
Wheats.
Well, there's no full-size Frosted Wheat.
Well, no, but there is a full-size shredded wheat. But it's a derivative
That's
of that.
something horses should eat. That is a terrible cereal.
You don't like classic shredded wheat?
The only way I'll eat that is if you heat up the milk and put some brown sugar on top.
Okay.
And then it all kind of breaks down and turns into just
frosted wheats.
Oaty, weedy mess.
So not frosted mini wheats, but frosted wheats.
No, frosted mini wheats. There's no such thing as frosted wheats.
You want frosted mini wheats, but the original size.
But not the ones that are 2 inches long and an inch wide.
1 spoon is 1 wheat.
No, 1 spoon you cut in half, and that one wheat is 2 spoons.
What?
Yes, full size.
You know what I tried recently?
Frosted mini wheats.
See, Sarah says I'm right.
What?
Yeah, because if you use like a big spoon.
Yeah, you're not mic'd, you realize. Go over and talk into Corey's mic.
If you use the big spoon.
Yeah.
Then it's a full thing of wheat.
1 spoon is 1 wheat.
It's this long. It's too much.
Come on, I'm little. I can handle it.
I like to have a decent sized mouth.
So Will, on your like
thank you, Sarah.
Fabled,
Sarah from Comic Vine, ladies and gentlemen.
Island scenario, you would be
full
breaking
size.
wheat. Oh, No.
Well, because the thing is, it's all about the ratio of sugar to wheat.
Even smaller size.
The smaller size is terrible.
The reason they do it is to increase the sugar to wheat ratio.
Yeah. You want the wheat. The wheat
you
is
trick
good.
the kids into eating because you sugar it up real high.
Because the wheat soaks in the milk real well.
Yeah,
and
you're right. It gets the right amount of soggy. Yeah. The sugar, a little bit of it dissolves into the milk. It ends up being delicious. Yep. But because they had a cereal cleansing against the full-size Frosted Mini Wheat, you can't fucking get them anywhere anymore. There's one grocery store that I know of that sells them, but they have 45 different flavors of bite-sized Frosted Mini Wheats, all of which are terrible. Strawberry, vanilla, almond crunch, chocolate.
I tried a new variation recently that I actually thought was quite good.
You're part of the problem.
It has little bits of fruit in the middle.
No.
You're doing it wrong.
Fruit in cereal that comes pre-packaged in the cereal is
never hold on, except for the Special K with the dehydrated strawberries.
No, those are terrible.
Those are the best.
Those are exactly what I'm talking about.
Those are fantastic. You're so wrong.
Cereal, you cut them yourself.
You're wrong, sir.
Banana in your cereal. Oh, dehydrated.
What's your desert cereal?
I don't know. This would be my desert island cereal, but I think the best cereal I've ever had.
You say there's not enough tangents on this podcast.
I was going to say we're in a pretty big tangent right now. Trader Joe's toffee almond clusters are incredible.
Toffee.
You shouldn't get cereal at hippie grocery stores like Trader Joe's and Whole Foods.
I'm going to go.
It's Trader's O's.
My desert island cereal, I think, would have to be. I may go with the Frosted Mini Wheats, or I may go with Honey Nut Cheerios.
I like Honey Nut Cheerios. They get soggy and kind of gross.
I don't like Honey Nut Cheerios.
Not if you wolf them down.
You got to eat them real fast. They need a non-nutritive crunch enhancer.
Cornflakes
like the kind that Clark Griswold.
That's exactly what Clark Griswold does. Yeah. We tested some video capture stuff this week. That's on the site. Hold on. No, that's not. We're saving that.
That's on the site.
The Hop Hog one is up.
Hop Hog is on the site. Hop Hog. It's a Klingon word. Hop Hog.
Hop Hog.
What is?
Hop Hog.
No, Hop Hog is a company. They make video capture stuff.
Oh. Yeah. So actually, a bunch of people actually own this. It's nothing new.
Yeah.
You can plug your console or anything with component out.
People ask us a lot.
You can plug it, use that as a pass-through, and plug it into your PC with USB and capture video at 480.
People say, hey, Will, hey, Norm, please tell us how we can make giant bomb-style quick looks at home. Yeah. And this is a device that will enable that kind of functionality when paired with a mixer and some microphones.
Well, Drew and I were talking about how, like, in the old days, way old school days, we would use, like, our camcorders, digital camcorders, like a Canon one, with a mini DV tape in there, and they had an S-video in. And so, like, video cards back then, and actually both Drew and I used Jedi Knight was like the first game, Jedi Knight 2.
I did that with a Matrox Marble card.
Plug S-Video out from the GeForce card, plug it directly into the Canon camcorder, and record your game footage on mini DV, and import it back in with FireWire, and then edit from there.
You kids don't know you're born. I remember when I first started in game magazines in 1988.
I'm so
We had to go into a dark room and set up a 35mm film camera. And we had to build a tent of garbage bags around the screen.
Right.
And you had to set the camera up to super fast exposure because, God forbid, the games had a pause mode back then. Those were the days.
I lived in a cardboard box on the side of the road.
I wore an onion on my belt, which was the style at the time.
Yes, too many states. So many memes. Video capture stuff, there's more of that coming. We tested that, the Roxio cheapo one, the game capture.
That'll be up next week.
That'll be up next week. We also tested the beer tender, which we talked about last week a little bit, didn't we?
Yeah, it went up on the website yesterday. And actually, we still had a website. After hours last night, because we're out of beer in our bar, so I went to our Krupp's beer tender. And
you guys went to a show last night, didn't you?
No.
Oh, did you not go?
Ryan and Alex went to a show, and Dave, Roy, and I went to the Richmond.
Oh, nice. Okay.
But yeah, the beer tender works. You got to buy these mini kegs, which are not necessarily cost efficient, but it works, and you can have like a tap, a cheapo tap in your house.
I think that device, as it is only good for three types of beer in the U.S., is roughly equivalent to the Margaritaville.
I would agree. Yeah.
I think that is the kind of thing that people got on payment plans and were responsible for destroying the world economy.
It's a Father's Day gift. It's a novelty item.
But it's $100.
We need to find an icy maker.
Get him a tie.
I want an icy
Norm
maker.
needs more ties. Do you have any kids, Norm?
Not that I know of.
Okay, just checking. So I think that's it for what we've been testing. Have I forgotten anything?
Testing.
Should we do some questions? I think it's time for questions. We have 3 audio questions this week, of which I have loaded 3. Let us play the first one, which I need to make the volume very loud on. Ooh, that's hummy.
Hey there, Tested Crew. This is Chris, username Toxicity on Whiskey Media.
Oh wait, I forgot to play the music.
Gotta have the music so loud.
We're mixing this live, folks.
Okay, now I'm prepared to hear a question.
Okay, now it's time for
prepared
questions.
to ignore your questions and talk about your hometown.
If you have questions, you can email us at podcast.tested.com, at tested.com. Keep it short, under a minute. Hometown trivia we like. If you use your phone to record it, not your BlackBerry Playbook because there's no audio recording app, but if you use your phone, plug in a headset, use the headset mic, and if you want to be real nice, run it through Levelator so it doesn't sound really super soft like this question. Here is the first question.
Hey there, Tested Crew. This is Chris, username Toxicity on Whiskey Media.
Hi, Chris.
I live in my hometown of Cooper, which is in the Kingdom of Fife in the awesome country of Scotland. My town is that, according to the last census, we have a population of around 9,000.
Wow.
My question is on capturing video game footage with equipment such as the Roxio game capture device. Are devices like this good for capturing footage, or is having a capture card in the PC better? For a student's price range, what is the best option? Thanks a lot, guys, and keep being awesome.
Okay, so the Roxio game capture we looked at, we tested it out, shot the video already, I've used it. It's pretty good, especially if you just want to stream to Justin TV and stuff like that.
At SD resolution.
Right, that's the thing is it'll capture, it will pass through a 1080p signal, a 1080i signal, or a 720p signal.
Yep.
It only captures 480p.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get high def if you want to capture and post it to YouTube, 720p or something like that. That's not going to work. However, it's $69 in the US, which is pretty much a smoking deal.
It's a small box. I mean, you're not going to get digital audio. It's just the RCA. Having dedicated capture card, I think the Roxio.
There's like Blackmagic Intensity Pro and those types of things.
The hardware encoding is fine on this product, and the quality of the video is more than. I mean, it's good enough for YouTube.
The one thing I will say is if you pay about $100 more, you get a significantly more capable product.
We're still looking to get an HDMI one in because that's, I think,
right.
when you really start.
Yeah, I emailed those dudes again, so we'll see if that happens. Let's ask the next question. Did we answer all of that person's questions?
I think we did, and we also didn't talk about his town. Hey,
9,000 people.
9,000 people in this town.
I was in a small town.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, Tested. Drink Bourbon here again.
Hi, Drink Bourbon.
Hometown trivia. I'm from West Dundee, Illinois. I already gave you the only fun fact I know about West Dundee. So our sister city, East Dundee, Illinois, was just voted by Good Morning America to have the best block in the country. Wow. I don't really know what that means, but apparently they like Main Street.
Block of what?
Anyway, my wife and I are thinking about venturing into the smartphone market. We're with US Cellular. Don't plan on changing that. Really like them, but they're, since we've never had smartphones, kind of don't know a whole lot about them, and I don't recognize most of the ones that they have available. So real quick, the Windows Phone 7 phone they have is the HTC Touch Pro 2. Android phones, they have the Samsung Mesmerize, Acclaim, and Gem. And Samsung scares me based on the things I've heard you guys say. LG Optimus U and Apex, and the HTC Desire. So are any or all of those phones just not worth the time and money and effort that it takes to have them, or are any of them actually kind of good? So yeah, any recommendations off of those or just to stay away would be appreciated. Thanks, guys.
I've never even heard of US Cellular.
US Cellular is a smaller network on the East Coast. We had US Cellular where I grew up, in the hinterlands, as you put it.
So those phone brands and the phone models are, some of them are the very limited versions, so you're not going to have access to like the App Store,
right?
The app market. I don't know them specifically, and I think the HTC Desire is very safe. If
that's the only one that I have heard of.
Yeah, if you're not going to do big things, if you're not looking for the Galaxy S2 or something that's on the cutting edge, which it looks like your carrier doesn't support anyway.
I think the better idea for this kind of question is to post it in the forum, where you can get a lot of people who have the phones to tell you how they feel about them. I know the Desire was a good phone in the time. It's kind of old now.
It is old.
So yeah, post it in the forums. That was way too many models for me to keep track of. Unfortunately, I apologize. Corey, do we have any questions from the chat?
Yeah. How much do you think Apple will change in the iPhone 5? Just CPU and camera, or even more?
We talked about that.
We talked about it a few weeks ago.
I think more.
It depends on whether it's a September or July. I mean, I know the rumors say September. I'm still banking. I'm still betting on July.
Reuters said September.
I still think it'll be an incremental update. I don't think it's going to be a big deal.
I'm gonna
dual core CPU
declarations. I'm not buying iPad 2 this year. Not buying next iPhone this year. Getting a new MacBook Air.
Okay.
Wait, when the hell is that coming out?
Well, the initial rumors were July for that, and I think that's more likely because Apple needs to get Sandy Bridge.
You want that Sandy Bridge?
I want that Sandy Bridge.
Yeah. We have one more question. Then we'll take a couple questions from the chat. So if you want to queue some up, Corey, then we'll.
Hey, Will, Gary, and Norm. This is Ben from Vienna, and for hometown trivia, in 2005, CNN ranked Vienna 4th on its list of the 100 best places to live in the U.S. As for my question, it's not really tech-related, but it's more related to your origin stories, I guess. I'm going to be a college freshman at Virginia Tech next year, and I really don't want to live in Virginia once I graduate from college. So I was wondering how you guys ended up moving away from home and when you guys did that, especially because I know that Will and Gary didn't live in California and moved there for whatever reason. Thanks, guys. I love the podcast.
Dude, Vienna is where my grandparents live in Oakton, which is Northern Virginia. So it's right up by D.C. It's a lovely little town. I used to get ice cream at the Giffords Ice Cream in Vienna, Virginia, when I was a wee lad and visiting my grandparents at Christmas at summer times.
How did you move out here, Will Smith?
Let's not open this can of worms. Do you want to lay down on the couch?
No, I'm good. Only if I can lay in somebody's lap.
That's not going to happen.
More cans of worms.
I
have the lamb stopped screaming, Will?
It puts the lotion on its skin. I took a job. I started writing for Ars Technica when I was working an IT job out of college.
Well, let me ask you this: is it something you wanted? Were you one of these kids going, "I got to get out of this small town and make it in the big city"?
I don't want to be selling Christmas trees anymore.
No, I mean I like the small town I grew up in. I don't think I'd want to live there now, just because of. I like having access to
also
nice
you don't like
grocery
small
stores
towns
and stuff
anymore.
like that. No, I like small towns.
Oh, just not fake small towns.
I don't like Garrison Keillor because he's fake. Yeah, that's the problem.
So ridiculous.
This has turned into an in-group, out-group thing with 3 people on the podcast. We need to. Where's Andy? I took a job out of college because I thought I was going to go to med school. Then changed my mind. Took a job working IT because I'd done computer stuff all through college to pay for college. Did that for a year, and it was horrible. I mean, I was working like 18 hours a day. I was the only one responsible for like 1,000 computers. I was constantly pissed off, and I was on my way to an early grave. And I also started writing for Ars Technica at the same time. So I was working nights and weekends and holidays, and writing about B and Linux and video cards and games for Ars Technica. When Ars Technica was tiny. I mean, Ars Technica launched in, I think, June of 1998, and I started writing. I think it was June of 1998, and I started writing in January of '99. And so we went to Comdex. We had a relationship with Max PC because they sold ads for us, and as a result of that, I met the dudes at Maximum PC. Started doing a little bit of freelance here and there to kind of help supplement the bills. Eventually, got to a point where I was so pissed off about the IT job that I just quit. Like, it was actually super satisfying. I walked into the boss's office one day and was like, did I take this job and shove it and hit the door, and like cleaned out my desk and didn't ever go back. Which is, I have to say, it's not a responsible thing to do. I kind of regret doing it as a grown-up now because it is
best breakup ever.
A powerfully uncool thing, but it is still a very high satisfying point in my life to know that at some point in my life I had the balls to just walk in and be like, I don't know how I'm going to pay my mortgage next month, but fuck you guys, I'm out. You're assholes. And then the Ars thing led to Maximum PC. They needed, when they launched, when you were working on Total Film, they launched T3 and some of their folks left to go work on that. I came in to fill one of those slots and worked there for 10 years. That's how I ended up in California.
Were you excited about the idea of coming to California and living in a big city, or was that just kind of part?
Well, I lived in D.C. for a little bit. I mean,
okay.
Just between college and high school, doing internships and stuff like that. Not like not unsupported, right? But I was excited about coming out here, but I was a little nervous. I wasn't sure if we were going to like it. Gina moved with me, so we weren't married at the time. It was kind of controversial. And I mean, we were like, literally, we had a conversation where we were like, we're going to move out here, we're going to try it for a year and see how it goes. And in June of next year, we're going to reconvene and see what we want to do. And in June of the next year, we're like, it's okay, let's try another year. And at the end of the second year, we never talked about it again.
I don't know why, but I just increasingly have this image of Will's childhood as like the opening 20 minutes of Hannah.
No, it was more like Oliver Twist.
You're dead. I've killed you.
I've got to go see that.
I miss your heart.
Spoilers. Spoilers.
It's the opening of the movie.
I had a lovely childhood.
It was also because of Will's hair and like the
do
eyes.
I have crazy hair right now?
You do kind of look like you could be in a log cabin writing manifestos.
Give me some time. I'll let the beard grow out.
He moves to the big town, right?
Yep.
Norm, what's your origin story?
I have a court order. I can't leave the state, so I'm stuck in California.
Okay. Gary, origin story?
I was born in a big city, so no, it wasn't anywhere for me to go.
Birmingham or
I actually moved. Well, Birmingham it's the second biggest city in England.
Well, you worked in York for a while, right?
No.
Did you ever work in the office in York?
I was born and raised in London.
Okay.
I actually moved to a small town because I got sick of big city living.
Okay.
And I went and worked in Bath.
Oh,
which
Bath.
Is a beautiful,
Bath.
beautiful Roman.
That's what I meant.
Well, you know, similar Roman
Everything's more than 1,000 years old in Bath.
Yeah. Yes, lived there for a few years because that's where Future, where employed all of you guys as well. That's where they were originally based, and then I came out here.
Okay.
I always wanted to live in America. I always liked to. They used to send me to San Francisco all the time for visiting developers, like come over and visit Lucas.
You were the
LucasArts,
travel
that kind of
guy.
stuff. Well, no, I mean everyone was to some degree, and I just really liked San Francisco. So when I had a chance to come out here and work on the US version of PC Gamer,
the superior version,
it was only supposed to be when I was there certainly.
Yeah.
It was only supposed to be a year, but 1 year turned into a second, and the next thing you know, I've been here. Been here for
15 years.
15 years now. Yeah.
Corey, any more questions from the chat before we wrap this up and do some outtakes?
Had one.
This life sucks. I gotta use a bathroom.
Battery life on the Playbook.
So, like I said, I had about this at 80% earlier in the day, and I've had it at max brightness. Actually, to turn it down. I'm in the yellow right now.
Max brightness.
Gary, you can see it's about like 10% right now.
Yeah, and you're
But
streaming
I've been
web video,
streaming.
which is pretty heavy.
The Ustream.
use.
Has it been going this whole time?
The whole time.
Yo, dog, I heard you liked internet. I'm not going to do that. Okay, so I guess, any more questions? We'll do a full rundown of the Playbook later. I don't know if we'll stream it, but we'll do a rundown.
Thoughts on the rumored R700 Radeon 4000 series GPU?
I think that those were very interesting rumors. Norm?
I don't think we're going to see them for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, the new GPUs from ATI just came out a month ago, 3 months ago, right? 4 months ago.
New GPUs came out late last year, but Northern Irelands is going to be their platform for a while.
It's an 18-month cycle usually.
I don't always get I want to understand where that question is coming from. Like, how hungry can you be for technology?
PC gamers,
the current latest generation of cards, which are already
Man, if you have three 30-inch monitors,
more power.
I want more power.
3 30-inch monitors. You got to have real video cards to drive that, man.
I'm not waiting for
I'm with you, Gary.
Crysis 2 until I get DX11 patch.
Oh my God. The thing is, I'm with you on this one, Gary. I look at that and I'm like, everything I'm playing at native resolution on my panel.
It's not just
with
more power.
no sagging.
It's also these cards are extremely power hungry.
Yes.
So you're waiting for the next, transistor switchover. So
yeah, of course.
Small next process, and so they'll be more power efficient.
So you're looking for the newer card, so there's less power.
Use less power while delivering the same performance.
More power, more efficient.
More
performance, less power.
Okay. So that does it for questions. If you have questions, podcast tested. What is it? Podcasttested.com.
You almost did the doctor thing.
I know. It's such an old habit. I did 150 episodes of that. Anyway, yeah, here we go. I'm going to play some music, and then we're going to wrap up the show.
That's not how we end the show.
I play the music and then I wrap up the show. I say thanks to Gary, Norm, Andy on the couch, Corey manning the very unusual having live chat during this. It's weird. Vinny and Drew for setting up the cameras, which most of you probably won't have ever seen. But yeah, and everybody who commented pro or con, sorry Forte, in the podcast thread about last week's epic tangential McGriddle fest. We'll be back next week with another episode of This Is Only a Test. Stay tuned for fake outtakes. I'm Will Smith. Thanks for listening. Thanks, Gary, Norm, Corey, Andy, whoever else I should have remembered. Which song should I play today?
I can do it live.
Hi there, I didn't see you.
Tested.
I love planets. I love being on one.
That's my favorite one.
Somehow I knew it was going to be that one.
I almost feel like Pebbles Should Not Be Fruity could be one of those.
That's true.
Yeah, I guess. No, it needs to be a little more organic.
Anna makes those. That's an Anna song.
Yeah.
That's an Anna, Anna Herca Reblo's original. Yeah, so I think she usually pulls them when Norm is screaming stuff in Apps of the Week.
Oh, okay. Well, no, sometimes it's just random quick looks and.
So
she makes good choices.
Corey, does the chat have any requests for fake outtakes conversations? I have a couple of things.
No, let's not take requests. It's just
you don't want to take requests.
It has the flow organically.
No, we've entered the free speech zone, Norm. Now we can talk about whatever we want.
Oh, fuck you.
You know, I went to Berkeley. I understand this. Yeah.
That's at the San Francisco airport too. Oh. I always wanted to go to the free speech zone at San Francisco airport and talk and have signs that talk about the TSA's fascist screening procedures.
You know that you see that feeling, that lightness you get from feeling like you can say whatever you want
shackles.
without fear of being persecuted.
You guys are both bastards.
That's what freedom feels like. It's an amazing feeling.
Now I understand why you came to America.
Absolutely.
You had the Magna Carta. That's good enough.
We did. We invented democracy.
The cradle.
Okay, free speech zone. What are we talking about? I'm off the controls.
Yeah,
you guys driving.
With freedom comes responsibility.
Right.
You got to use this. You got to
come up with something. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
Actually, that we talked about very briefly earlier this week, not recorded. But again, one of the things that had always come up when you were running Maximum PC was top 10 lists.
Oh, you want to talk? You want to bring the John Phillips conversation into this?
I want to bring up.
This is like a 3-year-old argument. I don't know if I'm comfortable having.
Last week we talked about your Orange Box review, which is also a 3-year-old argument.
Oh yeah, and Will got nailed to the wall on that.
Everybody agreed with me.
No.
There were multiple people.
Do you have like special Will forums?
There were multiple people that said you guys should not be allowed to review games anymore.
I think Will's got
too bad.
Neither of you review games
Will's
anymore.
got some kind of Chrome plugin, like only the positive.
Yeah,
only the positive comments.
That's what
get
Watson is doing right now.
Only shit I want to see
for pro Will comments.
Oh yeah.
So
you know, if his Stalinist forums where all anti-Will sentiment has been erased.
Once upon a time.
No. And it's not just a you and John Phillips thing. This is
a magazine craft.
It's a total legitimate editorial decision.
Information theory, kind of.
Yeah, kind of. And all about how the cognitive process of reading articles.
So when you present a list,
yes,
a top 10 list or a top 100 list or top 250,
as many publications do on the internet,
it's an easy, lazy way to make a good feature.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. You know, the Rolling Stones top 100 albums of all time, or Entertainment Weekly's top 10 entertainers,
or PC Gamer's 100 best PC games of all
absolutely.
time. Yeah.
The argument isn't that whether or not to do the story. The story can be good. The argument is how do you present the story? Do you start from 100 and go to 1?
And add some dramatic tension?
Or do you start at 1 and then go through the rest?
No, they should be a countdown towards 1.
Well, that's the old school magazine way to do it. But Entertainment Weekly about 3 years ago started doing it the other way, which I found revolutionary.
Yes, because what you want, of course, is an article that becomes progressively less interesting as it goes on.
Well, no.
Let's give the Entertainment Weekly example, because they're the most prominent example of publication justice.
Of the backwards list.
When they say the top 10 entertainers of 2010, they start off, who's on the cover? It's Johnny Depp on the cover. They've given it away.
Right.
And then he is the first person they talk about because they have the longest interview.
Was this when we were doing the 100 greatest technologies of all time thing?
Yes.
That ended up with USB being number 1?
Or the top 100 news stories of whatever.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was that. It was that one.
Do you start off with the bang and have the longest piece about that at the beginning,
and then have a relatively short list where you pull out the interesting stuff and do big profiles on the interesting ones?
Or do you do the short stuff first, and then eventually build up, and then you have the 5 items.
Well, we've solved this problem at Tested by just not doing lists.
Sure.
But
so Will is in the camp, the Entertainment Weekly camp.
Well, no, I'm in the liking to try new things and see how it goes camp.
Okay.
But in this case, that put me in the Entertainment Weekly camp.
That put you in the Entertainment Weekly camp.
Yes.
Generally, though, that these things are the way they are as a result of many years of editors and journalists trying new things and eventually over time discovering that this
because
is the best
that's the way we always did it.
Do
always
not
a bad
challenge
answer.
Conventional wisdom. I thought that's a philosophy you'd enjoy.
No, I like challenging conventional wisdom.
Oh, okay.
That's why I had to break down the tangents in this podcast.
Okay.
Conventional wisdom said, yeah, tangents are fine. I think that new users don't like tangents.
What? Conventional wisdom says tangents are not fine.
Despite the overwhelming popularity.
It depends on what you decide is convention. I think the convention is all the people posting in the comments. They want more tangents.
So,
anyway,
I think there was a lot of heated debate and discussion over this.
It became kind of a point about yelling. Yelling happened.
Well, let me ask you happens very often where the sides got so entrenched in their positions that it wasn't even about.
It was like the French and the English in the 100 Years' War.
It wasn't even about what was the best for the story. It was about being in the right.
I'll argue against my own thinking here for a moment. I play devil's advocate because, you know, again, as a magazine editor, whenever I did those lists, I think I would have to go back and look, but certainly my thinking now is that you should always start at 100 and go, oh, it's getting bigger and the excitement is mounting. What's going to be the best game?
But then you lead with 3 boring pages.
When VH1 does its 100 greatest things, the one because they want you to watch to the end of the show.
Right.
But with a magazine, what's interesting is we say it's more interesting because you want the excitement to build, but isn't the first thing you do when you look at those lists skip forward and look and see what number one is?
So put it up, lead with the. That was my whole point.
Right.
People are going to skip to the end anyway. They're not going to read the boring stuff. What I wanted to do is make the boring stuff just headlines. Just do a bunch of headlines. Maybe pick out every 5th or 6th one.
Right.
Toward the end of the list, and then boom. Just start with the big one and have for people who care, there's the big list at the end, or they could go to the website and read the full write-ups on everything.
But with a website though, which you can make more linear by saying you have to click through.
Well, we don't do that either.
I know, but if you were to construct an article like that online,
slideshows.
Wouldn't you want number 1 to be last? Because you'd want people to click all the way through.
But in a magazine, the benefit you're going to get is already gotten. People have already bought the magazine.
Yeah, but you're talking about a moribund medium anyway. So this article.
I disagree with that. I mean, I think magazine craft is in a really lovely place right now, getting better.
Well, I think the craft is good. I just think that paper is becoming less and less relevant.
I think that is a very popular thing to say that is wrong on a lot of different levels.
Okay.
I think.
And I work on a website every day.
The right way to do it depends on what kind of list you're making.
I'm just and I'm not asking this in an argumentative way. I'm just curious. How many print publications do you take regularly?
In the household or myself personally?
How many do you either subscribe to or pay for on a regular basis, whether it be
5.
Okay. And what are they?
5 as well.
Entertainment Weekly, Wired. My wife gets People. She's going to be pissed off at me for admitting.
Nothing wrong with that. I enjoy People.
I don't like People.
I don't like People. I like the magazine.
Well, okay, fair enough. And then I get Cooks Illustrated and Food and Wine.
Okay.
But I only get Food and Wine because my gourmet subscription was like 4 years and it expired when they shut that magazine.
And what are your 5?
Not Food and Wine, Bon Appetit, sorry.
Wired, Entertainment Weekly, GQ, Esquire, and Maximum PC.
And I get Maximum PC too.
Okay. Do you pay for that?
Do you not get PC Gamer anymore?
No, I live with.
Oh yeah, you live with those guys. Yeah, I pay for. I was kind of bummed. I expected after 10 years of service I would get like a lifetime sub, but
so you have
I pay my $12 a year like everybody else.
I think that 5 publication thing is an interesting snapshot. Like I can tell that you're interested in technology
and food,
and popular entertainment, and food and wine.
Yeah.
I can tell that. Yeah, I'm surprised that you're interested in high-end men's fashion and so forth.
Norm is a very well-kept dude.
But I also like technology and entertainment and popular culture.
Well, no, but that's not the surprising part. The GQ and the Esquire, like, why do you need both GQ and Esquire? There's no lot of overlap.
The feature stories are pretty good.
Yeah, the features in Esquire are really good.
Feature stories.
I'm thinking about changing.
I read it for the articles.
I'm thinking,
of course you do. Not the pictures of men.
I'm thinking about changing. That was uncomfortable. I'm thinking about changing the EW subscription to the Atlantic.
EW is so cheap.
The thing is,
they actually get exclusives.
For a long time, the only thing I read in EW was the Stephen King column, and now he's gone, so I don't know that there's any reason to have EW
These
anymore.
days, if you get a yearly, you can pick up a yearly subscription to a lot of these magazines for, pennies, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, weekly magazines are expensive.
Entertainment Weekly is like $20 a year for 50 issues.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I was only reading the columns. Like I don't read the movie reviews anymore.
It's a perfect way to flip through it. I like getting angry at things.
When will you sit at home and just read, or is because
Yeah, it's like a Sunday morning activity. Sometimes I bust open Flipbook and read stuff from the internet. If there's nothing interesting on the internet, then I'll grab a magazine.
I like physical magazine over digital magazine.
A friend of mine subscribed me to Reason, gave me a gift subscription to Reason, which is the libertarian magazine, because he's an asshole. So I've had that around my house. It's always one of those things I'm always embarrassed when people come by. Make sure I like hide those away because they're crazy libertarians, not like your normal run-of-the-mill libertarian. They're like people with Anne Rind for life tattoos and stuff like that. I'm not into that. I mean, I believe in free market and all that stuff, I guess, but I don't read Reason. It's too scary for me. So I guess I get 7 magazines if you want to be completely honest.
So you get it whether you like it or not.
Well, I didn't want to cancel it because it's more effort than it's worth. I'll just let it run out. It'll run its course.
What about science? What's happening this week?
Wait, hold on.
Science.
You need help now that your free speech zone is empty.
I'm thinking. I'm talking to myself.
Yeah.
I think we.
I have two interesting
we
stories.
Blew the cereal discussion too early.
Yeah, that was gold.
That was good stuff.
Well, last week when the tangents were
running
weaved into the the crust.
See, this is the problem when they. I always said that the outtakes need to be organic.
I think we've got about 5 minutes left.
When they are syrup injected into the pancake as they were last week, it comes great and everyone on the forums loves them.
Okay.
When at the end it's like, okay, now let's talk about something fun and interesting. You have people sitting around going,
Did you see the thing about quantum teleportation of light?
This is old news.
No.
I didn't click on the link because every 6
You just
months,
read the headline.
Every 6 months ago, there's a one step closer to Star Trek story. It's like whatever. Tell me when they actually really transport matter in any significant way, then I'm all over it.
What about the story about photosynthesis on other worlds might result in a completely different color palette, so that flora isn't green?
Oh God, is this the stupid cognitive thing where like, what if your green is my red?
No, this is not that. This is if you're on a red sun, then chlorophyll won't be chlorophyll. It'll be something else. It'll be carotene. Something that.
So plants will be a different color.
Plants will be a different color.
So like Pandora, basically.
Yeah. Okay. That works. Not doing anything for you.
So what?
No.
You want to go get lunch?
Our marathon. We have to plan our marathon.
Oh yeah, so we're going to do the Voyager, Star Trek Voyager marathon.
Star Trek. Oh God.
It's going to be on Netflix. Now, you had texted me and Twittered me and said 6 episodes only.
I like that.
I felt like, I mean, that was just a suggestion.
And I think 6 episodes
last year
was not enough.
Start with 6, expand to 8, and cut it off there.
No.
This is not going to be like Next Generation where we're
picking our favorites.
Where it's so hard just to find even 12. Because there's so many.
That was
good
a
ones.
death march of fun.
We're not going to be sitting around going, oh, but look
Only
at all these
2
great
people made it
Voyager
to the
episodes
end.
that didn't make the cut.
Yeah, for Voyager, you want to introduce the entire spectrum.
Okay. Guys, we have run out of studio time. We'll talk about it next week. This is only a test. Thank you for listening live. Bye, guys. We'll see you all next week.
Hopefully our site's back up by the time you listen to this.
Yeah, that would be really awesome. I have someplace to post this when I'm done.
And you know, all 3 candles still lit.
Still going.
See you all later. Bye. I've stopped the podcast.
The best historical films not only relate a hopefully accurate portrait of a time unfamiliar to us, but do so engagingly. Anyone who sat through a junior high history class will know just how sleep-inducing a dry recitation of facts and places can be. Hollywood initially took the opposite approach, with many of the early historical films appearing as grand, expensive epics. That era probably drew to a close with the massively expensive Cleopatra of 1963. But just a few years later, a small British film called A Man for All Seasons, made for 1/10 the amount of money, wound up being much more critically successful, earning 6 Oscars and almost universal acclaim. Based on a stage play, A Man for All Seasons helps illuminate the tricky moment in British history when King Henry VIII attempted to secure a divorce from his wife Catherine of Aragon from Rome and failed to do so, prompting him to declare himself the supreme head of the Church of England. This understandably upset many English Catholics, including Thomas More, who had previously been made Lord Chancellor. The inability of More to accede to Henry's wishes causes a bit of turbulence in the relationship.
I have no queen! Catherine's not my wife! No priest can make her so!
And the film examines the machinations that went into toppling More from his position and ultimately delivering him to the executioner's block.
I am brought here at last.
Brought? You've brought yourself to where you stand now.
From the start of the film, it's clear that Paul Scofield's performance as More is a special one, as he reacts to all possible slights and dangers with a winsome sang-froid, always ready with a dry, witty response in the face of threats to his career, family, and ultimately his life.
I should keep my word to you. Then what has become of your oath of obedience to the king? You laid traps for me.
He's not unfeeling, he just acts with the knowledge that he is in the right. A man of conscience, he acts according to the dictates of his religious self and cannot be convinced to bend to the will of anyone who tries to tell him that his religious impulses are incorrect, as many around him ultimately do.
A lawyer and a lawyer's son. We're supposed to be the proud ones, the arrogant ones. We've all given in. Why must you stand out? God damn it, man, it's disproportionate.
Of course, that winds up being a dangerous course of action, and to protect himself and his family, More decides to simply keep his mouth shut. He refuses to bless the marriage of Henry to Anne Boleyn, quietly resigns his position as Chancellor, and returns to his country estate, assuming that he'll be left alone so long as he doesn't speak out too loudly. Unfortunately, that's not to be. Henry, played with a wonderful childishness by Robert Shaw, is intent on pressing the issue, perhaps correctly interpreting More's silence as an implied censure. His chief minister, Thomas Cromwell, is his primary attack dog here, looking through More's past associations for anything that might be capable of bringing him down.
Cromwell, are you threatening me? My dear Norfolk, this isn't Spain. This is England.
What follows is a series of frankly beguiling conversational set pieces. Like any play that's adapted for the screen, A Man for All Seasons suffers somewhat from consisting of little more than people talking to each other in small rooms. But when a film is as well written as this, it's hard to complain. Scofield's performance as More is rarely fiery, instead relying on his intelligence to always stay one step ahead of the men who are attempting to catch him in some small slip of the tongue. Imagine Neil Macaulay from Heat as a theologian, and you might get some idea of the way More dances around Cromwell. In the end, More never compromises his ideals, but neither does he give Cromwell any rope to hang him from. Cromwell has to rely on a villainous John Hurt to perjure himself before the court in order to obtain his conviction.
He said, Parliament had not the competence. Or words to that effect.
As an historical document, this movie does elide some of the more unpalatable aspects of More's career, such as that he might have burned a few Protestant heretics at the stake and viciously pursued those who attempted to translate the Bible to English. It also uses some tricks to paint More in an especially good light, literally. You'll notice that More's house is always bathed in bright noontime sunlight, even when the time is supposedly well after sunset, such as when More and his wife are heading to bed. The rest of the world is almost always overcast if not presented in the dead of night. This is hagiography, both figuratively and literally, as More was eventually canonized by the Catholic Church for his martyrdom, but sometimes hagiography is worthwhile if it results in a character as likable and, dare I say it, inspirational as the More represented in this film. Although the More of A Man for All Seasons might be an idealized version of the historical figure, erasing his faults results in a character that feels like the man we all imagined we would be in the face of overwhelming pressure. Willing to test the maxim, let justice be done though the heavens fall, when a more realistic outcome is that our heads will be falling into a wicker basket. Whether or not you or I will ever face a trial like Moore's is doubtable. What isn't doubtable is that A Man for All Seasons is one of the great films of the 1960s and is still easily mesmerizing today.
Guilty. Your life lies in your own hands, Thomas, as it always has.
Is that so, my lord? And I'll keep a good grip on it.
That'll do it for another edition of Screen's Besties, where we're always happy to talk about our favorite films. If you haven't checked out A Man for All Seasons, take a look at it on Netflix Instant Streaming, and check back on Screen soon for another thrilling video feature. Thanks.
Hey folks, it's Ryan Davis joining me, Jeff Gerstmann. Hello. And Patrick Klepek. 7. And a very special guest, Brad Muir from Double Fine Productions. Incorporated Limited.
Yeah. I don't know which one of those we are.
Are you guys just Double Fine?
We're one of them. No, we're Double Fine Productions.
Double Fine Productions?
Something.
We're getting the producers nodding.
Off
camera
nodding.
So obviously
we're a
we have you here in the house, lead on Trenched, to take a look at the $1 Million Pyramid.
Absolutely.
For the Wii.
And this is because this is one of my favorite game shows ever.
Sure, we can run with that.
That is so much money.
$1 million?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the pyramid that any of us remember.
No, it's $25,000 pyramid.
They
Is the
should have
pyramid
gone
I'm talking
old school.
about. That's like Bert Convy.
Yeah.
And
Betty
Bert
White.
Convy and Bert Convy. and someone from Knots Landing.
Did they get any celebrity endorsements for this?
We don't know. Other Ubisoft games that have, like, Hollywood Squares had, air quote, celebrities in it.
Was it Kathy Griffin?
Did they have that one guy?
Brad Garrett? Yeah, they did.
Kathy Griffin that's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Brad
Garrett.
Brad Garrett's the bane of my existence.
Was Whoopi Goldberg anywhere near that?
No.
No, it didn't.
She used to be a square.
I think it was. It was really good.
Jeffrey Tambor.
Yes, Jeffrey Tambor, which was really depressing because I like Jeffrey Tambor, but it was not his finest hour. So Ubisoft has released a whole bunch of these. Let's say.
What is this music?
Casual, budget-minded.
I want to
What is the pyramid made out of? Did you see that?
$1 million.
It's $1 million worth of pyramid. They actually went to Egypt. All right, so this is all.
Are these basic looks, really?
These are your basic looks.
Look at this headband.
Some basic looks middleware.
That's not a.
That's my
basic.
Yeah.
Just makes.
Just basic looks. Cosby Show hair.
We thought about using the basic look middleware for Trenched.
Just to fit your aesthetic.
Yeah.
Leather jackets and dreadlocks.
They've actually just adapted Speed Tree to make people.
Finally.
Yeah, that's no big deal. Are you going with that? Are you going with the afro?
I like the Marky Post. That's probably my go-to.
I like the Marky Post.
So
something's wrong with that chick's chest.
That's like a Madonna bra, right?
That is a little too pointy.
Nice.
So we have 4 people in here, but this is a 2-player game.
Again, great planning.
This whole
party mode. Who's the fast? Wait, classic mode, right?
I just want to take a quick look at if there's any sort of options here. It looks like it's just either. Okay, go through a bunch of the show.
Oh, your celebrity partner, Emily Long. Who?
What? Who's that?
This lady.
Have they run out of real celebrities to use even, and now it's like.
Well, so the thing is, like most of these shows that they've been doing these games off of, there has been a recent incarnation of that show for them to go from.
When did this end?
Wait, what was her name? You've never seen any of the
Emily
shows
Long
that she was on? Emily Long
is not a real.
She was on the Cosby Show.
Okay.
She's worked as an actor in TV sitcoms for the past 15 years.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Okay.
She was Rudy's friend.
Are you just making shit up?
You mean?
Did you think I was serious?
A little bit. I wanted to believe you.
There was some.
That just sounded good.
You gotta turn your mic back. You turn your remote back on. Yeah, it lost you.
If you want to party, you need to push A.
I do.
All right, you're on. It's good. It's good.
Are you sure? No, it just did that.
One of those other ones over there.
Grab another remote. Grab another remote.
The black one.
Oh wait, no.
I think one of them, the black one's already synced up to this Wii.
All right.
Because if we have to sync controllers to this Wii, we'll be
this
here
one's
all
got
day.
Motion Plus.
All right, so you have an advantage.
That's gonna help a lot.
Yeah,
but neither of them are turning on.
Nope.
Well, this is going well.
This is so good.
Oh, yeah, did the game turn off the other remote when it launched? And
Yep. Hold on. Oh, but it's saying like turn on. Okay.
Now turn on.
Turn on now.
I'm holding 3 Wiimotes.
All right, press all those buttons. Just.
This is how it works, right?
Yeah.
You just,
Yeah. It is.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. We're good. We're
okay.
good. I hate it. It's the worst thing when Wii games just decide no, that remote does not get to work right now.
I'm gonna be Liu Kang.
All right, I'm gonna stick with Marky.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, you know, MK is out this week. It's topical, relevant.
Yeah, it feels like it. I have not played that yet. I saw you guys enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's pretty
immensely.
Yeah, it's.
I watched their launch trailer. Those that 3D
frame rate
bone cracking.
Yeah,
wow.
those are like the super moves. I love the frame rate on the Wii cursors here.
Yeah, I wish there was a frame counter in the corner.
8, 7, 8, 3, 8.
I remember the pyramid being larger.
Things a game reviewer
But
would
hold
say.
on,
The frame rate is shit.
Your goal is to discover those 6 words before the timer runs out. You get 1 point for every correct guess.
Liu Kang's lips.
The player with the most points after 4 rounds wins the game.
Who is this Canadian that they have reading the rules?
The fastest player to buzz in gets to answer first.
Okay.
If
What
you
are they
can't
looking
find
at?
the word, use the cancel button to
Their
go back
eyes
to
are
the hint
shifting.
selection. If you give a bad answer, you'll have to
I
wait
think that
some
means they're
time
hiding
before
something.
being able to buzz in again. Are you ready to play Pyramid? Here we go.
Sure.
Yeah! If only there was a prompt that said yes or no.
My hero.
Okay.
Okay.
Statistics prove everything. Staying alive and looking good. You know nothing, know it all. What? Keep it real.
Word.
Let's not and say we did.
Do we need another take on any of those? No? First one's good? All right, moving on.
Well,
skip. All right, so I get to...
I thought those were all related and we were already like playing the game. I was like, how does this
I like to keep it real.
connect together?
Please.
All right.
The category is words that go with keep.
Okay.
Ready? Go.
I have no idea.
Things Tim Dog would say.
What do you think?
Oh god, then you have to actually type it in?
I think it's a goal.
Oh, there you
go. Yeah.
I'm gonna go with goal. Who's?
What?
Wait, did I get it right?
You did.
All right.
No, it's just happy you answered.
Yeah, well, it didn't.
Player 1, what do you think?
This is not how I remember the pyramid at all.
Yeah, so they've taken out they've taken out everything.
It's a book. Like a bookkeeper.
Player 1, you have an answer for us?
I'm gonna go with Jeff's answer.
Nice.
Of book. They try to throw you off by throwing bookkeeper in there.
Yeah. Cavi.
Keepsake.
Keepsake.
Give
Keepsake.
us your answer.
I'm just gonna whisper over here.
That box you got in your room and shit.
Brad,
Sake.
I feel like we should just hand these controllers over
I
to
know,
Patrick
I
and
know,
Jeff.
I
They're
know.
way
No.
better at this than we are.
Player 2, give us
Away.
your answer.
Away keeper?
No, keep away.
Keep away.
It was keep away.
What is that?
Like I'm
That's-
playing keep away with these points. That was retarded.
Zing? Questionable?
No, that was really. Wait a minute. You're covering up the words.
Yeah, you can't see any of this stuff here.
Keep on trucking.
Player 1, what do you
Was
think?
it going trucking?
Like keep on trucking.
Keep on trucking. This does not feel like the pyramid.
No,
I
not at all.
remember.
And at no point did it go da 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 da
Da, 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 da,
How did we
da,
do?
da, da. We're tied up.
Whoa.
We're tied up.
Is there an unlockable mode for the $20 sack pyramid that you can unlock that's just like Dr. Dre avatar on screen?
How did you
Yeah.
Player 2.
Oh, did I?
There is? Yeah, there is.
Great.
Okay. I'm gonna.
We should probably have, we should have played that.
Oh, I don't know what we're thinking. All right, Brad, you're
I'm gonna go with
here.
Willy Wonka.
Okay.
Because that's true. Willy Wonka is my
The
hero.
clock, please.
How does Willy Wonka factor into
Associated with
Trenched?
chocolate.
Double Fine's upcoming release.
There's a lot of candy
Okay.
in the
all right.
game.
Eye
And-
candy.
Player 2, give us your answer.
You know what?
beat me to it.
No, I don't even know it.
Coke?
What?
I'm gonna cancel it. I was trying to think about trenched.
Yeah.
Cocoa.
Cocoa. Hey, Jeff, stop throwing off our guest here. It's all right, folks.
Yeah, I think we might have to have somebody sit in for me. This game's making me feel real dumb.
The words come on the screen real fast.
Yeah. This all has something to do with
Facial.
chocolate.
It's. I'm just not even gonna say. I'm just not even gonna say what it is. I'm just not even gonna say what it is.
Okay, I'm gonna go with sugar.
Synonym for cocaine.
Player 1, give us your answer.
Oh, you're just gonna drop syrup off of one.
Yep, I am.
You
So
get
I get
points
that they're trying to like emulate the celebrity hint giving process here.
Yeah. I wonder if the real million is there. There must be a real $1 million pyramid, right?
Player 1, give us your answer.
Oh no.
What do you think it is?
I was gonna do whipped cream.
Whip it?
Whip it.
Whip it.
Yep.
Why did Whip It show up? Wait a minute. Is it? I feel like it's a Sunday.
Player 2,
is that right?
You have an answer for us?
Sunday?
God damn it.
Yeah. That one was really confusing though. Like
I don't like these animations at all.
I don't like this anything at all.
Sunday.
Player 1, give us your answer.
Topical.
Eastern.
East of
Europe.
Eastern.
Easter.
Marky Post is pleased.
Almost there. One answer was
Oh man, one ahead.
Acne was the other one.
Yeah.
Acne?
Gross.
I did not.
How did that have to do with chocolate?
Chocolate gives you acne.
Oh.
If you're 9.
That's.
Are you in the lead?
Are you in the lead? No, I'm not.
I don't know.
We just saw the numbers. Like it wasn't hard math to do.
Get ready for the
Oh, good. Round 2 starting.
The dollar values are doubled. Shit, I came up on loot.
Staying alive and looking good.
There you go.
and looking good.
So what was? Someone's got an iPhone in here. What was the last incarnation of this show that was actually on the air?
Ready?
All right, things associated with disco.
Yeah, I need to know that.
Player
Decade.
2,
How about
give
the
us your answer.
70s? It says.
I know. It's fucking. No, you're right. Do it. It's the answer.
There it is.
That's one of them. Did you see that though? It was like similar to the 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Player
I'm
2,
gonna say
you have an answer for
Travolta,
us?
yeah.
Scientology.
Oh my god, I think something's wrong with my
Hairpiece.
Wiimote.
Go faster.
I don't.
Pick faster.
The A button is not
Did
working.
the battery die on that one?
No, it's still on.
No, it's.
Oh
boy.
Uh-oh.
How much time do I have to?
Apparently
answer this?
infinite. There's no timer on this
Oh, so we
screen.
got some time to figure this out.
Yeah. Wait, is the A button really not working?
Well, either that or the R button is not working.
the virtual keyboard.
No, I think something bad is
Try
happening
another.
right
Try
now.
another letter.
I tried.
Anything?
another
Can
T.
you cancel? Nothing?
No. It's still vibrating though.
Oh, awesome.
And it's pointing at things. Did you press the A button really hard when you tried to turn it on?
Did you just glitch the game?
I
Did
think I
Travolta
did.
just glitch?
This is actually
Too
the
many
problem.
Thetans.
This is
in
actually
this
the problem
Wii
with
game.
most when developers try to play games.
Wait a minute.
They tend not to work.
Throw one of those other battery sets in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just.
I can't imagine it being a battery.
There has never. Wait a minute. There has never been $1 million pyramid.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
This is gonna be the best quick look you guys have ever had, right?
Oh yeah.
Half of it
Does
is
this
struggling.
Does this
with
happen all the
Wiimotes?
time where you have hardware failure and malfunctions?
The most recent version aired from 2002 to 2004 with Donny Osmond as the host.
Nice. We're back.
And what was the dollar value there?
It was just called Pyramid at that point.
Okay.
That's time.
Donnie O. So who do you guys consider to be like the kind of go-to host? Like
Dick Clark.
Dick Clark, right?
Dick Clark.
I'm not sure there's another answer.
Nicely done.
Bill Cullen.
That's not a bad. That would be probably my second.
And John Davison hosted it in '91.
That's right.
What? I'm lost. you doing?
No idea.
Douchebag.
Goes with the shirt.
3, 2, 1. I
like a leisure.
Oh, it's like a necklace.
Have an answer for us?
And I didn't ring in. I just told you that.
Well, I was gonna do neckerchief, but necklace makes way more
Yeah.
sense. Oh, that's wrong.
No, Dickie was one of the clues.
You can't talk to the voice in your head.
Oh.
No one else can hear that.
That was seriously just in my head?
That was seriously just in your head.
Wow. That's
oh wait, I don't. I just buzzed in. We are not paying this game attention.
It's dance. It's dance.
Is it just dance?
It's just dance. Just Dance, another Ubisoft classic. In stores now. Ask for it by name.
Sorry, everyone at Ubisoft.
Player 1, give us your answer.
I hate this. This is terrible.
This format?
This is terrible.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong.
This is a bad product.
You're not wrong, but also like how. If you sat down and thought about it, like how would you make $1 Million or how would you make Pyramid into a video game?
I would go the celebrity voice route the same way that Hollywood Squares did.
I feel like doing it where one person would have. I mean, wasn't it one person had to look away from the clues?
It was like one person went at a time.
So
it was like there was a giver and a receiver, and then one guy would look at the clue and go.
There was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then somebody has to look away from the screen. It requires
that would be a good way to do multiplayer.
All right, player 2.
You know, if there was a Nintendo platform that had a screen in the controller, then you could have one person see that there, and then the other person could be ringing in.
So $1 Million Pyramid coming to the game or to the Dreamcast soon.
Yeah.
Via VMU.
Well, those are. You guys are talking about the Wii 2, though, right? That's
that's the illusion.
There's like screen in the thing.
Choose a thing.
Let's not and say we did.
Let's not and say we did.
Let's not and say we did.
This game's gonna be so good in HD.
Boy Scout badges. Were you ever a Boy Scout?
No, but we have like 9 Eagle Scouts that work here.
I was a Boy Scout for about 3 weeks, like long enough to buy all the camping gear, and then realize I hated camping. That I didn't like going outside.
Is there seriously a Boy Scout sewing badge?
Sewage.
I didn't know that.
I got that one.
Also, I was real bad at tying knots.
Player 1, give us your answer.
Is it really just fire?
Got my fire badge.
Like, there's definitely times you were like, the answer is no, not fire.
So wait, is it like fire making?
Flame.
Flame is up there.
I got my s'mores badge. Cooking?
Wait.
Camping? Oh no.
5, 4, 3.
I don't
Arson.
2,
I would have said fire as well.
Cavi. Buddha.
What do they say about Boy Scouts?
It's a good thing we don't have any of the Eagle Scouts in the room, or they would be going fucking insane watching this.
Yeah, this is like the
magnanimity. I can't even say the word right.
Why is that word
That's rather
in this game?
magnanimous of you.
Why is that word in this game?
Is there a cooking bag?
I feel like someone just pulled out a thesaurus. It's like, all right, they say that's like the word we're trying to do.
There's not a cooking
Can you imagine
badge.
doing QA
Yeah,
for
there's
this
absolutely a
game?
cooking badge.
There's a cooking badge?
Yeah, you
That makes sense.
What do you get it for?
There's like a knot tying badge. Boy Scout badges are insane.
What do you think?
That's what you do.
I think they have a video games badge now. Like they realize it's like, okay, wait, no one wants to be a Boy Scout anymore. We're gonna figure something out.
Tied to your achievement list?
Yeah, exactly.
Player 2, you have an answer for
I'm gonna
us?
go with. There's got to be an astronomy badge then.
Absolutely.
If there's
astrology.
Oh no, there's
Assassin.
astrology.
Assassin.
That's right. Astronaut badge.
There's pretty much anything. So there's a badge for anything, was what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, how do we do that one?
Still missing.
Oh, you cleaned up on that one.
Bonfire.
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 Bonfire implies
said
like a big fire.
Bonfire. It's like
said-
Burning Man, right?
You said fire.
I just said fire.
That was an exciting game. Are you
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
So
Yeah.
Like, is there gonna be like I want to play through this? No, that's it. That's the end of the game. There's no final round. There's no.
There's got to be. They have. Oh
No,
my! Wow.
that's the game.
They don't have
that
the
was
final
it?
thing where you go sit in the chair
Nope.
and then someone.
Nope.
And then Dick Clark turns around and sticks out his makes like devil horns while he points out. I go, 4, 8, 9. You made $1,200. All right, we'll be back after these.
I love that chair that they would put you in.
Yeah.
Like they showed it in the
It
little
had the-
camera pan over the fake set.
It had like the straps in it to
Yeah.
make sure you wouldn't use your hands. You know.
Yeah,
It felt like
yeah.
you were a mental patient.
So these are all the trenched hats, right?
Yes. This is.
So we're looking at
this is inspiration.
Sweet trenched hair.
Yeah, that blowout, that backward blowout.
You like this
thing?
one? That's
Yeah.
your favorite there.
Oh yeah.
I can put sweet glasses on my lady.
This is.
I should mention, yeah, this is all identical to the assets that they include in all of the other cheap game show games they've been
How do you
producing.
unlock them?
So the thing
Play the game? How do you unlock more?
You got to do 100 fatalities
to master all the characters.
The thing that
do you want to try party mode?
I think
you guys?
I think we have to. All right. How did it? I didn't press the button.
I think it literally turns it off and then is making it turn back on.
Do we get it? Okay. I'm gonna go with
Are you
this
weeping
guy.
over there?
Does this guy have cornrows?
He does.
This guy has cornrows. I'm going with that
Redhead
guy.
cornrows.
That guy looks awesome.
Guys, I got work.
You know, one of the things that's crazy
What's up?
is that
About trenched or this?
no, about this.
Okay.
About this. Like, you know, this is clearly not a AAA game that we're playing right now.
No.
It's quadruple A.
But the fact that it's in a box means there are some really smart people that work on this game.
So then they were able to trick someone into putting this in a box?
No. Just that the budget that they were given to work with.
Oh.
You know, it's probably
they
the one.
were able to put together and ship it.
I mean, that's like.
Oh my God, that guy.
He looks awesome. That's my guy. I'm glad I moved away from
Me
Liu
10
Kang.
years from now.
But yeah,
Me
these
10
guys,
years
they
from now.
probably were given a couple $100K to do all of them.
Right.
They're
Yeah.
like, you got to do all of them, and they're like, how do we do all
You
of
have
them?
6 weeks for each game.
They're like, yeah, just you know, break it down, time box it, just time box it.
Time box.
Have you ever heard of this term? Yeah, it's great. Just time box it. Well, what does that mean? It's gonna take 12 weeks.
Don't
You
worry,
got
we'll
6.
we'll scrum it out,
You got
guys.
6.
It's gonna be
See what
fine.
you can get done in 6.
We got you some
and then-
middleware.
and then wrap it up. And then you're like,
Okay, just time box it, wrap it up.
You're like, that's it. Just okay. So this is I want this to be a
Not
shout
in the
out.
So, are you saying that this was really well produced?
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah.
Honestly, like.
Yeah,
I want to give a shout out
Yeah,
to
see,
all
there's
those
the little,
people
there's
that
the
work
little
on this
zone
game.
over there. There was the little zone.
Yeah, they've got
You
it.
never get to
You
go
never
there.
get to go there.
Maybe
have to unlock
maybe in the single player mode.
Oh,
Right.
maybe.
I think after this. Wait, so I think after
Wait,
this.
what?
we're gonna ride it.
How is this a
Play it by
party?
itself.
How is this a party?
3, 2, 1, go.
Rugby.
Is this the exact same thing?
Oh. Is
Thing,
it a
things Mike
tackle?
Tyson would say.
There's a lot of tackling in rugby, right?
Yeah.
Taco.
Why
Tackle
why
or
does it mean-
tackling?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with tackling. All right. Cornrows. He knows how to tackle somebody.
Player 1, what do you think?
It gets popped. You knew exactly what that was, didn't you?
Say, is it polo shirt?
Ah!
Wait, I think it's
It's collar.
it's just a collar.
It's just
Is
collar.
it just collar?
Yeah,
It's just
that's what I'm
collar.
going with. I thought you had it.
Yeah.
Collar. Yeah.
That's the same.
See? Cornrows.
Their text entry system, like in terms of just like giving you the clues after you do it, like I guess that's a pretty merciful way to handle it.
Yeah, I'm glad that like. Yeah,
They don't make
they
you
have to-
spell the
to
whole
type
thing
the
out.
whole thing out.
Do you guys remember Anticipation for the NES?
Yeah.
That game
That
did
game was
make you do
fantastic.
that, but it did make you enter in the whole thing,
Yes.
and you're like, eh. You're like, oh, what?
There was, yeah.
I can't spell. I'm like 9.
I'm not even. We're not even looking at this game.
love
We're gonna.
Do you have anticipation we can pop in? We can do a quick look on anticipation. I was not
Have we
reading this
determined
one.
how party mode is any different?
No,
Are you? We're having a great time.
I'm having a party right now.
Cornrow guy is only available in party mode.
Filthy. What is filthy brown? I'm not answering this one. I don't know what it is. I don't even want to think about this one. Just go to the next clue.
Let's go.
Things that come out of your butt.
Poor quality.
I can't even just enter it.
That's this game.
That check mark just says "bam." I think it's poop.
I don't think any of the other answers you've got.
We think that the ones you're suggesting, none of them could be the right one.
There's no way. I know what I'm doing. It's poop.
It's got to be poop. I'm really.
Lunch? I thought you said launch.
Player 1, you have an answer for us?
Really? That's it? It's just
Throw?
throwing?
Is it throw?
I thought
I'm sorry, Brad.
I don't know. It's hard to play this game.
Yeah, it
and
is.
talk about it at
You're
the same
right.
time.
So,
no, I was not done with that.
we're gonna quit.
Oh,
we're gonna stop playing this
progress.
You don't want to go to.
I don't think it had
I
an
think you need to go to
autosave.
the single player. Yeah, because we haven't seen Emily Long. Maybe she has the secrets.
I got Brad and was like, we should look at some more.
Let's dive deep into this one here.
I'm just trying to give your viewers some
Meanwhile,
quality.
like, all you guys are like pre-ordering, like ordering
content.
a copy of this game right now on your phones. Like, we gotta get a hold of this. Have us some good times.
It's got to go over there.
You got to go to the chair at some point. All right, so we got.
Okay,
this is looking more
this
like
looks standard. Maybe it was envisioned as a single-player experience. That's what you got to ask yourself.
Yeah. So it's tacked on multiplayer.
Yeah, exactly, right?
We don't want people selling this back used. So
Yep. I'm surprised there wasn't one of those online passes that you could.
That's how hard. Forgot to enter it, so party mode didn't, have all the options. Oh, we didn't put in the codes.
Yeah.
we did buy this game
Did you
used.
put the online? You didn't put the online pass in? That's too bad.
Goes to the winner's circle.
Yeah, see, winner's circle.
Okay, yeah.
They've got that stuff.
This is
That's
much
good.
better.
Okay.
Agreed.
Not in the front.
Agreed.
Yep. I agree. Yeah, that's
the front.
Can I just select that one now? I can.
Yeah, you have
Skip it.
to.
Yep, not in the front.
No, not in the front.
Has anyone actually seen a cola nut?
Give me the clock, please. Your category is words a taxi driver.
Oh boy, this will be colorful. This is a colorful category in here.
No, this is a fake colorful category.
That's a new camera view.
Things Rocco Siffredi would say. What?
Money.
Oh,
whoa, what is
answer.
that?
What is that?
What does that mean?
Oh, charge. Okay, yeah.
Fair.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Pickup.
Pickup.
Is that right?
Yes.
The opposite of drop off. I hope pickup is the opposite of drop off. I don't know though. Pickup?
Apparently.
That's. Wait a minute.
What is it?
The same animation.
In use. What is that?
What is it when a
What does
cab
that
is
mean? When they have the light on.
occupied?
Preoccupied.
What?
Let's try.
I think if you said preoccupied in a real game of Pyramid, they would buzz you and say like, that's too close to the real word. Don't be crazy.
You'd get thrown off the show.
Dick Clark,
in a
whoop
second.
your ass.
I saw that happen.
You're using fair as a synonym for something that I.
Fair?
Fair. So that's what
Fair.
That's what this is missing. Is it's got none of the other person frantically just saying other words.
Well, they have the hands thing. I
Yeah.
think that's like
I think
standing
there's
in
two.
for,
It's a thumbs up and a.
for shit.
Poop.
Is it poop? It's poop. It's poop.
We just let that one go, huh?
Yeah, I did.
How did you do?
How did you do?
How did we do? Passenger.
Passenger.
Still missing 3 words.
Okay, well, that's.
Brad, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
How
are you guys doing?
I think we're done with the $1 million pyramid here. They've definitely maintained the.
Did you notice that your clone is sitting across from you?
I did.
That's
I did.
crazy.
That's
That's really weird.
Yeah.
She's dressed differently though.
Yeah,
so.
but it's the same lady. So that's $1 million pyramid available for the Nintendo Wii right now.
How much does that
from
cost?
Ubisoft. Don't ask me. I didn't pay for it.
$1,000. Which is it's just a deal.
Yeah,
it's
$1 million pyramid.
$1 million worth
win
of fun.
$1 million though? If you
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't see why they wouldn't.
As long as there's a
That makes
cash
sense.
prize involved, I
That
can
makes
see.
sense. Brad, when's Trenched coming out?
Trench will be out this year. We just we don't get to pick it. We don't get to pick the dates.
Can we say summer?
make the game.
We've been enjoying saying that everything's coming out in the summer, so can we
You
say
know,
summer?
that is really funny. Every time they talk to somebody about one of these downloadable games, they're like, "When's it coming out?"
Summer. Oh, so you want to be summer? Okay.
And then it's like, well, no. Oh, we didn't say that. No, did you say that?
$30.
Summer.
$30
on average, about $30
for this thing.
For this thing.
Jeff, thank you for the fact checking and for the original Pyramid theme song singing.
Yeah.
Patrick.
That was my favorite part. You wanna? Can you play us out with that?
And Brad, again, thank you for sitting in on this ridiculous
Thank
thing
you guys
with us.
for having me.
Making it go 15 minutes long.
Anytime.
Jeff, play us out.
Ryan, you must be crazy to go on this mission with me.
So this is the video game adaptation of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, right? This is about the abuse that the mentally infirm see in our institutions in this nation.
Yes, and they are prejudiced against, well, pretty much anyone that's not like them. Yeah.
Section 8 Prejudice for
That's right.
Xbox Live Arcade out this week.
Yes, they're billing this as the best $15 shooter of the year, which that seems plausible. That seems like it's qualified enough. This is the sequel to the original Section 8, which had some interesting mechanics in it, but was not a great game. Let's jump in. They've got a campaign here. You're playing as specific characters.
But the first game was very much a multiplayer focused game, as I recall.
This game seems like it's very multiplayer focused as well. I mean, they do have stuff.
It's interesting to me like that they would build this that way, because that has kind of become its own standard. The cheap downloadable first person shooter.
I have no response to you because I was trying to hear what that guy said, because he was saying something very specific.
Got it.
And
get our captions on.
And now I've got subtitles turned on. So I've got this rocket launcher.
Shields offline.
My shields are offline, so that's a concern.
Scanning. It's an infantry. It's like you're scanning Pokemon and then murdering them.
Yeah, more or less. I mean, you're not really doing too much scanning. They draw that reticle and stuff because you can actually lock on to guys. And there's that turret. I can get over here. Resupply.
Placed supply depot.
Well, they drop them in. They're airdropped in.
Okay. Okay.
And at this point, I can kind of mess around with my loadouts, and you can build multiple custom loadouts.
Your dude looks like a Robo Sapien.
Yeah.
You know those little robots that dance around?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's got armor.
Yeah.
I've got crash packs, which are, so they've got all this different equipment, and then they've got different types within it. So you got serrated knife in the multiplayer, when you're building those loadouts, and I assume in single player, when you get in a little deeper, you'll unlock a lot of different types of grenades and det packs and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with, so, even just here on assault rifle, we can go with
slug rounds, rail rounds, automation mod. So that's the... Oh, so it'll just choose the type of mod or the type of rounds for the situation?
Yeah, I guess so.
That sounds good.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check that out.
For sure.
And then you can edit upgrades, which they kind of give you different bonuses, and you have 10 points to spend here. So I can, if I want to lower my shield capacity by 5%, I can take a point out of that and put it into, stealth shielding.
What's gyro stabilizer?
It's recoil dampening, accuracy, and bullet damage.
Oh, okay.
It seems pretty useful.
Yeah.
I can increase run speed with this and enhance the lock-on. So, stuff you can do there. Probably not go into stealth shielding because I can't imagine the AI behaves or knows how to behave when you are stealthed.
But what I was saying before when you were messing around with menus, this kind of has become a standard unto itself. Boom. The low-cost downloadable first-person shooter. Like we've seen.
Yes, absolutely. There have been more and more of these coming out.
Yeah.
And some of them have been okay. I mean, you kind of have to qualify them as like, well, most of them are available for download prices, and you have to take a lot of that into consideration. But
sure.
For the money, not bad. And,
I mean, this looks nice.
I think as a downloadable game, Section 8 works probably a little better than as a disc. For disc-based prices.
I could see that. I was a little bothered by some of the Unreal-style texture fading on your guns when you're first pulling them up, but it seems like once everything's actually loaded in, it's a respectable kind of Halo knockoff environment.
Yeah, I mean, everything just looks kind of chintzy. I mean, everything looks very budget in this game, and I think that's probably the biggest thing working against it is, I feel like I'm always telling myself, like, oh, right, this game's only $15.
Sure.
It just really sticks out.
I actually don't think the textures or anything look too bad. I think maybe it's just like there's some flat lighting. I don't know.
There's some of that. Yeah, like everything looks real basic. If you really take some time to stare at it.
Right. But I think the scope of the environments like this.
Yeah, the environments. I mean, you know, the levels are large.
Yeah.
You're covering a lot of ground.
I want you to knife that guy. Knife that guy. Knife that guy. I don't think you're gonna get a chance to. Oh,
he flew away.
No, that's your friend. That guy is still on the ground.
Oh, I stuck him instead.
Did you throw a grenade at him?
I don't. Yes, I think I threw a charge pack on him.
I think you threw it past him. There you go. Yeah.
So let me. Oh, I actually don't have knives. Or I don't have a knife right now. That takes up one of your equipment slots. So it's
okay.
like you either have. You don't always have a knife. Let's just lock onto this guy.
So is that pulling from some meter or something when you do lock on?
You see the little circular meter in the lower right that's now recharging.
Yeah,
that's my lock on.
Yeah.
So you can't always, you can't just constantly pull it out. Oh, there's a guy over here. That guy. It's not the most tactically minded soldier on the field.
What's that big thing up on the hill?
Whoa!
Jump packs.
Yes, also jump packs. Yeah. You see the meter for that appears. You can't really just fly around forever.
Sure.
Let's get over to where our waypoint is here. Let me jump over this stupid fence. Take that fence.
Uh-oh. There are dudes. Look out for dudes.
All right. We'll back off.
Shields offline.
So it seems like it does have some kind of you might describe as like tribes-ish trappings. But I'm getting the feel that this is just a a kind of post-Halo first-person shooter of work through the environment.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, the campaign, absolutely. The one defining characteristic about Section 8 is that when you're playing multiplayer, you pick where you spawn. Basically, you pick a point on the map and then you airdrop to that location.
Right, I remember that stuff.
And they do that again. So figuring out like air defenses to prevent people from spawning near your equipment is kind of a key feature there. Oops, that was a bad toss.
It could have gone better.
Shields offline.
Yeah, we're cool.
Take it easy, Cortana.
Your incompetence is close to rendering you useless, Thorn.
Not Salvador.
Have held up our end of the agreement. I've told you over and over again. That right there is
We're evil. You can tell by the way that we speak.
I suggest you lock down this facility and get to your bunker before the USIF does. And above all, keep your damn mouth shut.
As you wish, Destro.
Who the hell is that?
That's Salvador. Read the subtitles.
Graves, you getting this?
Affirmative. It's a live feed from the shipyard.
I'm gruff, but I'm not evil. I'm just your boss.
Shed any light on who we're dealing with?
You also tell from my name, Graves. I'm serious.
This gives us some idea of who's been backing the arm.
Guys, his name is Salvador. I've got this. I've solved the mystery. Like, come on.
Were you guys really not paying any attention during that?
Sergeant Graves, suggestions? Blowing shit up? My pleasure.
That was just what I was going to suggest.
The shipyard. Head over there now.
Well, it is a first-person shooter.
Yeah.
Just say diplomacy was probably not going to be the answer.
Maybe if we talk to them, they'll stand down. Oh, there are some guys over here.
Perhaps we would provide aid.
If we cut off aid to their faction, maybe.
Graves sounds like the kind of character that at some point is going to say, "You boys got to get the hell out of there now."
Maybe. So if we run for a little bit, this will eventually engage, and then we can haul ass for a little bit.
Woohoo!
That drains also, so we can kind of just stand here and replenish ammo, or we can, go back into the loadout.
Oh yeah.
But it has not said that we've unlocked anything, so I don't
same options at this point.
I don't think there's anything really new to pull, unless we want a sniper rifle or something like that. Hey, buddy. Stay out of my way.
That's just an AI buddy?
That's my bro. That's Matthews.
Can you have a real buddy playing during this stuff? Do you know?
I don't think there's co-op through the campaign. Get out of the damn way.
He did. By flying away!
feather the trigger and just smoke these dudes.
Yeah, I know. It seems like that's a good strategy here. Just kind of draw a bead on them. Hey, you know, it's a pretty narrow path that you're going along here, but I think they.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the size of the environment. You know,
they do a decent job of making it feel big. You know.
I'm gonna have to.
Like run and jump?
Yeah.
Have to parkour this shit.
No, I could probably also just like fall down there and jetpack up. This will probably be cooler and maybe a little faster. Oh, I hope it breaks into. There we go.
Oh yeah. Woo! They should just have like a long jump challenge in this game.
Yeah. It's in the tutorial. They don't actually challenge you to jump long, but so you can see on the map, they, you know, like they've got this stuff over here, but if I walk over here, I think it eventually gives you one of those like, get back to the battlefield, or we're gonna make you die for no reason.
Oh, you mean just from like the map of
yeah,
like
you see the map, all those stripes over there on the edges.
You're like, yeah, that's over there, but there's no reason for you to go over
Look,
there.
just don't go over there. There's nothing hidden over there. Just be a bro. Go towards the star.
Golden path, come on.
That was a bad shot. Minigun turret. Minigun turret.
Whatever, you did the right thing blowing up that turret. It was a scab.
Yeah.
They're on the minigun turret lockout right now, so.
Just minigun millionaires just complaining about millions of dollars. Both sides are wrong, man.
Oh. I have to shoot miniguns for a living. Is that hard? To waste these Section 8 dudes.
16 weeks a year. I go, That guy's all, I can fly too.
That guy came up to me, he's like, hey, I know you're up there. If you don't have the knife equipped, do you have any sort of melee attack?
No.
Oh. Wait, look at that ship again. That ship looks dope.
Where? What? That?
No, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. There.
Oh, yeah.
That big old thing.
That's a big old ship.
There's another one behind it. Oh. I'll keep pursuing Commander Thorne, I guess.
He's apparently right here.
Found him. He's a rock.
Graves, you getting this?
It's a building. Crazy.
This place is essentially a carbon copy of an early USIF refinery.
You know the multiplayer maps from the other game, I guess.
Basically, it's a two-part process. First, destroy the safety valves. Then push all that fuel into the pipeline.
Then we're gonna blow some shit up. It'll be awesome.
So a lot of the campaign stuff in the first game was really just multiplayer against bots.
Yeah. So this is a little more structured. A little more of a true.
Yeah, you know, they did have like a campaign where you were moving from like one map to the next, but it wasn't like a true. I don't believe it was a true campaign.
You're very close, Captain. Tap into the controls. I'll reconfigure the mech arms to disable the safety valves.
All right.
You're gonna void the warranty doing that, dude.
Copy that. I've got a visual.
I'm jailbreaking it and installing weird firmware.
Yep, those valves are toast.
Ah, take that, valve.
That's right. Gave it to those jerks.
We've blown up the valves.
Activate the flush sequence to flood the lines.
Oh no, it's all on
I
fire.
feel like you should not be in this building during this.
This guy sounds like a voice alike for James Remar. Like he could stand in for, you know, if they make another Warriors game or finally make that Phantom game.
I've got blips all over my scans, Captain. They're waiting for us.
Well, you should probably just reboot it then.
Yeah.
Got blips.
Got a bad case of the blips.
I'd like to see some of the multiplayer stuff.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if we're going to see something else kind of cool. So far, it's been a lot of...
Captain, we've got bogeys coming in all around.
A lot of shooting these soldier dudes and the occasional turret.
Uh-huh. Let me see if, let me try and see if I can just quickly hack this other
No, I want to see if
terminal
there's...
to see if there's some kind of big, payoff for doing so.
Agreed. Don't let me rush you. Well, at least you don't have to, like, worry about the other dude.
Yeah.
Seems like he's... self-sufficient.
And there's a lot of this stuff in the campaign too, where it'd say like, oh, you should probably go this way, but then you would just airdrop in behind all that crap and get to the objective and win. At least that's how I remember the first Section 8.
Oh, you're gonna blow up that ship.
This whole place is now a giant bomb waiting to be set off.
Thank you and good night.
All right, well, that's it for this.
5 stars.
I think we're tainted. I don't think we can actually cover this anymore.
Brilliant. Alright, plant your charges on the fuel lines and get the hell out of there. Graves, you better know what the hell you're doing. Trust old Graves.
Peter Graves.
I totally trust Peter Graves.
But don't trust James Arness.
I think you're gonna die.
Yes, you're probably right. You're in kind
of a way here.
Hold up right here. Everything's cool. That's up there.
Hey. Suckers.
Shooting guys for jerks. Running into the star and hitting A. That's where it's at. Happy 4th.
Oh, someone filled it with diesel.
I'm gonna give the Covenant back their bomb.
Nice.
All right, let's check out some of the multiplayer.
Let's. That wasn't bad. Kind of samey.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. It's okay.
Sure.
Again, like I said, it's one of those things where you kind of like every step of the way, you're like, well, that's $15.
Like, yes, I've had better, more refined first-person shooter experiences,
Yeah.
but it's $15.
Yeah. So they all have a couple other modes here. Conquest, which is the the versus multiplayer team-based stuff. Swarm, which is a co-op kind of horde-looking mode, and then this one just says coming soon.
Okay.
It's like, hey, I don't know, we got something.
We'll do something else with this.
We'll do something else with this. Before you go in there, we can look at the loadouts a little bit more. So they've got, I've got a custom one, and then they've got some preset stuff. So here I only have rail rounds, because I haven't unlocked other stuff.
So some kind of online persistence here.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulse cannon, shotgun. Try shotgun out. Buckshot. Grenades, we've got the frag grenades. And I've got 2 knives. I've got the serrated knife that's high damage, and then the siphon knife that siphons armor off when you stab guys.
The siphon.
Yeah. I'll stick with siphon knife.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Different armor. This is just, hey, look at this armor. It looks different. Because you got an achievement, I think. And then same deal with the upgrades. You got 10 points you can spend on different stuff there. For your loadouts, and obviously they got unlocks.
Okay, and is that some of that performance based?
Well, this is since I had the some original Section 8 stats. I guess I got the reactive plating here.
But like mortars, the riot mortar here
reach
is
level 6, or
or stars.
So I think you can unlock that stuff through the campaign, because I think you earn the stars through the campaign.
Oh, okay. So it's levels for multiplayer, stars for other objective type stuff.
I think it's both. I imagine you can unlock multiplayer gear in single player that way, but it looks like it eventually stops.
Oh, but I'm saying like there's 2 ways to get at that content.
Right.
So you need the duck hunt achievement at all to get the automation mod for multiplayer. So they've got till it goes click. You know, stuff.
Bunch of Schwarzenegger quotes.
And then some of the stuff is sort of like, you know, Killzone would do the thing where it would rotate through multiple games in one match. Same type deal here. You know, you can kind of pick your favorite DCMs, dynamic combat missions, like Convoy.
So this mode isn't just like, all right, it's deathmatch all the time.
Elimination is deathmatch.
Yeah,
basically.
Hence your favorite.
Right. So let's hit Conquest and let's quick match it and see what's up. Bots.
So offline, I imagine, is just bots.
Yeah, you can fight against bots if you like.
There's not like a split screen.
I don't believe so.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, you know.
Yeah. Excited about those sandwiches the intern's bringing.
Do you think they'll be here when we're done with this?
I hope so. I think so. I'm expecting that we'll get out here and it'll be waiting at my desk.
The intern seemed like a solid dude, like he could get it and he could figure out a...
I figure this is, you know, best trial by fire, day one. See if he can get his sandwiches. If not,
yeah,
hit the bricks, kid.
All right, I actually don't know if I'm blue or red here. Whatever.
You're yellow.
So I can, like I said, pick any place to drop. This is within range of AA turrets, so if I drop here, I'll basically be dead.
Okay, so you want to be just outside of there.
Point hacked by enemy.
Yeah.
So this way, it seems, you know, real easy to just get to where it's hot.
Yeah, I can just kind of drop on the edge of this this.
Oh shit! They show
AA zone. Yeah, so it's up to me to hit A to break, and they advise you to hit it here. But you know what? We want to get in faster than that, so we'll hit it right up there. It's cool. Oh, and I think everybody's hearing this because we have the Kinect hooked up. Hello, video game world. We can't hear you back though. I don't think. Well, maybe we'll be able to.
We'll see what happens. I wasn't paying attention. What's your objective here?
Capture these control points.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it.
Point lost.
Go get this control point. Get him.
Okay, that's shooting at me. So
yep,
red is the bad guys.
Oh.
Shields offline.
Say not just your shields are offline. Oh yeah, we're totally transmitting.
My life is offline.
Enemy activated infiltrator mission. All units prepare for an attack.
Yeah, I want to see that again. That was kind of fun. What happens if you don't break?
You die.
Can we see that?
Sure. Oh, I guess it auto breaks. Oh. That's a little disappointing.
Enemy infiltrator has been deployed.
What's the point of the whole stupid braking system?
I don't know.
But no like vehicles or anything like that in this the that you've seen.
There are in the convoy missions. You're kind of protecting a vehicle convoy as it travels.
Yeah.
But I don't think there are players driving them per se. I don't remember for sure.
There's a dude. There's a dude.
Yeah. Where he's down there.
Control point hacked by enemy.
I was gonna lock onto him, shoot him for a while.
Take that, G-Loke.
That guy's dead.
Purchase is available.
Sufficient requisition points to make a purchase.
So I can get a supply depot here. I can get dead while looking at the shop menu.
Can you still do that stuff in between, or some of that stuff in between? Obviously, you can't like deploy turrets or anything like that.
Control point successfully hacked.
What do you mean? Shop stuff. Can you only do that on the field?
Yeah, you can only do it on the field because you're picking where it goes.
Right.
As well. So.
But is that strictly like stuff that you're deploying to the ground? It's not like, all right, I got myself a better gun.
I think some of that actually is that might be better guns. Oh, okay. So there you go. You get a heavy tank, assault mech, hover bike. So yes, vehicles, vehicle, yes, big yes.
Yeah, apparently.
I get a sensor array.
Sensor requested.
Deployable launched.
See what happens.
That'll give us better, you know, intel about nearby enemies.
There's a bunch of dudes in this game.
Sensor arrays detect enemy units within range. causing them to appear on the HUD. Deployable delivered.
So now we're getting more of these red pips within the range of this.
Yeah.
I should have probably tried to knife him, but I was more interested in making sure that he was just dead. So it looks like they control a lot of these control points here.
Yeah,
Maybe I wonder if I can kind of slip in over here.
There's that turret on the side, so you gotta be aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to take out the turret, but from that point, it should be pretty free and clear.
You're pretty far from their sensor array, it seems.
Yeah.
I imagine this gets old, but the first few times this is kind of cool.
Yeah, so once you hit the brakes, you can kind of glide around a little bit more and control yourself. So if you want to try to see, so I probably shouldn't have done that there because I decided to glide into the range of the turrets.
Yeah.
It didn't kill me because I was pretty low.
But it softened you up some.
But it softened me up. So when I got on the ground, I was, you know, not in best form. Let's try dropping outside of this one. See if we can kind of slip around and capture one of these points here.
Deployable destroyed.
Aw. ECM information.
Get the target marker planted.
Okay. Missile turret.
It seems preoccupied right now.
I think it's preoccupied with shooting me, but through the rocks.
Oh, okay. I thought that was the back of it there. It's just a box.
If I'm gonna lock onto people, I should probably then immediately like fly away or something to try and
make it harder for you
to be shot. Assuming that they're not also locking onto me, I guess.
You should go up to where all the dudes are. Get in the mix there.
Yeah. Okay.
Mess it up with the team.
So okay, so we can kind of see the markers that are to be retrieved for this airstrike mission. Oh God, I flew into the range of 3 there. That's
so that can happen.
So that's bad.
Burn up on entry.
You want to avoid that.
Yeah.
Let's drop that same place, but not guide ourselves into harm's way there.
Marker has been acquired.
So you can see it kind of the mission is ongoing right now. That DCM. So you know, people want to try to capture these airstrike markers and take them somewhere to call in airstrikes, probably. All right, let's, so, airstrike site. But do we have to take the marker to the site, I assume?
Marker has been planted.
Okay.
I guess they've taken care of that.
All right.
Don't you worry your pretty little head. You guys just need to get more, yeah. Guys making full use of the traversal here.
Yeah.
Airstrike mission completed.
Marker is now armed.
Oh, I saw a plane icon.
Yeah.
Shields offline.
Oh,
Shooting you
where
from
am I
the
getting hit
side.
from? That guy, yeah.
From your good friend DJ Games.
Yo, DJ Games on the 1s and 2s.
DJ Games on the cartridge.
Let's see if we can just drop in right near this guy and surprise him. I wonder if you can like do true death from above, if you can manage to land on a guy. Now see if I had a repair tool, I could fix up this turret.
I feel like if they did do that, it would ruin this game because that's all anyone would ever try to do.
Right.
Warning, friendly damage.
You guys have a...
Yeah, you guys are
pretty well holed up over here.
Up over here, huh?
Control point successfully hacked.
DJ Games. That's my favorite gamer tag I've seen in a while.
Pretty good.
I'm thinking about getting a new one myself.
Are you thinking about changing?
Thinking about it. I've been thinking about it for a while.
Yeah.
I haven't had a good replacement.
Man, I was sitting there thinking about you changing your name and I got killed.
I know, it's distracting.
Oh, there's no AA here, so I can just check this out.
Just get in. Right in the middle of all of those angry red diamonds.
Control point.
There you go. The angry red diamond. That's what you can change your name to. So now I'm
Control point successfully hacked.
Oh, there's a couple of guys over here, guys.
Yep.
I got one, though.
You did.
Now I'm level 2. I thought I was level 2 before. They must have reset the stats since the game came out, because I had already gained some levels. Looks like they've got anti-air back up.
They've set it back up there.
Well, we don't have any over here, so I'm going to go over here, and I think I have enough money now to buy an AA turret. Seems like it would be the good teamly thing to do.
Add it to this death array that we have set up here in this base.
Yeah.
Enemy has recovered.
So can you set those up anywhere?
Yeah, I mean, you know, certain terrain is not friendly.
But I mean, like within the circles where there's anti-air from the other team.
I don't know. I could put a minigun turret here, missile turret, anti-air turret. So that's 40.
Dropping anti-air turret.
Deployable launched.
Welcome to Turret Village. Oh, that guy had a flying thing.
I thought that might be my flying thing dropping off the deployable, but there you go. Boom. Money in a banana stand. What?
Nice. It's a, yeah. Huh. They like their references.
They do. Over here we got a minigun turret, just kicking it. Just to annoy some folks.
Don't come too near me or I'll shoot you.
Over here we got some wreckage. I don't know what that was.
I think that was a dude. Oh. I assumed that was the dude's name.
Oh, no. Oh, maybe it was. Could be. That seems like it would be a good name for a bot.
Wreckage.
Is that guy's name Colonel Rick? These must be bots. No one can have a name as cool as Colonel Rick. What up, Colonel Rick? Throwing grenades.
You're in a bad place here, Jeff.
I wanted to chase Colonel Rick.
I know, I understand.
Can we get any indication if some of these dudes is bots? I think it's anyone, maybe, I don't know. No, some of those people have been players. Colonel Rick, great name. Yeah, I don't know if any of these are bots or not, but there you can see a mech suit.
Oh, yeah.
So you get the basic idea.
Certainly. It seems pretty robust, all things considered. How do you feel about the shooting? Like, that's kind of, you know, one of those...
It's a little flat. Like, you know, I mean, there's not a lot of recoil off the weapons. That might be because I put so many points into reducing recoil.
Yeah.
But it's just like the whole thing feels like it is...
Sure, I see. You got no...
You don't necessarily feel connected to the shooting experience. It's just lines coming out of a gun, man.
But there's in the multiplayer at least, seems like there's a lot of stuff going on here with the deployments and the vehicles and you know how you can drop in and oh, someone's gonna drop in a tank. Let's see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get in that tank and kill that guy in the robot suit. Or don't. That's cool. Just take off. Whatever works.
Take it, Colonel Rick.
I've got a bunch of vehicles over here.
Performance seems to be getting kind of dicey. Yeah!
Shields offline.
I got a book, man. I'm so close to dead.
Control point successfully hacked.
Run away! Switch to my knife here, some out of grenade. Whoa, whoa! Oh, that's kind of scary. There's a supply depot down here. I can stand near it, get some grenades back.
Some of that green juice.
That's right. Sweet nectar.
The liquid soul.
Hit me up with that Valkyr.
Control point defused.
Oh, get up there, man. Get up there and die. Oh, no, I'll just die down here. That's cool, too. Stupid minigun turret. Oh, I'm gonna die trying to make my way up this mountain with no jetpack juice.
Yeah, that'll do it. All right, Jeff. I think we've shown what we need to of Section 8 prejudice here.
I think so, too. It's there's some cool stuff in here.
Definitely.
You know, I mean, they go kind of deep. I mean, you got remote server admin stuff for, you know, if your clan is running a server and stuff like that.
So clan support also, you know.
I would assume so. I don't know if it's directly built in the game or just like, you know, I gave my guys, you know, access to stuff. So
dedicated service. So someone's got to be able to run servers for this.
No, I think TimeGate is the developers are running the dedicated ones. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I want to say that for the first game, and maybe it is for this one, I want to say there was a PC dedicated server you could download and run.
For the Xbox game?
Yeah, yeah.
Huh.
And it was on PS3 as well. I could be wrong, but it's also got System Link support in there too, if you wanna go that route. No custom achievement viewer. Also, I think that's a really weird way of putting it. Fatality an enemy with the knife. What?
It's not how language is used. Come on.
I don't know.
That's Section 8 Prejudice.
Yeah, that's available now for Xbox 360. It's a downloadable game, and I believe it is eventually coming to PS3.
Okay.
I could be wrong there. I know the first one was available on both in different ways, discs and downloads and stuff. But that is now available for Xbox Live Arcade. $15. It seems like a decent value, but you know, like I don't think the campaign's great from what I've seen of it so far. Just the shooting's just not really connected. But if you're after a multiplayer shooter that does have some depth to it and at least a lot of different options, the game's got that. So
it's $15.
It's $15. Like it's all right.
It's $15.
It's all right.
Sure.
The game's all right.
All right, Jeff. Let's go get crazy on some sandwiches.
All right.
The best historical films not only relate a hopefully accurate portrait of a time unfamiliar to us, but do so engagingly. Anyone who sat through a junior high history class will know just how sleep-inducing a dry recitation of facts and places can be. Hollywood initially took the opposite approach, with many of the early historical films appearing as grand, expensive epics. That era probably drew to a close with the massively expensive Cleopatra of 1963. But just a few years later, a small British film called A Man for All Seasons, made for 1/10 the amount of money, wound up being much more critically successful, earning 6 Oscars and almost universal acclaim. Based on a stage play, A Man for All Seasons helps illuminate the tricky moment in British history when King Henry VIII attempted to secure a divorce from his wife Catherine of Aragon from Rome and failed to do so, prompting him to declare himself the supreme head of the Church of England. This understandably upset many English Catholics, including Thomas More, who had previously been made Lord Chancellor. The inability of More to accede to Henry's wishes causes a bit of turbulence in the relationship.
I have no queen! Catherine's not my wife! No priest can make her so!
And the film examines the machinations that went into toppling More from his position and ultimately delivering him to the executioner's block.
I am brought here at last.
Brought? You brought yourself to where you stand now.
From the start of the film, it's clear that Paul Scofield's performance as More is a special one, as he reacts to all possible slights and dangers with a winsome sang-froid, always ready with a dry, witty response in the face of threats to his career, family, and ultimately his life.
I should keep my word to you. Then what has become of your oath of obedience to the king? You laid traps for me.
He's not unfeeling, he just acts with the knowledge that he is in the right. A man of conscience, he acts according to the dictates of his religious self and cannot be convinced to bend to the will of anyone who tries to tell him that his religious impulses are incorrect, as many around him ultimately do.
A lawyer and a lawyer's son. We're supposed to be the proud ones, the arrogant ones. We've all given in. Why must you stand out? God damn it, man, it's disproportionate.
Of course, that winds up being a dangerous course of action, and to protect himself and his family, More decides to simply keep his mouth shut. He refuses to bless the marriage of Henry to Anne Boleyn, quietly resigns his position as Chancellor, and returns to his country estate, assuming that he'll be left alone so long as he doesn't speak out too loudly. Unfortunately, that's not to be. Henry, played with a wonderful childishness by Robert Shaw, is intent on pressing the issue, perhaps correctly interpreting More's silence as an implied censure. His chief minister, Thomas Cromwell, is his primary attack dog here, looking through More's past associations for anything that might be capable of bringing him down.
Cromwell, are you threatening me? My dear Norfolk, this isn't Spain. This is England.
What follows is a series of frankly beguiling conversational set pieces. Like any play that's adapted for the screen, A Man for All Seasons suffers somewhat from consisting of little more than people talking to each other in small rooms. But when a film is as well written as this, it's hard to complain. Schofield's performance as Moore is rarely fiery, instead relying on his intelligence to always stay one step ahead of the men who are attempting to catch him in some small slip of the tongue. Imagine Neil McCauley from Heat as a theologian, and you might get some idea of the way Moore dances around Cromwell. In the end, Moore never compromises his ideals, but neither does he give Cromwell any rope to hang him from. Cromwell has to rely on a villainous John Hurt to perjure himself before the court in order to obtain his conviction.
He said, Parliament had not the competence. Or words to that effect.
As an historical document, this movie does elide some of the more unpalatable aspects of Moore's career, such as that he might have burned a few Protestant heretics at the stake and viciously pursued those who attempted to translate the Bible to English. It also uses some tricks to paint Moore in an especially good light, literally. You'll notice that Moore's house is always bathed in bright noontime sunlight even when the time is supposedly well after sunset, such as when Moore and his wife are heading to bed. The rest of the world is almost always overcast if not presented in the dead of night. This is hagiography, both figuratively and literally, as Moore was eventually canonized by the Catholic Church for his martyrdom, but sometimes hagiography is worthwhile if it results in a character as likable and, dare I say it, inspirational as the Moore represented in this film. Although the Moore of A Man for All Seasons might be an idealized version of the historical figure, erasing his faults results in a character that feels like the man we all imagined we would be in the face of overwhelming pressure. Willing to test the maxim, let justice be done though the heavens fall, when a more realistic outcome is that our heads would be falling into a wicker basket. Whether or not you or I will ever face a trial like Moore's is doubtable. What isn't doubtable is that A Man for All Seasons is one of the great films of the 1960s and is still easily mesmerizing today.
Guilty.
Your life lies in your own hands, Thomas, as it always has.
Is that so, my lord? And I'll keep a good grip on it.
That'll do it for another edition of Screen's Besties, where we're always happy to talk about our favorite films. If you haven't checked out A Man for All Seasons, take a look at it on Netflix Instant Streaming, and check back on Screen soon for another thrilling video feature. Thanks.